Chapter 1457. Su Xiaobin and Bao solemnly nodded as they listened to Jing Xiaolu's words. Indeed, if Lu Huamei wanted to use this matter as a means to attack Lu Jianan, it would be a good excuse and point of attack. However, this matter had nothing to do with the company's affairs. Lu Huamei was too lazy to care about it. If this recording could not be used as auxiliary evidence, perhaps Lu Huamei would not have the patience to listen to it. After I showed the fingerprint identification bag, Lu Huamei confirmed that the contract had been stolen. At this time, her eyes were filled with indignation. Jing Xiaolu said, "It was the kind of indignation that lamented because this changed contract had completely angered her. Once this contract was carried out, it would do no good to the company. She was very clear that a cooperative relationship based on this unequal contract could not be continued. That was why she was so angry. Lu Huamei would only care if it affected the company's overall interests. The comments on the internet were not wrong. Even if she went against Lu Jianan, it was because of the company's affairs. There were no personal grudges." Su Xiaobin and Bao solemnly couldn't help but be moved. Lu Huamei was really such a person. She was indeed worthy of respect. If the Jiangyin group had such a person at the helm, why would they worry about not being able to reach a higher level? However, perhaps everyone present knew that it was extremely difficult for Lu Huamei to control the core power of the Jiangyin group. This is also why I was so sure that Lu Huamei could help us. Jing Xiaolu let out a long sigh of relief. Until now, my hanging heart has finally been put down. If it weren't for your explanation, I would still be worried. Bao solemnly smiled rudely. Xiaolu is still the best. Jing Xiaolu smiled bitterly. She was not very excited about Bao solemnly's praise. As long as Brother Yang comes back and knows about this, it will be fine as long as he doesn't scold us. Yeah, it's fine for you. Brother Yang is protective of women, but I can't. Bao solemnly also smiled bitterly. Brother Yang? This was the first time Su Xiaobin heard this name. It seemed that even Bao solemnly was very respectful. Could it be the Yang Ming that Lu Jifei mentioned? It was very possible to think about it. However, this was an internal matter of other people's companies. Su Xiaobin was not a member of other people's companies yet, so it was inappropriate to ask more. President Su, you are familiar with this place. Find a hotel. Let's stay here now. Although it is not very far from Songjiang, it is not close either. It is troublesome to go back and forth. Jing Xiaolu asked Su Xiaobin in the back seat while driving. Vice President Jing, I reckon that I'm about to reach the end of my career as an office manager. Su Xiaobin smiled and mocked himself. You can call me Little Su or Xiaobin, but don't call me President Su. All right. I will call you Xiaobing. This will make us feel closer. Jing Xiaolu said. Then you can also call me Xiaolu. In private, we are all friends. There aren't so many rules. I'll listen to you then. Su Xiaobin did not refuse. In his opinion, Jing Xiaolu was a very sincere person. Such a person was worth being friends with. Under Su Xiaobin's guidance, the group came to a decent hotel in Jiangyin City and stayed there. They quietly waited for news from Lu Huamei. Hello Town, Butterfly Castle. Early in the morning, Yang Ming received a call from Old Buffon, saying that he had arrived in Elo Town and was heading in the direction of Butterfly Castle. He estimated that he would arrive in about an hour. Yang Ming remembered that Old Buffon was coming here to see him. He chatted with Wang Xiaoyan very well last night, so he couldn't help but drink a few more glasses. Although Yang Ming had a high alcohol tolerance, he was very happy to finally be together with Wang Xiaoyan after such a blunder. So, he leaned on the table as they chatted. This was also because Yang Ming opened his heart and knew that Wang Songshan would not harm him, so he was not on guard. After drinking, Wang Songshan ambiguously asked Wang Xiaoyan to help Yang Ming to rest. As for whose room to rest in and what happened after the rest, Wang Songshan did not ask. Anyway, the news of the two living together was not a secret. It had long been passed back through Tombstone and Wang Kajin. Wang Songshan was not an old-fashioned person who still hoped to be able to hold his grandson one day earlier. Naturally, he would not care about other people's business. Yin Yin, Yang Ming pushed Wang Xiaoyan, who was sleeping soundly beside him. Wang Xiaoyan made an sound. She didn't even open her eyes and continued to sleep. Yang Ming was a little helpless. With your vigilance, you still want to be an assassin. You won't even know if someone kills you. Oh. Wang Xiaoyan finally opened her sleepy eyes and glanced at Yang Ming. She said, "Aren't you here? If someone is coming, it's useless for me to wake up if you can't deal with it. I might as well sleep." Yang Ming was speechless. What kind of bullshit theory is this? 2 against 1. There's always a higher chance of winning, right? Who called just now? Who is coming? It's so noisy. I wanted to sleep a little longer. Wang Xiaoyan was woken up by Yang Ming. It was probably impossible for her to continue sleeping. She stretched and slowly got up from the bed to look for clothes. She complained, "I haven't slept well these few days at home. I was thinking about breaking off the engagement and going back quickly. I finally had a good sleep, but I was woken up by you." "Old Buffon is coming," Yang Ming said helplessly. "Do you think I don't want to sleep a little longer? I haven't recovered from the jet lag yet, but this old guy has already arrived in Elo Town. He will probably reach Butterfly Castle in an hour." "Ah, he is coming." Wang Xiaoyan was stunned, and then quickly began to put on her clothes. As old Buffon's master's wife, how could Wang Xiaoyan not get up quickly? Otherwise, it would be very shameful to be caught sleeping in bed. Does my father know that he is coming? Uncle Wang only knew that someone from the Buffon family was coming, but he didn't know that it was old Buffon. Yang Ming said, "I didn't tell him at the time because I was afraid of scaring him." "Oh, then you don't have to tell him. Give him a surprise." "Who asked him to trick us?" Wang Xiaoyan disagreed and said slyly. Yang Ming couldn't help but laugh after listening to Wang Xiaoyan's words. "Then, I guess we really have to give him a surprise." After Yang Ming and Wang Xiaoyan quickly washed up, they went out of the room and went downstairs. Wang Songshan, Fang Tian, and Wang Ruoshui had already woken up. At this moment, the 3 of them were sitting on the chairs in the dining room and talking about something. However, Wang Ruoshui's face was red. It was obvious at a glance that something must have happened last night. It was not difficult to imagine what happened. Yang Ming and Wang Xiaoyan looked at each other and saw the answer in each other's eyes. They couldn't help but smile. Wang Xiaoyan's face couldn't help but blush. In fact, she and Wang Ruoshui were just the pot calling the kettle black. What happened last night was only known to her and Yang Ming. "Yang Ming, Yin Yin, have you woken up?" Wang Songshan watched Yang Ming and Wang Xiaoyan walk into the dining room. His address for Yang Ming had changed from little friend Yang Ming to calling him by his name. "And Uncle Wang, good morning." Yang Ming smiled and greeted Wang Songshan, then turned to Fang Tian and Wang Ruoshui. Master's wife, good morning. Both of you look good. You must have slept well last night, right?" Fang Tian smiled wretchedly. How could he not understand the meaning of Yang Ming's words? However, he was also a little proud. "Don't look at my age. My masculinity is still as strong as before." So much so that Wang Ruoshui scolded anxiously. How can he still be so fierce at such an old age? Don't look at Wang Ruoshui's age. It was the first time for a virgin. While she was depressed, she was also secretly happy. It seems that Fang Tian's body is still in good condition. Wang Ruoshui's face became redder after being teased by Yang Ming. She glared at Yang Ming fiercely, then coughed and said, "Yang Ming, Yin Yin, sit down and eat breakfast." Chapter 1458. Breakfast. Let's put it aside first. Yang Ming said, "Now, there's an important thing to say. In a while, the Buffon family will be our guest. They have already arrived in Elo Town. I estimate that they will arrive in another hour." Yang Ming said, "What? The Buffon family is here?" Wang Songshan was shocked when he heard Yang Ming's words. He stood up. "Yang Ming, why didn't you say so earlier? We didn't prepare for such an important matter in advance. You know, they're the most distinguished guests." Wang Songshan did not doubt the authenticity of Yang Ming's words. If someone else told Wang Songshan that the Buffon family was coming to the Butterfly family as guests, Wang Songshan would definitely not believe it. The reason was very simple. Although the Butterfly family was also a powerful existence in the upper class of Europe, They were inferior to the Buffon family. Even if they were to be guests, it would be their own people visiting the Buffon family. How could they let the Buffon family come personally? However, all of this came from Yang Ming's mouth. Wang Songzhan naturally believed it completely. This was because Yang Ming found the Buffon family to resolve the family crisis this time. Since Yang Ming could command the Buffon family, what was impossible for the Buffon family to visit the butterfly family? Uncle Wang, it's not that I didn't say so earlier, but I received a call from them early this morning. Yang Ming smiled bitterly. This old guy didn't even say anything when he left yesterday. He actually woke me and Yin up early in the morning. Damn it. Yang Ming, how can you be so rude? Wang Songzhan was shocked when he heard Yang Ming's words. How could he casually talk about the Buffon family? If it was heard by others, then the trouble would be huge. Although you are familiar with them, and perhaps you use some benefits to persuade them to help us resolve the crisis, but you shouldn't look down on them. If you offend them, then the losses will outweigh the gains. If they fall out with us, the consequences are not something we can bear. Falling out, Yang Ming smiled indifferently. As long as he has that thought, he can turn hostile at any time. I don't care. Everyone present looked at Yang Ming in astonishment. They didn't understand why a person who was originally very sensible would suddenly become so arrogant. When facing the Lancer family, Yang Ming was not so arrogant, but when facing the Buffon family, which was more than one level higher, he spoke arrogantly. However, there was one person who knew that Yang Ming was telling the truth. This person was Wang Xiaoyan. Not only did Yang Ming dare to say these words to scold old Buffon, but even if he scolded him in front of old Buffon could only face him with an apologetic smile. As for Fang Tian, he knew that Yang Ming had accepted this Buffon family member as his disciple, so he wasn't too worried. Yeah, this person is really annoying. I was sleeping soundly, but he woke me up. When I see him later, I must scold him. Wang Xiaoyan naturally cooperated with Yang Ming. The coquettish expression on her face seemed to show that she didn't put the Buffon family in her eyes at all. Are these two children still asleep? Wang Ruoshui looked at Yang Ming and Wang Xiaoyan, dumbfounded. She didn't understand why these two people spoke like this. Probably. Wang Songzhan listened to Wang Ruoshui's analysis and thought so. This was the only reason that could explain what was happening in front of him. He waved his hand helplessly. Let the two of them wake up here. Let's hurry up and prepare. Don't neglect them. Fortunately, the house has been redecorated for Yin Yin and Yang Ming yesterday. Otherwise, we would really be caught off guard. Yang Ming and Wang Xiaoyan looked at each other and smiled knowingly. Sometimes the truth was always not believed. Both of them were just telling the truth, but everyone didn't believe it. Why are they so active? Yang Ming smiled bitterly. It seems that the old guy, old Buffon, wants to come and learn, right? But they don't know. Wang Xiaoyan also smiled bitterly. Forget it. Let's eat. Don't worry about them. Okay, let's eat. Yang Ming looked at the untouched breakfast on the table. It was really convenient for him. Wang Songzhan and the others probably wanted to wait for him and Wang Xiaoyan to come down so that they could have breakfast together. Obviously, they had waited for them, but the news he brought them made these old guys unable to eat. Fang Tian had no concept of the upper-class families in Europe. Moreover, no matter how powerful old Buffon was in Europe, it had nothing to do with Fang Tian. However, since Wang Ruoshui was busy, how could Fang Tian not help? Therefore, Fang Tian followed behind Wang Ruoshui and busied himself like a follower. With yesterday's foreshadowing, it was not difficult to decorate the interior of the butterfly castle. They just had to remove those obviously festive things and replace them with welcoming things. When they were done, Yang Ming and Wang Xiaoyan were also full. The two of them didn't think that Wang Songzhan and the others could come back and continue to eat after they were done. Therefore, they didn't even think about leaving food for them. They just picked out what they liked to eat and left a pile of leftovers. Wang Songzhan was very tired after busying himself for a long time. When he returned to the dining room again, he happened to see Yang Ming and Wang Xiaoyan had just finished eating and drinking leisurely. He couldn't help but be angry and amused. You two, aren't you really in a hurry? What's the hurry? Yang Ming said disapprovingly. It's not like we haven't seen the people of the Buffon family. Is there a need to be so grand? That's right. When Yang Ming and I went to the Buffon family as guests, they didn't decorate so grandly. Why should we decorate like this? Wang Xiaoyan also retorted disapprovingly. This? Wang Songzhan was stunned. He didn't expect that his daughter had also been to the Buffon family. No wonder she was so fearless. It seemed that she was very familiar with the people of the Buffon family, just like Yang Ming. The people who came this time might also be acquaintances of the two of them. However, he still said, how can it be the same? What kind of existence is the Buffon family? Moreover, although the people you know may have a high status in the Buffon family, it's impossible for the entire family to warmly welcome them just because they are personal friends, right? Wang Songzhan took it for granted that the people that Yang Ming and Wang Xiaoyan knew could not be the patriarch of the Buffon family. It was even impossible for them to be people like the great elders. Because the two of them were too young, in Wang Songshan's opinion, the people that Yang Ming and Wang Xiaoyan were most likely to be in contact with the descendants of the Buffon family. The second or third successor, or even the first successor, was unlikely. He would never have thought that the person that Yang Ming and Wang Xiaoyan knew was actually the current patriarch of the Buffon family, Old Buffon. However, Old Buffon did not decorate the house like this, nor did he let the whole family warmly welcome Yang Ming and Wang Xiaoyan. It was also because Old Buffon guessed that Yang Ming might not like this. According to the information he looked up, those masters did not like noise, and they did not like that kind of extravagance. They were more low-key, so Old Buffon chose to receive Yang Ming and Wang Xiaoyan in a low-key manner. Forget it. Since it has been arranged like this, then so be it. Yang Ming shrugged and did not explain. At this time, it did not matter if he explained or not. Anyway, Old Buffon would come soon, and everything would naturally be understood. Wang Songzhan was about to say something, but at this time, a disciple ran in hurriedly. Previously, these disciples had been instructed by Wang Songzhan to report immediately once there were guests. What's the matter? Are there guests coming? Wang Songzhan quickly turned his head to look at the disciple who ran in and asked. Reporting to the family master, the disciple at the foot of the mountain sent a message up. The guests of the Buffon family are about to arrive at the Butterfly Castle. The disciple who ran in quickly replied, Let's go. I will personally welcome them. Wang Songzhan nodded quickly and then said to Yang Ming and Wang Xiaoyan, You too. Don't you want to come out together? Then let's go together. Yang Ming smiled bitterly and shrugged. This old Buffon's face is really big. I have to personally welcome them. Wang Xiaoyan probably also thought of Yang Ming's idea and couldn't help but smile. She got up and followed Wang Songzhan out of the restaurant with Yang Ming. On the other side, Wang Ruoshui and Fang Tian had also received the news. Butler Mu and some of the disciples who had the final say in the butterfly family all followed behind Wang Songzhan. The group of people arrived at the entrance of the butterfly castle. At this time, they happened to see a luxury off-road vehicle of unknown brand slowly driving over. Chapter 1459. Junior sister, did I see wrongly? The ones standing at the door to welcome us are master and master's wife, right? Old Buffon climbed the rugged mountain road and was about to reach the butterfly castle when he suddenly saw the people welcoming him outside the butterfly castle. It's master and master's wife. Mrs. Buffon took a closer look and immediately confirmed, Senior brother, how can we trouble master and master's wife to welcome us personally? Yeah, isn't this killing two of our disciples? Old Buffon was shocked when he confirmed that the people in front were Yang Ming and Wang Xiaoyan. He quickly yelled at the driver in front, Stop the car, quickly. The driver didn't know why the family master suddenly asked him to stop the car like crazy, but he didn't dare to neglect. He quickly stopped the car, turned around with some doubts, and asked, Family master, the butterfly castle is in front. Why do we stop suddenly? Why are you asking so much? Drive your car properly. Old Buffon was anxious at the moment, and the driver kept asking questions. He was angry and scolded him. The driver was startled and immediately lowered his head. That's right. How could he guess what the patriarch was doing? He quickly shut up and didn't dare to say another word. Old Buffon quickly opened the door and pulled Mrs. Buffon out of the car. Junior's sister, Master and Master's wife are standing. How can we dare to sit in the car? Isn't that treason and disrespect to Master? Yeah. Fortunately, we found out early, otherwise. Mrs. Buffon nodded in agreement. She now understood why old Buffon respected Yang Ming, a master who was much younger than them, so much. It was because this master was indeed a strange person. The martial arts that he taught her and old Buffon were simply magical. After practicing, they became much younger and were full of vitality. Youth was hard to buy with money. How could old Buffon and Mrs. Buffon, who were already in their twilight years, not respect Yang Ming from the bottom of their hearts? Wang Songzhan was standing in the front row of the group, ready to warmly welcome the Buffon family to the Butterfly Castle. However, he did not expect that the Buffon family's car would stop on a mountain road a few hundred meters away from the Butterfly Castle before reaching the castle. What was the meaning of this? Could it be that the Buffon family was suddenly dissatisfied with the Butterfly family? Otherwise, why would they suddenly stop the car before reaching the entrance? What happened to the Buffon family? Wang Songzhan asked curiously. In fact, his question was equivalent to asking in vain. Whether it was Wang Ruoshui, Fang Tian, or Butler Mu, none of them knew why the Buffon family stopped halfway. Even Yang Ming and Wang Xiao didn't know why old Buffon's car stopped halfway. What does this mean? Could it be that their car broke down? Wang Xiaoyan's words were shocking. The car broke down? Wang Songzhan, Wang Ruoshui, Fang Tian, and Butler Mu all had strange expressions. The Buffon family's cars were all specially made. How could they break down so easily? Furthermore, wasn't this too sudden? Why wasn't there any warning signs? Coincidentally, it broke down in front of the Butterfly Castle's entrance. But these people really couldn't think of any other reason. It was impossible to say that the Buffon family didn't want to be guests. How could they go back on their words at the entrance? The only possibility was that the car broke down, as Wang Xiaoyan said. Although this reason was nonsense, it was also the most likely. Wang Songzhan was guessing what was going on when he saw the Buffon family's off-road vehicle's door open not far away. Two people, a man and a woman, got out of the car. After getting out of the car, they quickly ran in the direction of the Butterfly Castle. Could it be that the car really broke down? Wang Songzhan suddenly had the urge to laugh and cry. If the car didn't break down, why would the people in the car get out of the car and run over? Wang Xiaoyan really guessed it right? Thinking of this, Wang Songzhan didn't dare to neglect. Although he didn't know if the two people who got out of the car were the real deal, Wang Songzhan didn't dare to neglect them since they were from the Butterfly family. He quickly walked over to the man and woman. Hello, distinguished guests from the Buffon family. I am the family master of the Butterfly family, Wang Songzhan. When Wang Songzhan was about to walk to old Buffon and Mrs. Buffon, he said, Excuse me, is there a problem with your car? Do you need help? Car? Problem? Old Buffon and Mrs. Buffon were both stunned. They looked back at their car strangely, then glanced at the confused Wang Songzhan and knew that he had misunderstood. The car is not broken. Old Buffon waved his hand. Although he knew about the Butterfly family and had heard of Wang Songzhan, he didn't know the relationship between Wang Songzhan and Yang Ming. He came here this time for Yang Ming. As for Wang Songzhan, it wasn't important. Old Buffon didn't want to waste time with him. He had already seen Yang Ming and Wang Xiaoyan standing in a group of people. He thought that he should quickly run to Yang Ming and ask for forgiveness. How could he have the mood to explain so much to Wang Songzhan? So he just said perfunctorily, Hello, Family Master Wang. I am old Buffon, the patriarch of the Buffon family. This is my wife. Okay, let's talk later. I have something very important to do now. I'm sorry, I have to leave first. Old Buffon, the patriarch of the Buffon family, and Mrs. Buffon? Wang Songshan's eyes widened as soon as these words came out. No wonder Wang Songzhan felt that these two people were a little familiar when they got closer. Although Wang Songzhan didn't participate in some of the regular gatherings of the upper class, it didn't mean that he didn't know the family masters of these upper-class families, especially people like old Buffon and Mrs. Buffon, who had a high exposure rate. Wang Songzhan didn't think in this direction before. In his opinion, the people who came to see Yang Ming, even if they were from the Buffon family, would not be people with high status. How would those people know Yang Ming? So, he never thought that the people in front of him were actually the patriarch of the Buffon family and his wife. Wang Songzhan suddenly realized after old Buffon introduced himself. He compared the image of old Buffon in his impression with the person in front of him and confirmed that it was not wrong. This scared him a lot. The patriarch of the Buffon family actually came to the Butterfly family as a guest. What a shocking piece of news. I'm afraid that once this news is out, the status of the Butterfly family will be pushed to an unprecedented height. The Buffon family was already the top existence in the upper-class society. However, the patriarch, old Buffon, rarely visited any family in a high-profile manner because it was always others who visited old Buffon. How could old Buffon visit others personally? Old Buffon's appearance in the Butterfly family was equivalent to giving Wang Songzhan a huge face. This made Wang Songzhan surprised and happy. However, he became even more suspicious. The person Yang Ming knows is actually the patriarch of the Buffon family. However, before Wang Songzhan could say anything, old Buffon had already turned around and left. He didn't say a word to him at all. Even so, Wang Songzhan didn't dare to say a single word. On the contrary, old Buffon had already given Wang Songzhan a lot of face by explaining a few words to him. If it were someone else, old Buffon would have no time to explain these things if he had something important to do. However, old Buffon had just arrived at the Butterfly family. What important thing did he have to do? Not only was Wang Songzhan puzzled, but even Wang Ruoshui, Feng Tian, and Butler Mu, who were next to Wang Songzhan, were also puzzled. They had just followed behind Wang Songzhan, so they heard the conversation between Wang Songzhan and old Buffon clearly. They turned their heads and looked in the direction of old Buffon, but they saw a scene that made everyone present extremely surprised. They saw old Buffon pulling his wife and running quickly to the front of Yang Ming and Wang Xiaoyan. He said breathlessly, "Master, mistress." Chapter 1460. Among the people present, except for Feng Tian, no one could imagine that old Buffon would abandon the Butterfly family's family master, Wang Songzhan, at this moment and run directly to Yang Ming. At this moment, he did not have the demeanor that the Buffon family's patriarch should have. Looking at his hurried appearance, he was like a child who was eager to admit his mistake, or a child who was eager to find trouble. If old Buffon's image did not coincide with the image in Wang Songzhan's heart at this moment, Wang Songzhan would even think that the person in front of him was not the Buffon family's patriarch, old Buffon. This was because old Buffon's actions and demeanor were far from the legendary patriarchs of the top families in the upper-class society. Especially the words that old Buffon said after that shocked everyone present. "Master, master's wife." Old Buffon said breathlessly, "We deserve to die for letting the two of you welcome us here, but we sat in the car. We didn't know before, so please don't blame us." 3 black lines suddenly appeared on Yang Ming's head. Wang Xiaoyan, who was beside him, also felt a little dumbfounded. So, this old guy stopped the car halfway up the mountain and ran up because I personally welcomed him? Our group of people were inexplicably guessing why he stopped the car and even thought that his car was broken. We didn't expect this to be the reason. "Your car is not broken?" Wang Xiaoyan reached out and gently touched her smooth forehead. She felt a little dizzy. "Aren't you wasting time?" "That? Master's wife, you and Master are standing here. How can we sit here?" Old Buffon quickly explained. Looking at Master's wife's expression, she didn't seem very happy. "Did I park the wrong car? Master? Master's wife?" Except for Feng Tian, Wang Songzhan, Wang Ruoshui, and Butler Mu were completely dumbfounded. The Buffon family's patriarch is actually Yang Ming's disciple, and he actually called Miss Master's wife. It seems that he also knows Miss Master. Isn't this world too crazy? Since when did the butterfly family inexplicably have such a powerful background? The current patriarch of such a large aristocratic family was actually the disciple of the eldest Miss and young master. Wang Songshan's heart was moved. Previously, he felt that Yang Ming was awesome. He felt that it was a big gain for his daughter to marry him, but he didn't expect it to be so big. In the future, the reputation of the butterfly family might reach an unprecedented height. Previously, the reason why Wang Songshan desperately wanted to develop the butterfly family into the #1 family in the assassin world was because although the butterfly family also had a certain prestige in the upper class, it was only because of the butterfly family's uniqueness that they were not well accepted by other families. Everyone maintained a sense of mystery and awe towards them. Often, they would stay away from them after a few words. Therefore, the butterfly family had never been able to truly integrate into the upper-class society. If Wang Songshan wanted the family to develop better, he could only work hard on the path of an assassin. There was no other way. This was because the other families had a respectful attitude towards you, but they didn't want to interact with you. If you wanted to find someone to do business with, they would ignore you. However, with the support of Old Buffon and Old Buffon's Buffon family, the butterfly family would be successful in the upper class in the future. They could soar and improve by more than one level. Thinking of this, Wang Songshan was excited. He wanted to hold Old Buffon's hand now and have a good chat. He hoped that Old Buffon would give face to Yang Ming and help the butterfly family more in the future. Then, the butterfly family would benefit endlessly. One must know that Old Buffon's family was involved in a variety of industries. If the butterfly family could get a share of any industry, they could earn unimaginable wealth. Even Fang Tian was very shocked. He knew that Yang Ming had accepted a person from the Buffon family as a disciple, but he didn't know that this disciple was the current patriarch of the Buffon family. Although Fang Tian wasn't very interested in the Buffon family because he was in China and didn't have much interaction with Europe, he knew that this old Buffon was very important to the butterfly family when he saw his old friend's expression at this moment. It was no wonder when he thought about it. The Buffon family could directly and easily solve the firearms issue that was regarded as the biggest problem by everyone. Such a family was naturally very powerful. Especially when he saw the other party's age, he actually called Yang Ming, this little thing, master. This made Fang Tian very unhappy. Damn, I'm the old man. Why are you acting like an old man when you're just a little kid? Moreover, I'm your master. Even if he's your disciple, he's also my grand disciple. You can't just leave me alone, right? Thinking of this, Fang Tian suddenly coughed twice. Yang Ming was slightly stunned. He knew what Fang Tian, this old guy, was thinking. After all, this wretched master had been with him for so long. Yang Ming still understood his thoughts very well. Old Buffon, let me introduce you. This is my master, who is also your grandmaster. Yang Ming pointed at Fang Tian and introduced him to Old Buffon. Old Buffon was shocked and immediately became overjoyed. Yang Ming was already so powerful. Then, wouldn't Yang Ming's master be even more awesome? Could he be a legendary hermit? Could he fly and walk on walls? Grandmaster, please accept a bow from your grand disciple. Old Buffon looked at the inconspicuous Fang Tian, but he didn't have the slightest contempt. Generally, the more inconspicuous a person was, the more skills they had. Therefore, Old Buffon didn't hesitate to bow down. Mrs. Buffon, who was at the side, also followed Old Buffon to bow to Fang Tian in fear and trepidation. Fang Tian was just casually angry. He thought that this Yang Ming accepted a disciple and didn't come to bow to him. However, he didn't expect Old Buffon to bow to him without hesitation. Fang Tian was suddenly shocked and said somewhat awkwardly, "Okay, quickly get up." "Thank you, Grandmaster." Old Buffon was overjoyed when he heard Fang Tian speak because it seemed that Fang Tian had recognized them as his grand disciples. Previously, Old Buffon was afraid that Fang Tian wouldn't recognize them. Then, he wouldn't know what to do. However, he didn't expect this grandmaster to be so easy to talk to. This is my master's wife. Yang Ming continued to introduce the people present to Old Buffon as he pointed to Wang Ruoshui and said, "Disciple greets the grandmaster's wife." Old Buffon was overjoyed. "It seems that I came at the right time today. Master has introduced all the people in the sect to me. This is a kind of recognition for me. Perhaps he will teach me more exquisite martial arts." Although Mrs. Buffon wasn't very proficient in Chinese culture, she followed whatever Old Buffon did. She was quite good at it. This is your master's wife's father." Yang Ming finally introduced Wang Songshan. After thinking about it, he didn't know how to address him. Old Buffon was shocked. It turns out that the master of the butterfly family is actually the master's wife's father. And thinking about it, the master's wife is called Wang Xiaoyan, and the master of the butterfly family is called Wang Songshan. So that's why I have neglected it before. Thinking of this, the cold sweat on Old Buffon's forehead immediately came down. When he came over before, he was indifferent to Wang Songshan and didn't take him seriously. However, he didn't expect him to have such a powerful identity. Old Buffon didn't dare to neglect. He quickly continued to kneel down with his wife and said to Wang Songshan in fear and trepidation, "Disciple greets." Old Buffon was also dumbfounded. How should I address the master's wife's father? Even though he was proficient in Chinese culture, he didn't know what words to use to describe this unusual relationship. Therefore, he was immediately stuck there. How about calling him Grandmaster too? Yang Ming hesitated and said, "Although Yin Yin is your master's wife, most of your wife's martial arts came from the butterfly family. Therefore, calling him Grandmaster is not in vain." "How could it be in vain?" Old Buffon quickly said after listening. "Disciple greets Grandmaster Wang." Wang Songshan was also dumbfounded. My identity suddenly rose a lot and became Grandmaster? Isn't this too exaggerated? Previously, I was still thinking about how to build a relationship with the Buffon family. Now it's great. I don't even have to think about it. I'm here directly. Seeing that Wang Songshan's expression was uncertain and he didn't speak, Old Buffon was shocked. I had neglected him before. Did I offend him because of this? He was shocked and quickly apologized. "Grandmaster Wang, disciple has offended you before. I didn't know you were Grandmaster, so I hope Grandmaster can forgive me." Chapter 1461. Wang Songshan really wanted to beat himself up. Am I dreaming? Otherwise, how could the high and mighty Buffon family patriarch, Old Buffon, who is usually difficult to meet, kneel in front of me and apologize to me in fear and trepidation? Looking at Wang Songshan's incredulous look, Yang Ming shrugged and thought, I didn't mean to be pretentious. Although I am called Brother B, that is really not my intention. How would I know that Old Buffon would make such a big fuss, kneeling and kowtowing as soon as I arrived? It's not that I want to be pretentious, but there are really too many people cooperating with me to be pretentious. It's okay. Patriarch Buffon, you are really too polite. Please get up quickly. It doesn't look right to be kneeling at the gate. After a while, Wang Songshan woke up. He was the head of the family after all. He had a natural courage and reached out to help Old Buffon up. In the blink of an eye, a lot of people younger than Old Buffon had become Old Buffon's elders. However, Old Buffon did not feel the slightest discomfort. Instead, he was very adapted to the situation in front of him and maintained a respectful smile for everyone. It turns out that the butterfly family has such a strong foundation. I originally thought that they were just an ordinary assassin family that was only good at using guns and assassination. I didn't expect that they also knew martial arts. I actually didn't notice it for so long. If I had known this earlier, I would have gone to the butterfly family's door and not waited until I was so old to enter the sect. This huge change from a distinguished guest in the family to a disciple in the family made the butterfly family's preparations for a warm welcome go to waste. The welcoming things from before were also useless. Old Buffon was as easygoing as his own people in the family. He was amiable to everyone. There was no need for a big welcome ceremony at all. This made Wang Songzhan very depressed. Didn't I prepare for nothing? This Yang Ming didn't remind me in advance and made me work for nothing. If I had known this earlier, why did I prepare in such a hurry? There was no need at all. In the end, I didn't even eat breakfast. In fact, Yang Ming had already reminded him before, but Wang Songzhan didn't believe it. He didn't even take it to heart, which led to the current situation. Previously, Yang Ming and Wang Xiaoyan's disapproving attitude made Wang Songzhan and Wang Ruoshui think that they were still sleeping. Who could they blame? It could only mean that sometimes, when you speak the truth, others won't believe you. Old Buffon was easygoing and didn't treat himself as an outsider at all. The high-end guest room that was originally prepared was useless because Old Buffon wanted to stay next to Yang Ming and Fang Tian, and the prepared guest room was far away from here. At that time, Wang Songzhan thought that since Old Buffon was a distinguished guest, he naturally had to live in a quiet environment where he would not be disturbed. Anyway, the butterfly castle was very big, so Wang Songzhan ordered people to clean up a room far away from everyone. It was very quiet. He didn't expect Old Buffon and Yang Ming to have such a relationship, but Old Buffon didn't care if the room was specially decorated. Even his master, the Grand Master, could live here, so why couldn't he? If he continued to be picky, wouldn't he be asking for a beating? Therefore, Old Buffon happily stayed. This made the people of the butterfly family, who were originally nervous and afraid of neglecting Old Buffon's family, sigh in relief. It turns out that Patriarch Buffon is so approachable. However, Wang Songzhan and others understood very well that all this originated from Yang Ming. If it weren't for his relationship with Yang Ming, would Old Buffon treat the butterfly family like this? Why had they never heard that Old Buffon was such an easygoing person before this? Jianyin City, Jianyin Group's conference room. The board meeting was in progress. Lu Jianyin, the old master of the Lu family, sat in the main seat, slowly sipping his tea and looking at his grandchildren in the conference room. Those who could attend the board meeting were basically the direct descendants of the Lu family. This couldn't be changed. Old Master Lu was shrewd all his life, but it was inevitable that there would be a day when the company's shares would be divided by his sons, grandchildren, and granddaughters. The huge Jianyin Group would be torn apart in an instant. Looking at the few descendants who fought to the death for their own interests every day, Lu Jianyin's heart was filled with a trace of desolation. Could it be that this was a big family? Could it be that these people couldn't unite as one? Don't they know that if the group is really divided, it won't be good for them? However, the temptation of power had blinded these people's minds. Everyone didn't want to be under others. The final result was the division of the group. The consequence of the division was that the Jianyin Group instantly became several medium-sized groups. At first, the impact might be smaller, but after a long time, without the support of the huge parent company behind them, how could these medium-sized groups resist the blow brought by those competitors in the industry? Without the Jianyin Group's banner, who would be afraid of you? Who would give you face? Don't look at how these industries were smooth sailing under the Jianyin Group. Once they were divided, they would inevitably decline. But can these people really not see it? Isn't it good to nominate a leader who can lead the family and the group to glory? Isn't it good for everyone to get a huge bonus every year? If Lu Huamei can sit in the position of the company's chairman of the board of directors, the Jianyin Group will definitely continue to develop brilliantly even if I retire. Everyone's bonus will not be less than now, but it will be much more than after the division of the business. Lu Jianyin shook his head. His third son, Lu Hua, and Lu Hua's two sons were not easy to deal with. If Lu Huamei was the chairman, they would probably be the first to jump out to oppose it. Lu Jianyin listened to everyone report their own data. The seemingly harmonious group was actually full of danger. In fact, Lu Jianyin's thoughts were not on these data at all. If there were no major problems, the group had now entered the stage of stable profitability. These data did not have much meaning whether he listened to it or not. "Grandpa, I have a talent that I want to recommend to you," Lu Jianan suddenly said after reporting his work. "Oh." Lu Jianyin recovered from his contemplation and looked at his grandson. He was clear in his heart. I'm afraid he wants to place his own confidant in the group again. However, as a grandfather, what can I say? Forget it, I'll listen to him. What kind of person is worthy of Janan's praise? Tell me about it. Grandpa, you know about the previous cooperation project with the song Jiangmingyang Security Company. Lu Jianan was delighted when he saw that his grandfather allowed him to continue. He quickly said, "The negotiator we sent for this project is Lu Jifei, who is also a relative of our Lu family." And Lu Jiangyan snorted and motioned for Lu Jianan to continue. Lu Jifei showed amazing talent during the negotiation. He negotiated this contract beautifully and won a lot of benefits for our company. As Lu Jianan spoke, he took out a copy of the contract and handed it to Lu Jiangyan. "Grandpa, please take a look. This contract is quite beneficial to our company. Therefore, I think that such a talent should be promoted. Isn't the group lacking a deputy finance director? I think he can do it." Lu Jianan didn't know that Su Xiaobin had already taken Bao Sanli and the others to find Lu Huamei. In his opinion, it was fine to delay Su Xiaobin's matter first. Here, he had to finalize Lu Jifei's position first. At that time, he would push all the blame to Su Xiaobin and let him be the scapegoat. Even if the contract could not be carried out and the Mingyang Security Company fell out, he could use this opportunity to fire Su Xiaobin and end it all. Chapter 1462. Therefore, Lu Jianan had a good plan, but he neglected the fact that Su Xiaobin actually found Lu Huamei. The reason why he was so conceited before was that he thought that Su Xiaobin couldn't bypass him to find someone else. In the group, there were only 3 people who could solve this problem. They were himself as the vice president, his father as the president, and his grandfather as the chairman. Of course, Lu Jianan didn't think that Su Xiaobin could reach his grandfather and talk to him directly. This was impossible in his opinion. This was because even if it was him, it was not easy to meet his grandfather. Except for the board meeting, he had to convey his opinions to his father, and his father would then convey it to his grandfather. Therefore, in the group, the only one who could talk to his grandfather directly without any obstacles was his father, Lu Hua, the president of the group. Of course, there was a special case, and that was Lu Huamei, this cousin of his. Lu Jianan gritted his teeth at the mention of this name. There was no other reason except that this cousin was too outstanding and too doted on. Everyone was a direct descendant of the Lu family, and Lu Huamei was a woman, but she could talk to his grandfather directly at any time. Why was it so difficult for him, the vice president of the company, to see his grandfather? Based on what? Based on what? Lu Jianan couldn't accept this reality, so he would do everything to create trouble for his cousin. Aren't you capable? Aren't you doted on? I believe that as long as all the trouble comes to you, even your grandfather can't protect you. After all, the power in the company's board of directors had been dispersed. It was no longer a one-man show. As long as someone took the opportunity to create trouble, even his grandfather couldn't suppress it for no reason. Let's not talk about this first. Lu Jianan didn't care about Su Xiaobin's matter at all. In his opinion, Su Xiaobin couldn't cause any trouble at all, since his grandfather and Lu Hua were not on good terms. And since Lu Hua was his father, even if Lu Hua were to look for his father because of this matter, his father would definitely suppress this matter. No matter how much he fought for power with Lu Zhiqiao, that was an internal matter of the third prince's bloodline. Whether he or Lu Zhiqiao ascended the throne, they were both his father's sons. Therefore, Lu Hua would not harm his own son. Therefore, Lu Jianan boldly put forward his own request at the board meeting. Moreover, he twisted the truth and said that Lu Jifei, a despicable guy, was a talent. Lu Jifei. Lu Jiangyan silently repeated this name. He still had an impression of this child of the Lu family. He was a nephew of one of his uncles. After he became rich, he established the Lu family's children's entrepreneurship fund. All the children of the Lu family could get a sum of entrepreneurial funds after they grew up, and this Lu Jifei was one of them. In his impression, he ran a small trading company. He just used the Jiangyin Group's prestige to do some small business. When it came to talent, he really didn't find him to be a talent. Even if Lu Jifei was not a direct descendant of the Lu family, but a collateral descendant, Lu Jiangyin still gave him the necessary attention after he took away the entrepreneurship fund. It could be said that Lu Jifei's every move was still in the old man's sight. After all, Lu Jiangyin also wanted to see if there were any outstanding children in the Lu family's collateral descendant. If there were, he didn't mind helping them. However, Lu Jiangyin didn't have the leisure to help those with mediocre qualifications. Being able to use the Lu family's Jiangyin Group's name to do some small business with the entrepreneurship fund was already worthy of these children of the Lu family. Therefore, when Lu Jianan said that Lu Jifei was a talent, although Lu Jiangyin didn't show anything, he was a little disappointed in his grandson. The group belonged to the entire Lu family. The quality of the group and the quality of the senior executives were the key to the success or failure of the group's future development. Lu Jiangyin understood Lu Jianan's approach of placing his own forces in the group. In fact, a large business family was the epitome of imperial power in the past. The open and covert struggles within the family were no weaker than the palace struggles. It was normal for brothers to scheme against each other and fight to the death. When Lu Jiangyin was young, he was very puzzled when he saw some of his old friends' children fighting for power. At that time, he naively thought that as long as he educated his children well, such things would definitely not happen in the future. However, when he really came to this day, he suddenly realized that all of this was not under his control. First, it was his 3 sons, then his 2 grandsons and granddaughter. It was also because of this that Lu Jiangyin didn't comment on the matter of Lu Jianan placing his trusted aides in important positions in the company. The only thing he could do now was to maintain the superficial harmony between these few descendants. As long as they could put on an act in front of him and didn't go too far, Lu Jiangyin would let them be. However, in his heart, he still hoped that his little granddaughter would be the one to take the top position. There was no other reason. It was just that although Lu Huamei was also fighting, she had a clear conscience. Everything Lu Huamei did was from the perspective of the company's interests. Even if it was for herself, it was under the premise of the company's interests. She had never fought with others for her own personal affairs. Only such a person who was dedicated to the public interest could Lu Jiangyin feel assured to hand the company over to her. This could also ensure the company's long-term prosperity. As for Lu Jianan, everything he did was for himself. As for the company's interests, perhaps it was not worth mentioning in his eyes. This could be seen from the issue of arranging this Lu Jifei. Although the deputy director of the company's finance department was only a deputy position, it was still an important position. Letting such a mediocre person hold this position? Isn't this a joke? Isn't he taking the company's interests too lightly? Lu Jiangyin was well aware of Lu Jianan's motives. It was because the finance department had always been managed by his granddaughter, Lu Huamei, which made Lu Jianan very unhappy. He wanted to take this opportunity to plant a nail beside Lu Huamei. This contract was signed under the leadership of Lu Jifei. Lu Jiangyin looked at the copy of the contract in his hand. He frowned slightly as he looked at it. His fingers tapped on the table rhythmically as he asked slowly, "Yes, our company has had many similar collaborations. However, this time, it is undoubtedly the most successful and most beneficial to our company." Lu Jianan said proudly, "It can be seen that Lu Jifei is a rare talent. Our company must entrust this kind of talent with heavy responsibilities in order to play his role. The most successful and most beneficial?" Lu Jiangyin finished reading the contract in his hand and threw it aside. His expression did not reveal his thoughts at the moment. So, this Lu Jifei is really a talent? This grandson thinks so. Lu Jianan was a little carried away, but he also felt a strange atmosphere. Why do I feel like there is more to grandfather's words? You think so? Lu Jiangyin suddenly slammed the table and snorted coldly. If this Lu Jifei is a genius, then the Mingyang security company that signed the contract is a big fool. Lu Jianan was stunned on the spot. He did not understand what grandfather's words meant. However, many of the Liu family's disciples and those who were not part of Liu Zhenan's faction laughed secretly. Although they did not see what was written on the contract, they thought that old master Liu Jiangyan must have seen that something was wrong, so he immediately went crazy. This time, there was a good show to watch. This Liu Zhenan seemed to have shot himself in the foot. Chapter 1463. Is this a collaboration? Where the hell did you get this? Did you print it yourself? Liu Jiangyan was old and experienced. He felt that there was a problem when he saw the contract. Although Liu Jiangyan was a businessman, he was an honest businessman. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to develop the Jiangyan group to such a large scale in just a few decades. There was obviously a problem with the signing of this contract. Although Liu Jiangyan didn't know under what circumstances this contract was signed. If it was signed under normal circumstances, this Mingyang Security Company was simply the #1 fool in the world. The investment was 10 times more than the Jiangyan Group, but the shares were 10 times less than the Jiangyan Group. Wasn't there something wrong with their brain? Liu Jiangyan didn't believe that there was nothing fishy. In Liu Jiangyan's opinion, could it be that Liu Zhenan casually fabricated a contract to claim credit in order to transfer his confidant to the finance department? Thinking of this, anger surged in his heart. What do these people think the group is? They don't put the interests of the group in their eyes at all. This was where Liu Zhenan miscalculated. Although Liu Zhenan thought that he was very smart, he was still too inexperienced. He thought that if he took out such a contract, the old man Liu Jiangyan would only be happy after seeing it. He wouldn't have any other thoughts at all. After all, who didn't want more benefits for their company? How could he have known that the contract was so unbalanced to a strange extent? The old man mistakenly thought that he fabricated it himself. However, this contract was real. Although it was signed by Liu Jifei using extreme means, it was still real, so Liu Zhenan ignored the old man's thoughts. In his opinion, this contract was a real contract. What was there to be afraid of? Grandpa, this contract is real. There is no trace of falsification. Liu Zhenan was shocked and knew that his grandfather had misunderstood. He quickly explained, "If Grandpa doesn't believe it, I can bring the original copy and let Grandpa look at it personally." There is an original copy? Liu Jiangyan was really disappointed in his grandson, Liu Zhenan, because this matter was simply unreasonable. Even if he emphasized that it was real, Liu Jiangyan wouldn't believe it. Any cooperation between companies was built on the basis of mutual benefit. Otherwise, how could it be called cooperation? This Mingyang Security Company is not a fool. Why would they sign a contract that only fools would sign? So in this unreasonable situation, how could Liu Jiangyan believe Liu Zhenan when he kept emphasizing that the contract was real? Grandfather, I can prove that eldest cousin brother is telling the truth. Just when Liu Zhenan didn't know what to say, Liu Huamei spoke up. She was the only one who was favored among the grandchildren. Oh! Liu Jiangyan was stunned when he heard Liu Huamei's words. He never thought that his favorite granddaughter would support Liu Zhenan at this moment. One had to know that these two had always been at odds with each other. However, Liu Huamei's strength was that she was devoted to the company. So Liu Huamei supported Liu Zhenan at this time. Could it be that the contract was real? At this moment, Liu Zhenan opened his mouth so wide that an egg could be stuffed into it. Liu Zhenan never thought that Liu Huamei would actually speak up for him at this moment. Why was that? Didn't she know that everything he did was directed at her? Why did she have to support him instead? Although I don't know if Liu Jifei is a genius, I know that this contract was indeed signed with the Songjiang Mingyang Security Company. Liu Huamei said, however, it was signed under a very special situation. Signed under a very special situation? Huamei, what do you mean by this? Liu Jiangyan finally knew why his precious granddaughter suddenly seemed to support Liu Zhenan. It turned out that she had discovered the abnormality and was preparing to bring it up at the board meeting. It is said that there's a kind of incense that can make people lose their minds. Liu Huamei said slowly, "Little sister, what are you talking about?" Liu Zhenan's pupils contracted violently when Lu Huamei said the word incense. Then he suddenly interrupted. Lu Huamei, this is the board meeting. Why are you talking about those irrelevant things? Lu Jianan finally understood at this moment. Why would this little sister, who had always been at odds with him, suddenly support him? It turned out that there was a more severe method waiting for him, and he was almost fooled. Listening to Lu Huamei's meaning, she knew the situation. Did Su Xiaobin actually find her? Thinking of this, Lu Jianan suddenly broke out in a cold sweat. He cursed in his heart. Su Xiaobin, this bastard, actually caused trouble for me. I should have fired him directly back then to prevent him from messing around again. Irrelevant things? I'm talking about the process of how Lu Jifei signed the contract. Lu Huamei glanced at the exasperated Lu Jianan and said calmly, "What does signing the contract have to do with incense?" Lu Jianan said, "The time of the board meeting is very precious. Don't talk about those useless things. You just have to prove that this contract is real." Lu Jianan was really anxious and scared. He was afraid that the matter would be exposed. If his grandfather really knew the truth, he would probably be scolded. He might not even be able to keep his position as the vice president. "Jianan, you shut up and listen to Huamei." Lu Jiangyan snorted coldly, waved his hand, and glared at Lu Jianan impolitely. Even if Lu Jianan was unwilling in his heart, he didn't dare to have any objections. He could only sit there with a dark face and curse Su Xiaobin's 18 generations of ancestors in his heart. This kind of incense. Lu Huamei narrated the whole process of what Su Xiaobin had described to the board meeting without leaving out a single word. She had an excellent memory and a strong ability to organize her words, so Su Xiaobin's narration might not be very attractive. However, the whole process was full of suspense after Lu Huamei's narration, making people have a desire to continue exploring. Incense? Although the people present were skeptical of Lu Huamei's words, they had never heard of using incense as a means to sign a contract. So, they fell into silence for a while and didn't know what to say. "Little sister, your story isn't funny at all." Lu Jianan saw everyone's reaction and was immediately delighted. "As long as these people don't believe it, then it's easy. Do you think incense is incense just because you say so? Do you have evidence?" So, Lu Jianan became fearless again, although it sounded a little suspenseful and twisted. Isn't this a little too unrealistic? As soon as Lu Jianan opened his mouth, those who had the same doubts nodded their heads. Indeed, although Lu Huamei's narration was vivid, the story sounded a little surreal. After all, this was a method that no one had seen before. It was hard to believe. Even the old man, Lu Jiangyan, fell into deep thought at this moment. His intuition told him that Lu Huamei wouldn't lie, but it was obviously difficult to convince the crowd if he believed her, just based on her words. So he said, "Huamei, do you have any evidence?" "Yes." Lu Huamei nodded. "I have a recording here that can prove that incense really exists, but it's a little vulgar." "Grandpa, you see, since you have evidence, then show it in front of everyone." Lu Jiangyan ordered without hesitation. As for whether it was vulgar or not, Lu Jiangyan didn't even think about it. As long as there is evidence, who cares if it's vulgar or not? Lu Huamei nodded and clicked on a laptop in front of her with a mouse. Then, she turned the volume of the laptop to the maximum. "Think about it. You become my lover. How can I treat you badly?" A wretched voice came from the computer speaker. Lu Jianan looked at Lu Huamei's laptop in shock. His eyes were filled with disbelief. "This is impossible. I clearly deleted this recording with my own hands. How can it still appear in Lu Huamei's hands? That was impossible. Su Xiaobin didn't make a backup at that time. Then, how did Lu Huamei get this recording? Could it be that Su Xiaobin had been guarding against me before?" Thinking of this, Lu Jianan's heart was filled with hatred. This Su Xiaobin is really a bastard. He actually kept a backup plan. The recording wasn't long, and it finished playing soon. Everyone in the board of directors was a little stunned. It was the old man from the Lu family who spoke. "Huamei, who is the person in this recording? Where did it come from?" Chapter 1464. The man in this recording is the so-called genius, Lu Jifei. Lu Huamei said scornfully, "This is the so-called genius that Big Brother is talking about? He's indeed a genius. Not only did he use incense to make the Ming-Yang security company's people sign a contract, but he also got his subordinate's girlfriend in a bed. This woman is the girlfriend of Su Xiaobin, the manager of our group's Songjiang office." You're talking nonsense. Lu Jianan was so angry that his face turned green. He didn't expect that his meticulous plan to let Lu Jifei take over would be ruined by his good sister in the end. Lu Jianan knew that he certainly couldn't be weak at this time. As long as he was weak, it was equivalent to admitting that he was deceiving his grandfather. This was something that his grandfather would never tolerate. A load of nonsense? Lu Huamei raised her eyebrows noncommittally. This recording was sent to me by Su Xiaobin himself. So what? Even if the person in this recording is really Lu Jifei, it only shows that his private life is chaotic. What does this have to do with personal ability? No one is perfect. It is normal for capable people to be a little arrogant. Lu Jifei said, "Moreover, the man and woman in this recording are obviously willing. Look at how shameless that woman is. How can you believe Su Xiaobin's one-sided words for this kind of thing?" He was cuckolded, so naturally he was unhappy. It is normal for him to say some slanderous words about Lu Jifei. Jianan, is this Lu Jifei really a capable person? Lu Jianyin sighed. Now that things were clear, his grandson was still denying it. Even if this incident had nothing to do with Lu Jianan and was caused by Lu Jifei, Lu Jianan was still so protective of him. He wanted to put him in an important position in the group and said that he was a capable person. I don't know about his private life, and I don't need to know about it. We're a large group. What we value is an individual's work ability, not his private life after work. This is something that even the law protects. Is it necessary for us to delve into it? Lu Jianan said with conviction, "Grandpa, I only know that he was the one who negotiated this contract, and it is very beneficial to the company. That's why I feel that he is a talent and strongly recommend him to take on a more important position. This is also for the sake of the company. If that's the case, then I might as well tell you that this contract was also negotiated using the same method." Lu Huamei stared at Lu Jianan coldly. This kind of person actually made his own selfish desires sound so righteous. He clearly wanted to plant a trusted aide in the company, but now he was thinking for the company. This big cousin brother, little sister, everything is about evidence. I said before that we can't listen to Su Xiaobin's one-sided words. His girlfriend cheated on him, so it's natural for him to hold a grudge and slander others. It's reasonable. Lu Jianan was not afraid of anything in his heart. Although this matter was exposed, in the end, this was Su Xiaobin's one-sided statement. Where was the evidence? The evidence had long been cleaned up. Lu Liu had already wiped away all the evidence at the scene of the signing of the contract. This was an easy thing for a black-hearted lawyer. That was why Lu Jianan was so fearless. No matter what you say, I just need to say, "Where's the evidence?" and see what you can do. Evidence? Of course, I have evidence. Lu Huamei smiled coldly and looked at her big cousin brother with some pity. He really won't cry until he sees the coffin. Since I dared to challenge him at the board meeting, I naturally have a trump card to win. If it was really a fabricated matter, even if Lu Huamei could use it to attack Lu Jianan, she was too lazy to do it. Lu Jianan's face changed slightly, but then he thought, if there was evidence, Su Xiaobin wouldn't have come to my door so many times to request to change the contract. As long as he threw out the evidence forcefully, he wouldn't be afraid that I wouldn't comply. Therefore, Lu Jianan felt that the so-called evidence was probably as untenable as this recording. At most, it would only cause others to speculate and doubt. Really? Then I'm all ears. Maybe I was really blinded by this Lu Jifei. Lu Jianan's words were said lightly and cleverly, but he left himself a way out and threw away his responsibilities completely. If Lu Huamei really had the so-called key evidence in her hands, then Lu Jianan could completely say that he didn't know what Lu Jifei did at all and was blinded by him. After hearing Lu Jianan's words, The people present secretly scolded him for being shameless and thick-skinned. He avoided the responsibility so easily. If such an irresponsible person wasn't the grandson of the old man Lu Jianyan, he probably wouldn't be able to sit in the position of vice president in his lifetime. Many elites present sighed secretly. It's really 10 years of coal nights. It's not as good as having a good grandfather. Even Lu Huamei couldn't help but curl her lips in disdain. This Lu Jianan is really shameless to a certain level. On the other hand, Lu Jianyan still had a calm expression. No matter how angry he was in his heart, he couldn't show it. If he exposed Lu Jifei's shortcomings in public, unless he wanted to abolish his grandson's position as vice president, it was absolutely impossible to expose him mercilessly. That would be equivalent to completely ruining his reputation. He could scold him, but he couldn't lose his prestige in front of everyone unless it was absolutely necessary. He sighed. Is this the future successor of my Jiangyan group? Can he bring the entire Jiangyan group to its end? This is an appraisal report from an authoritative organization. I believe that with everyone's intelligence and wisdom, it won't be difficult to understand what it means, Lu Huamei said. I have already made a few copies of this appraisal report. I will pass them to everyone now. Everyone, please exchange them with each other. Lu Huamei raised her hand as she spoke. The secretary in charge of the meeting walked over and helped Lu Huamei distribute the copies of the appraisal report. Lu Jianan's face was ashen. He pretended to be indifferent as he took a copy of the appraisal report and read it. Apart from the Lu family's children, the people present were all elites in the business world. Otherwise, they wouldn't be qualified to attend the meeting. Although many non-board members didn't have the right to speak, they had the right to attend. This was also a measure proposed by the Lu family to show the fairness of the board. It was approved by many middle-level elites in the company, making them feel that it was an extremely honorable thing to be qualified to attend the meeting. This proposal was proposed by Lu Huamei. In order to motivate the employees, the family took out a small amount of mobile shares as bonus rewards to these middle-level elites. This also greatly motivated these people to a large extent. However, Lu Hua and Lu Jianan were initially resolutely opposed to Lu Huamei's measure. After all, the board meeting was an internal matter of the family. Why should outsiders listen in? What if some confidential information was revealed? However, this measure was quickly implemented under Lu Jianyan's insistence. Lu Jianan's face became more and more gloomy as he read the contents of the report. He never dreamed that the people of the Mingyang Security Company would be so creative. They didn't play by the rules and actually made a big fuss about the fingerprints on the contract. He believed that even the meticulous Lu Luyo probably didn't think of this. This was indeed an oversight. The people present were not stupid. There was no reason for them not to understand something that even Lu Jianan could understand. Moreover, Lu Huamei had already described Lu Jifei's criminal methods in detail. Therefore, it was not difficult to see the problem that the appraisal report pointed to at this time. Could it be that there really is a hidden story in this matter? Lu Jianan quickly spoke first, just as the old man Lu Jianyan was about to speak. He had to continue paving the way for himself. Otherwise, he was afraid that he would fall into the hands of his little sister this time. Now that I've read this report, it can be determined that Lu Jifei is very suspicious. I'm a person who speaks my mind and will not be partial to anyone. Although I am very optimistic about Lu Jifei, he has done something wrong, so he must be punished. Lu Jianan said shamelessly. However, this whole thing is very likely to be a trap set by Su Xiaobin in order to retaliate against Lu Jifei. Although this appraisal report seems to be authoritative, everyone also understands how advanced the current counterfeiting technology has become. Even the Emperor's Jade Seal, an imperial edict from hundreds of years ago, could be forged. Can't this faulty contract paper be faulty? Although this fingerprint seems to be difficult to erase, I know that there's a laser method that can erase the traces left by some fingerprints under a microscope. So, this shouldn't be difficult, right? Chapter 1465. Lu Zhenan's words seemed to be selfless and impartial, but in fact, he was excusing Lu Jifei. He meant that even if you have this evidence, it doesn't prove anything. The current counterfeiting technology is so advanced. Isn't it easy to counterfeit? Moreover, your previous recording also proved that there was a big irreconcilable contradiction between Lu Jifei and Su Xiaobin. So, the whole thing became that Su Xiaobin hated Lu Jifei. I believe that any man would have similar thoughts if it were Lu Jifei. In other words, everything Su Xiaobin did was to retaliate against Lu Jifei. Then, is this so-called evidence still credible? Everyone present sighed in their hearts. When it came to shamelessness, Lu Huamei really couldn't compare to Lu Zhenan. Lu Huamei had made things difficult for Lu Zhenan several times during the board meeting, but Lu Zhenan had always casually shirked the responsibility away from him. It was the same this time. Lu Zhenan said that a firm report with conclusive evidence was forged. However, there was really such a possibility. This was Lu Zhenan's cunning. In this way, even if everyone was suspicious in their hearts, they couldn't do anything to Lu Zhenan. However, did Lu Zhenan really avert danger every time? It seems so on the surface. However, from Lu Jiangyan's point of view, every time Lu Zhenan averted danger, it would greatly decrease his score in his mind. It was just that Lu Jiangyan hadn't really made up his mind to abolish all the power in his grandson's hands. He wouldn't say anything. Once he said something, it meant that the matter had reached an irreversible point. Although Lu Jiangyan seemed to be a Democrat on the surface and was still very accepting of the collective opinions of the family members, this was not the case. Lu Jiangyan was the kind of totalitarian in his bones. This was the characteristic of most entrepreneurs who had experienced the early stages of entrepreneurship and walked to glory. If they really wanted to do something, no matter what others said, they wouldn't change it. Just like Lu Huamei entering the Jiangyan group and taking on an important position, wasn't it also because of the old man's strong intervention that she was able to take up the position? According to Big Brother, this Su Xiaobin really has the motive and possibility of counterfeiting. Lu Huamei didn't show much anger after hearing it. She just smiled indifferently, tacitly agreeing with Lu Zhenan's words. Yeah, that's true. Lu Zhenan was slightly stunned. He didn't understand why Lu Huamei suddenly gave up on attacking him. Could it be that she also knew that this move wouldn't do anything to him? However, Lu Zhenan didn't know that Lu Huamei had already guessed that he would say this. She had even mentioned it to Su Xiaobin, Jing Xiaolu, and the others in advance. Unfortunately, Jing Xiaolu already had a countermeasure and told Lu Huamei about it. That was why Lu Huamei was so calm. She didn't even care about the so-called fraud that Lu Zhenan mentioned. Then, Big Brother, do you have the motive and possibility of fraud? Me? Lu Zhenan was confused by Lu Huamei's question. He was baffled. Why would I lie? What motives and possibilities did I have? Little sister, are you kidding me? All right, since Big Brother has no possibility of falsification, then unfortunately, Su Xiaobin also has no possibility of falsification. Lu Huamei smiled slightly and looked at Lu Zhenan as if he was a prey that had fallen into a hunter's trap. What do you mean by this? Lu Zhenan vaguely felt that something was wrong, but he couldn't figure out what the problem was at that moment. Looking at Lu Huamei, who was suddenly full of confidence for some reason, Lu Zhenan felt guilty. It was as if the other party had stepped on his tail. Since Su Xiaobin's fingerprints are not on the contract in the hands of the Mingyang Security Company, then his fingerprints are also not on the contract in your hands. It doesn't even have the fingerprints of the other party's general manager, Bao Songli. Lu Huamei looked into Lu Zhenan's eyes. Her words pierced his soul. I don't think you're that bored, Big Brother. You wouldn't use some advanced laser technology to erase the fingerprints on the contract in your hand, right? Lu Zhenan's eyes showed a horrified expression. His chest heaved up and down as if he had received a huge stimulus. He stared at Lu Huamei. This is impossible, impossible. You can verify it. Speaking up to this point, even his own confidence was somewhat lacking. Lu Jianan knew that since Lu Huamei dared to raise the issue in front of so many people, it meant that she had the confidence to win. Therefore, Lu Jianan immediately withered on the spot. I know, it must be that bastard Lu Jifei who lied to me. He lied to me. I trusted him so much in vain. Lu Huamei glanced disdainfully at her elder brother, who kept defending and denying what he had done. She was too lazy to expose him. If that's the case, there's nothing to dispute about this matter. I suggest that our group should send someone to renegotiate the contract with the Mingyang Security Company and give them the necessary compensation. Yes, you must send someone again. Lu Jianan's chest heaved up and down. His eyes were full of hatred. However, he didn't hate Lu Jifei or himself, but Lu Huamei. If it wasn't for Lu Huamei, how could I be so embarrassed? Lu Jianan never reflected on his own mistakes. Instead, he threw all the responsibilities onto others. This time, our company has already let down the Mingyang Security Company. Therefore, we must send someone with a position in the group to make the Mingyang Security Company feel valued. Since this matter was handled by Little Sister, I suggest that Little Sister will be fully responsible for the affairs of the newly established company in Songjiang in the future. Lu Jianan finished speaking his thoughts in one breath. Then, he panted heavily and looked at Lu Huamei resentfully. Stupid bitch, since you ruined my plan, then fine. You are so selfless. I will let you be responsible for this matter. Wait until you leave the core power of the Jiangyan Group. See how I will deal with you. Everyone present, including the CEO Lu Hua, didn't dare to make a sound. At this moment, they all held their breaths. Lu Jianan was obviously in a state of madness now. They didn't know what kind of decision the old man, Lu Jiangyan, would make. Lu Hua was a little annoyed with his son. He really couldn't keep his cool. Who can you hide your little tricks from? You keep pushing and denying, and you still want to trick Lu Huamei in the end. Do you really think that Lu Jiangyan is an old fool? Everyone was waiting for Lu Jiangyan to speak, but Lu Jiangyan's expression was still as usual. It was as if Lu Jianan's words didn't affect him at all. He was still so indifferent. Lu Jiangyan had long been used to not showing his emotions on his face. He didn't show anything on the surface, but he was struggling in his heart. This grandson really disappoints me. He has been in the company for the longest time and has the highest position, but the things he does are similar to a child. Who can be fooled by this kind of nonsense? Lu Jiangyan had already made a decision in his heart. This is the last time. My dear grandson, I will give you one last chance. Let's see if you can grasp it. Lu Huamei, concurrently serving as the general manager of the newly established Songjiang branch. She will be stationed in Songjiang and will be fully responsible for handling the cooperation between the branch and the Mingyang Security Company. Old man Lu Jiangyan opened his mouth and made a decision that surprised everyone. Lu Jianan, concurrently serving as the deputy director of the group's finance department. He will be responsible for the daily operations of the finance department and will report to Lu Huamei regularly. Chapter 1466. Wow! Everyone was in an uproar. No one had expected that the outcome of this matter would actually be like this. Previously, everyone had basically expected that Lu Jianan would definitely be dealt with this time. Old Master Lu Jiangyan, who had always supported Lu Huamei, would definitely take advantage of the situation to promote Lu Huamei further. However, the result was that Lu Jianan's position as the vice president was not affected at all. Instead, he was promoted and concurrently held the position of the deputy director of the finance department. Although Lu Huamei also held the position of the general manager of the Songjiang branch, she was actually demoted. Although she was still the director of the finance department, she was not in the group and was sent out. As a result, the operation of the entire finance department fell into Lu Jianan's hands. Although Lu Jianan was the deputy director, he was actually performing the duties of the director. He only needed to report to Lu Huamei regularly. However, wasn't this report simple? It was just a few words. It was simply too easy to hide his matter from Lu Huamei, who was far away in Songjiang. Lu Jianan even thought that there was something wrong with his ears. He He looked at his grandfather in disbelief. Is this true? Is this really true? Not only was I not punished, but I was promoted instead? And my little sister, who was supported by the old master, was actually demoted? Could it be that grandfather had already made up his mind to let me take over? That's why he ignored what I did. Even just now, anyone with a discerning eye could see that I condoned Lu Jifei to do such a thing. Grandfather only scolded me a few times at the beginning. After that, he didn't ask anymore and directly promoted me. Originally, Yang Ming wanted to arrange for Lu Jifei to be the deputy director of finance, so that the finance department would have its own people. But now that Lu Jifei had caused so many troubles, it was definitely impossible to entrust him with such a heavy responsibility. But this deputy director position did not fall into the pocket of others. Yang Ming was stunned. A smug smile appeared at the corner of his mouth as he looked at Lu Huamei. You bitch, didn't you deliberately want to take me down? This is great. You got yourself into trouble. You are willing to be a good person who helps others when you see injustice. Since you are so dedicated to the good of the company, then the matter of negotiating with the Song Jiangming Yang Company will be handed over to you. And you don't have to come back. Just be the general manager of the branch there for the rest of your life. Grandpa, Lu Huamei also thought that there was something wrong with her ears. Why would Grandpa make such a muddle-headed decision? From the looks of it, Grandpa didn't seem to be a dotard. Then what was his intention for doing this? Not only did he not hold Lu Jianan accountable, but he also asked him to deal with Song Jiang's matters. To be honest, Lu Huamei did not feel conflicted about dealing with Song Jiang's matter. On the contrary, she would be very proactive in dealing with this matter. After all, if this matter was not dealt with properly, it would have a great impact on the Jiangyan Group's reputation. Lu Huamei felt more confident if she could do it herself. However, Grandpa's words made her stay in Song Jiang forever. Although she still retained the position of Chief Financial Officer, anyone could see that the title of Chief Financial Officer was a name only. It was impossible to expect Lu Jianan to listen to her remote command. You have stayed in the group for a long time. It might not be a bad thing to train at the grassroots level. Lu Jiangyan didn't give Lu Huamei a chance to explain and directly made the final decision. Lu Huamei sighed slightly in her heart, but couldn't say anything else. The board meeting ended just like that. Some people didn't understand, while others were gloating. Lu Jianan strode out of the conference room in high spirits. From today onwards, his power in this group would be unparalleled. Lu Hua was frowning at this moment. He couldn't see through the old man's intention for doing this. Why did he suddenly start to suppress Lu Huamei, who had always supported him, and entrust Lu Jianan with such an important task? What did this mean? Was the old man preparing to appoint a successor? No matter how Lu Hua looked at it, he didn't think that his eldest son had the potential to be a successor. However, the facts were right in front of him, so he had to believe it. Lu Huamei, who had always been favored, suddenly fell out of favor, and his eldest son, Lu Jianan, was actually promoted after doing so many perverse things. Was the old man really muddle-headed? Lu Hua's heart trembled when he thought of this possibility. Was there something wrong with the old man's body? Did he know that he didn't have much time left, so he started a plan for his funeral? Lu Hua suddenly felt that it was very possible when he thought of this. Otherwise, the old man's attitude wouldn't be so abnormal. However, no matter what, this was a good thing. As long as his eldest son was chosen as the successor, he would definitely not let him go. He would definitely take over the position of chairman smoothly. It was just that a part of the shares might be allocated to his eldest son, but that didn't matter. The Jiangyan Group will be controlled by the third branch in the future. In Lu Jiangyan's office, Lu Huamei looked at her grandfather stubbornly. She didn't speak, but anyone could see the grievance in her beautiful eyes. What's wrong, my little princess? Are you angry with Grandpa? At this moment, Lu Jiangyan no longer had the aura he had during the board meeting. He gave people the feeling that he was a completely kind old man. Grandpa, you also know what kind of person my eldest brother is. I'm afraid that Grandpa's years of hard work will be ruined by him if the group is handed over to him. Although Lu Huamei didn't show too much anger, the resentment in her heart was quite a lot. If she didn't know that her grandfather was very sober now, she would have scolded him for being muddle-headed. Hee hee. Then do you think that Grandpa is muddle-headed? Lu Jianyan smiled slightly. His deep love for Lu Huamei was fully displayed in his eyes. No way. Lu Huamei's cheeks reddened slightly. She was a little uncomfortable with her thoughts being exposed. Grandpa, I also play a role in supervising my eldest brother in the company. Now that I'm in Songjiang, then, hee hee, I just want to give your eldest brother a chance. Lu Jianyan didn't hide his thoughts from Lu Huamei. This is also his only chance, the last chance. Grandpa, you mean? Lu Huamei exclaimed softly. Her eyes suddenly lit up. She understood what her grandfather wanted to do. That's right. Lu Jianyan nodded. Without your supervision, I will put the power of the group in his hands. If he is willing to change, then there will be a place for him in the Jianyan group in the future. If not, then he can take his shares and be a good-for-nothing young master. The dividends will be enough for him to spend for the rest of his life. Lu Huamei listened to her grandfather's explanation and sighed in relief. It seemed that her grandfather had made up his mind through this incident. However, there was no need to mention the loophole in the accounts that she had decided to mention to the board of directors because the finance department had already become Lu Jinan's world. There was no need for her to mention it. Are you relieved now? Lu Jianyan sighed. Huamei, I think highly of you, but you are the one who I don't want to participate in this family dispute the most. How I wish that you were still the little girl who only knew how to act spoiled in front of me a few years ago. Find a good man in the future, marry him, and give Grandpa a great-grandson. Grandpa, I won't marry. I will always be with you. Lu Huamei's face suddenly blushed like a cooked shrimp. Girls have to marry in the end, Lu Jianyan sighed. His heart was full of contradictions. Don't blame your eldest brother. In his opinion, you are a girl who will always belong to someone else's family. That's why he doesn't want the family business to become your dowry. However, your two brothers are really useless now. If such a big group was handed over to them, I'm afraid. Lu Jianyan didn't continue, but the meaning was obvious. Chapter 1467. However, they're my children and grandchildren after all. I still have to give them some shares, Lu Jianyan said. No matter what, the person at the helm of this company is still you. You won't blame Grandpa for being biased, right? Why would I? Lu Huamei shook her head. Actually, it doesn't matter if it's shares or not. I'm a girl. Why would I need so much money? I just need to buy flowers. I really don't want to see such a glorious Jiangyan group go down the drain. This time, you can go to Songjiang as a vacation. It's been hard on you. You've buried yourself in work and refused to rest for a moment. Lu Jianyan said, it's best if you can bring back a little boyfriend for Grandpa. Grandpa, what are you talking about? Lu Huamei was embarrassed in Lu Jinan's office. Lu Jinan looked at Lu Jifei apologetically. This was his absolute confidant. Not to mention, this Lu Jifei was really capable of flattering others. In just a few days, he went from an ordinary collateral descendant of the Lu family to Lu Jinan's absolute confidant. Of course, although Lu Jinan was a bit of an idiot, he couldn't deny Lu Jifei's flattering face. Brother Nan, you don't have to worry about me. Today is a happy day. Although Lu Jifei regretted that he couldn't become the chief financial officer and couldn't make things difficult for Jing Xiaolu, he looked very happy on the surface. Congratulations, Brother Nan. The finance department will be your world in the future. No one in this group can stop Brother Nan's footsteps anymore. That's true. Lu Jinan thought that he was actually the deputy director of the finance department, and the corners of his mouth were about to fall off. However, I really have to wrong you. I really don't know what happened to the old man today. He actually let that little bitch Lu Huamei out. This is really a joyous event. Yeah, this is the biggest happy thing. In the future, without her around Brother Nan can cover the sky with one hand in the group. Lu Jifei smiled and said flatteringly. However, there's a trace of suspense in this matter. Why does the old man suddenly want to support me? After Lu Jinan laughed, he also had some doubts. He was not a fool. How could he not notice the old man's abnormality today? Of course it's abnormal, Lu Jifei said with a smile. Brother Nan, I think from the old man's reaction now, he wants to train you as the successor of the group. Oh, what do you mean? Lu Jianan's heart was excited. Is it true? Of course. Otherwise, he wouldn't let you be the deputy director of the finance department. And Lu Huame not only not to mess with Brother Nan, but also let herself be let out of the company. Lu Jifei said, "We can already see the old man's thoughts. That is, the successor has been determined. No matter what Brother Nan does, you are already the successor in the old man's eyes. Even if you overdo it, it is no longer a shortcoming. After all, it is normal for the superior to be strong." That makes sense. Lu Jianan's expression became increasingly proud. As for Lu Huame's apparent promotion, it's even easier to explain. Lu Jifei said, "It's not good for the old man to take her position directly. After all, what she did was for the benefit of the company, not just for you, Brother Nan. So, even if the old man wanted to touch her, there was no reason for it. But in order to make way for your promotion, she must be removed as an obstacle. So today, she was let out of the company. Jifei, I realize that you really have the talent to be a doghead strategist." Lu Jianan patted Lu Jifei's shoulder as if he was a confidant. I think that even if Lu Huame and Brother Nan didn't fight over this matter today, the old man would find another reason to let Lu Huame out of the company and entrust you with an important task. Lu Jifei continued to analyze, and today it just so happens that there is such a good opportunity. Maybe the old man will praise Brother Nan behind his back that you are a person who can create opportunities. Jifei, I have decided. In the future, you will be my strategist and follow me. Although you don't have a specific position in the company, I will personally give you a salary of 50,000 yuan a month. If you do well, I will give you more rewards. Lu Jianan was looking at Lu Jifei more and more pleasing to the eye now. It would be wonderful to have such a follower by his side. Thank you, Brother Nan. Lu Jifei quickly agreed after hearing it. 50,000 yuan a month. He would only be a strategist, and his company would not be affected at all. It was simply free money. Moreover, there were rewards. If I get promoted in the future, don't worry. You will be the biggest contributor. At that time, the vice president position will be yours. Lu Jianan said boldly. Then, thank you, Brother Nan. How could Lu Jifei not know the benefits of following Lu Jianan? In the future, he would be like a close official by the crown prince's side. When the crown prince ascended the throne, he would be under one and above all. Lu Huame is still too easy for her. It's best if she can never rise again. People were always greedy. Previously, Lu Jianan was still happy that Lu Huame had been captured by outsiders. However, in the blink of an eye, he felt that it was better to kill Lu Huame. Otherwise, she would always be an enemy of his. She would be a huge threat if the old man made a mistake one day and allowed her to make a comeback. Brother Nan, don't worry. I still have a backup plan. I guarantee that Lu Huame will die. Lu Jifei had planned a backup plan to deal with Jing Xiaolu. Similarly, this plan could also be used on Lu Huame. Lu Jifei's plan was for Jing Xiaolu and Su Xiaobin to die together. At this time, Lu Huame would be involved, so she would be included. Oh, Lu Jianan showed an interested expression. You have a good way to make her unable to rise again. Of course. Lu Jifei sneered and whispered in Lu Jianan's ear. When the time comes, we will do this. I'm not afraid that Lu Huame will not be finished. Is there any movement from the Lancer family? Yang Ming held Wang Xiaoyan leisurely and sat in the courtyard of the butterfly castle. Wang Songzhan, who was opposite him, was also eating fruits leisurely. No one would have thought that the butterfly family, who was still in crisis a few days ago, would become so relaxed. Fang Tian and Wang Ruoshui were training old Buffon and Mrs. Buffon in the courtyard. However, the two old guys didn't feel that it was hard at all. It was a great honor to be able to be taught by the founder and the founder's wife. No, I don't think Thomas will give up on good easily. After all, he is his biological grandson, said Wang Songzhan. Just like how I refused to marry Yin Yin to good. Yang Ming nodded. It seems that we didn't pressure the Lancer family enough. We should ask old Buffon to give them some warning. No need. I will leave in a while and go to the Lancer family personally to take Good's head. A trace of hatred flashed across Wang Songshan's mouth when he said this name. I will definitely make Good pay the price in blood for the humiliation he brought to our butterfly family. Yang Ming smiled slightly. Looking at Wang Songshan's current appearance, he knew how much he hated Good. If he didn't know the Buffon family, the butterfly family would have fallen into a big crisis now. All of this happened because the butterfly family didn't do anything wrong. If the butterfly family took the initiative to provoke the Lancer family and became enemies with them, then they could only blame themselves for being incompetent. However, it was obvious that Good was the one who started the trouble first. He spouted nonsense and went to the Lancer family for revenge after his proposal failed. Such a person was an out-and-out villain. How could Wang Songshan let him stay? If Good didn't come to pay tribute to the anger in Wang Songshan's heart, how could he wash away the previous shame? If Wang Songshan didn't do anything, even the other families would laugh at Wang Songshan for being incompetent. With such a strong backer like the Buffon family, if he didn't take revenge on his enemy, people would think that Wang Songshan was too incompetent or even doubt whether the Buffon family's backer was real or fake. All right, but there should be masters in the Lancer family. I suggest that Uncle Wang bring a few family disciples along to take care of each other, said Yang Ming. I naturally know this. Don't worry. Wang Songshan nodded. Wait for my good news. Chapter 1468. In the Lancer family, Kevithan, who had just become the patriarch, had no expression of excitement or joy on his face. This was because the Lancer family had suffered the heaviest blow in history. Kevithan's only hope was his cousin Jetson, who had entered Central. However, he sent a distress signal using the special communication method Jetson gave him. However, there was no news after waiting for 3 days. Kevithan was a little desperate. Did his cousin abandon me? Or did he not receive my message at all? Compared to Thomas and Leckroft, Slade was also very anxious. After all, Kevithan was his son. If this family matter could not be resolved satisfactorily, then Kevithan would inevitably become a patriarch who stepped down as soon as he came to power. Does God want to destroy my Lancer family? Kevithan looked at the Lancer family members who were originally high-spirited and arrogant at the family meeting. He couldn't help but tear up and cry. Does anyone have any ideas? Ideas? Leckroft snorted indifferently. Nephew Kevithan, you are now the patriarch of the family. You have the final say in everything. Why are you still asking us if we have any ideas? Kevithan was already filled with grief and indignation. He was immediately angered by Leckroft's words. Third uncle, what do you mean by this? Are you not a member of the Lancer family? Are you willing to watch our family go to destruction? In the beginning, it was you who vowed that you could protect Good and ensure that the family would not suffer losses. That was why we unanimously elected you as the patriarch. Leckroft said calmly. After that, you said that you wanted to give up Good. Well, you're the patriarch. We all listened to you. I also voted in favor of giving up Good. There is already a solution. What else do you want to think about? I think it's better to directly hand over Good's head to the butterfly family. Why didn't Kevithan want to give up Good? However, Thomas obviously disagreed. He couldn't do anything at all. Even though Thomas had stepped down as the patriarch at this moment, the family's cronies had not disappeared with him. It could be said that half of the people in this large Lancer family were directly under Thomas's command. How could Kevithan do anything? Kevithan felt that he was really a coward as the patriarch. He had just taken office and had not yet enjoyed the thrill of it. But these things almost made him have a mental breakdown. Kevithan watched his family's industry turn into bubbles in an instant. He went to visit the family that had close business with the Lancer family before, but they did not even give Kevithan a chance to meet with him. And no matter how Kevithan showed the feelings and friendship between the two families, they were not moved at all. If they offended the Buffon family, who would dare to help? Wouldn't that be inviting trouble for himself? Therefore, in this way, the Lancer family had completely become an ant on a hot pan, without any hope and support. Cousin Jetson, The only one who could bring a technological pillar to the Lancer family was nowhere to be found. This made those in the Lancer family who originally thought that Kevithin was stronger as the patriarch begin to feel restless. Especially Leckroft, he thought that Kevithin was just painting a pie in the sky. In fact, Kevithin didn't have any strength. Cousin Jetson was just an excuse. Now that Kevithin was in power, the cousin still hadn't appeared. This made Leckroft even angrier. He firmly believed that he could be a better patriarch than Kevithin. Kevithin, since you can't protect good and can't bring any benefits to the family, then I think it's better for you to abdicate. Leckroft smiled coldly and stared at Kevithin like a poisonous snake. I think even second brother Thomas is better than you as the patriarch, right? Leckroft had missed the best opportunity to take the position. He had exposed his ambition too early, but he failed to take the position because of Kevithin. Now, it was probably impossible to take the position again. Even if Kevithin abdicated, the one to take the position could only be Thomas. He had no hope. This made Leckroft hate his nephew Kevithin to the bone. If it weren't for him being meddlesome, I'm afraid that the previous person to take the position would be me. Therefore, Leckroft also made up his mind. Since he couldn't take the position, he couldn't let Kevithin have an easy time. The best way was to let Thomas take the position again so that no one could take advantage of it. Thomas was originally the patriarch, and Kevithin just came up halfway. So, be it if you step down. Who said that my cousin can't protect good? Who said that he can't bring benefits to the family? A cold and ethereal voice floated into the Lancer family's conference room. This voice seemed to come from the distant underworld, making people shudder, but it also felt close at hand. Cousin Jetson, is it you? After Kevithin heard this voice, he didn't feel cold like others. Instead, he was suddenly overjoyed and exclaimed, Cousin Jetson, I knew you wouldn't leave me alone. Cousin Kevithin, I remember your care for me in the past. I, Jetson, am duty-bound for anything related to you. A tall figure quietly floated into the conference room. Even the people present didn't know how this person came in. It was just like the legendary leaping onto roofs and vaulting over walls. Cousin Jetson, what kind of kung fu is this? It's so powerful, Kevithin exclaimed, looking at the person in front of him in disbelief. Although the Lancer family was now in a crisis, their defense was also at its tightest. This was because the Lancer family was guarding against the Butterfly family's revenge every minute and every second. Therefore, there were more than 10 disciples guarding the Lancer family, both inside and outside the family. However, such a person had silently appeared in the conference room without any report. This made all the members of the Lancer family present turn pale with fright. This only explained one possibility. When Jetson entered the conference room, he did not arouse the vigilance of any of the guards. They didn't even notice that a person had entered the family. If this person was not Jetson, but an enemy, then the consequences would be unimaginable. Fortunately, he was not. However, this caused absolute fear in Thomas and the others present. Since Jetson could come in, then the people of the Butterfly family who were good at assassination shouldn't be worse than Jetson, right? After receiving your message, I flew here day and night. However, the center is a little far from here. I'm not late, right, Cousin Kevithin? Jetson didn't look at the other members of the Lancer family, but sat in the chair opposite Kevithin. Flew here? Jetson's words, flew here, were obviously understood by everyone as coming by plane. They did an association of other meanings. Of course you're not late. Kevithin said quickly, Cousin Jetson, I am now the current family master of the Lancer family. Our Lancer family has encountered an unprecedented big trouble. I have already told you about it in the message. Can you help me solve it? Trouble? Jetson sneered, but his words were full of contempt and disdain. You call this trouble? As soon as Jetson said this, the audience was in an uproar. Both Leckroft and Thomas secretly thought that this Jetson was too arrogant. Even if you're a member of the Center, it is impossible for you not to know the strength of the Buffon family. How can this not be trouble in your eyes? Why? You don't believe me? Jetson's gaze landed on Thomas and Leckroft, then swept across the faces of the other people in the conference room, and finally fixed on Kevithan. "Of course I believe in my cousin," Kevithan said quickly. He didn't know why, but his cousin was completely different from before when he came back this time. There was an indescribable cold temperament all over his body, making people feel like they had fallen into an ice cellar. Jetson nodded in satisfaction and looked at Thomas, Leckroft, and others. "What about you? Don't you believe in the strength of the center?" Chapter 1469. This, of course not. Thomas and Leckroft were shocked and quickly denied it. What a joke. Who dares to be an enemy of Central, a mysterious organization? Isn't that courting death? Whether you believe it or not has nothing to do with me. I came here completely for Cousin Kevithan's face. Otherwise, how would I know you? Jetson didn't care and said lightly, "No, of course, we believe in Central strength. I believe that after this incident, as long as Central gives us some technological inventions, it will be enough to make our Lancer family stand proudly at the peak of the IT industry." Thomas was the former family master after all, so his words were watertight. His attitude changed all of a sudden. "I already know about this matter, but Central's technology is not something that any of you can touch. Don't even think about it." Jetson waved his hand and directly rejected Thomas's proposal. This, Thomas and Leckroft's faces suddenly showed a disdainful expression. "Since you are here and can't provide us with technological support, why are you still pretending? You are acting like you're very powerful? Then what's the use of you coming here?" Kevithan was also a little guilty at this moment. Is Cousin Jetson not going to help me? But just a moment ago, he even swore that he would support her. Thinking of this, Kevithan asked carefully, "Cousin, you mean?" "Spread the word. Let the daughter of the butterfly family marry good. Then let the Buffon family restore your arms business and give you another 50% of the profits." Jetson said faintly, "If you do all this, I will spare their lives. Otherwise, I will destroy their entire family." Everyone, including Kevithan, opened their mouths wide after hearing Jetson's words at this time. They looked at Jetson as if they were looking at an alien. This guy's so-called help is this? You want to destroy their entire family? Do you have the strength? Although you are from Central, and Central is indeed mysterious, you can't be invincible, right? You know, that is the world's #1 assassin family, the Butterfly family, which is famous for assassination. They are ranked second on the assassin list. The Buffon family is the top existence in the upper-class society. They have hundreds of years of heritage. How can you destroy them just like that? What right do you have? Let's not talk about whether you are an opponent of the Butterfly family. Even if you touch the Butterfly family, it may not be a big deal. However, if you touch the Buffon family, it may cause a backlash from the royal families or rulers of some small countries in Europe, Africa, and so on. Many of those small countries are supported by the Buffon family. If you do this, a world war may break out. I've already agreed to help you. Are you not going to cooperate? Jetson also saw the doubts in everyone's hearts and sneered in his heart. Weak existences. How can you know what it means to be strong? Cousin Jetson, it's not that we don't want to cooperate, but the Butterfly family and the Buffon family are too powerful. If we anger them like this, the consequences will be unimaginable. Kevithan could only speak carefully when he saw that everyone was silent. If this was said by someone else, Jetson would have already been annoyed. However, it was Kevithan who said it, so Jetson did not make any extreme reaction. He just said lightly, "What Butterfly family? What Buffon family? In my eyes, they're just like ants. They are not worth mentioning." Arrogance also requires capital. Are you helping our Lancer family by saying some illusory words like this? I think you want to harm our Lancer family, right? Leckroft couldn't bear it any longer. He had long found Kevithan unpleasing to the eye. Just a moment ago, he was plotting to get Kevithan off the stage. But now, a crazy guy appeared. His mouth was full of bullshit. He was simply an egomaniac. This made Leckroft extremely unhappy. Capital? Jetson sneered. He slowly stretched out his hand and slammed it on the conference table in front of him, making a loud bang sound. Jetson's sudden move shocked everyone in the conference room, especially Leckroft. He was already so angry that his heart was beating faster. As a result, he was shocked by this loud sound, and his heart almost fell out. Slamming the table? This is your strength? Leckroft's face was red with anger. He sneered mockingly. Who doesn't know how to slap the table? Does a little strength mean you have strength? I think you got. Leckroft's words were stuck abruptly before he finished speaking. It wasn't that someone had stopped him, but the scene in front of him made him dumbfounded. It was because the conference table in front of him was cracking at a speed visible to the naked eye. The large marble conference table suddenly turned into small pieces, smashed into pieces, and piled up on the ground. A conference table made of the strongest marble had turned into a large pile of rubble in the blink of an eye. Everyone present looked at the pile of rubble, dumbfounded. This marble table actually turned into a pile of broken stones under Jetson's palm? How is this possible? Is this still within the scope of human strength? Even if it was hit with a sledgehammer, this solid marble wouldn't become like this, right? Oomph. Jetson sneered again. He pulled down the copper wall lamp beside him, allowing the sparks from the wires to pass through his body. He was not affected at all. He tore off the wires, pinched the copper wall lamp in his hand, and pressed it hard. The entire copper wall lamp turned into a copper lump. Leckroft's eyes changed from the initial disdain and contempt to horror and awe. How did this guy do it? Is he a human? Not only is he extremely strong, but it seems that the electric current can't cause any harm to him. Cousin Jetson, how did you do it? In the end, Kevithan was more familiar with Jetson. Kevithan spoke first in front of everyone's shocked eyes. Jetson laughed arrogantly, stood up, and looked at the people of the Lancer family with contempt. How did I do it? Central's ability is far beyond the imagination of you secular people. But since you asked, I can tell you. In the eyes of ordinary people like you, in your own words, you can call me the Terminator. Wow, the Terminator. Kevithan never thought that his cousin Jetson, who was once at the end of his life, would actually become a Terminator that only appeared in movies today. What kind of terrifying existence was at the center of this place? Not to mention the Butterfly family and the Buffon family. Even if there were 8 or 10 of them, I could destroy them with a snap of my fingers. Jetson said coldly and proudly, Cousin Kevithan, if it weren't for our deep friendship, I definitely wouldn't have come out this time. Do you know how much I paid to get Dr. Benjamin to agree to come out of Central this time? Strength was greater than everything. Previously, all the people of the Lancer family who were dissatisfied with Jetson now only had worship in their eyes. It was the worship of the strong, because they all knew that with the terrifying strength that Jetson had shown, not to mention the Butterfly family and the Buffon family, even if there were 10 more of them, they would probably not be his opponent. Moreover, the most important thing was his identity. He was someone from the Central. Since a random person from the Central had such terrifying skills, then what about the other people in the Central? Going against Jetson was equivalent to going against Central. When a few people with the same strength as Jetson came out of Central, then who could compete with them? Cousin Jetson, I'm sorry. I even doubted you before. I'm very ashamed. Kevithan said sincerely. He didn't hide anything at all because his previous suspicious look must have been noticed by Jetson. If he lied again, it would be somewhat inappropriate. It doesn't matter. You and I are brothers. Don't say this. Don't worry. I will make you the most accomplished and brilliant family master in the history of the Lancer family. Jetson said bluntly. However, no one would doubt that Jetson was boasting. After seeing Jetson's strength with their own eyes, these people all understood that Jetson really had that strength. Chapter 1470. Jetson's arrival was like a shot of adrenaline to the Lancer family, who had already fallen into a crisis. It raised the depressed morale to a considerable height. The members of the Lancer family instantly became arrogant. Kevithan's position as the family master had also become indestructible after Jetson showed his extraordinary skills. Before this, Leckroft was still trying to pull Kevithan down, but now he couldn't wait for Kevithan to always be the Lancer family's family master. In the face of absolute strength, personal gains and losses had become less important. As long as the whole family rose, even if he was only an elder of the family, he would be able to show off in front of outsiders. He would not be worse than the previous Lancer family master, or even stronger. This was the benefit of having a family backer. As long as there was Jetson, a backer from Central, it would be difficult for the Lancer family not to rise. It's just an assassin family. What is it? You actually dared to provoke people from Central. There is no need for more. One Jetson is enough to destroy your entire family. At this moment, Thomas was truly willing to give up the family master's position. Before this, he even fantasized about waiting for Kevithan to reveal his incompetence and replace him and restore his position as the family master. But now it was no longer necessary, because the Lancer family could only reach unprecedented glory under Kevithan's leadership. No matter who the family master was, they would not have Kevithan's advantage. Jetson's help this time was only because of his personal relationship with Kevithan, not against the Lancer family. Therefore, if they wanted to maintain a relationship with Jetson and even Central, then Kevithan must be the one to step forward. The position of the family master must belong to Kevithan. That night, Kevithan said in a high-profile manner, "The Butterfly family and the Buffon family are too much, but my Lancer family is not easy to bully. Don't think that you are so powerful. In the eyes of my Lancer family, you are actually nothing. You still want Good's life? That's a big joke. Now I will give you a means of atonement." The daughter of the Butterfly family's family master, Wang Songshan, still has to marry Good. You will also have to personally arrange a banquet in front of the celebrities of the entire European upper-class society to apologize to my Lancer family. This matter will be forgiven. As for the Buffon family, this is a grudge between us and the Butterfly family. Why are you involved? Fine, since you want to participate, then you have to pay the price. As long as you restore the Lancer family's qualifications as an arms dealer, increase the supply, and give us 50% of the profits, we will let bygones be bygones. We will still be partners. How arrogant! This was simply unbridled arrogance. The Lancer family's tough stance made all the big families in the upper class have an inexplicable feeling. Is the Lancer family crazy? Was this still the same cowardly family that had been in dire straits a few days ago? Why did he suddenly become so strong? He actually dared to go against two great families at once, and one of them was a mysterious and terrifying assassin family. The other family was the Buffon family, one of the top families in the upper-class society. One must know that the Buffon family was not someone he could easily offend. Are they going to start a world war? The Lancer family's arrogance did not stop there. The former partners of the Lancer family had all drawn a clear line with them after the Lancer family's incident. At this time, the Lancer family was counting on them. Teams of men in black rushed out of the Lancer family and rushed to the companies and shops of the ungrateful partners. Without saying anything, they began to beat and smash. How could these families be the Lancer family's opponents? These men in black were obviously the Lancer family's trump card. They were private guards that had been secretly cultivated over the years. Each of them had extraordinary skills. They beat up the small families that had refused to interact with the Lancer family due to pressure, but they could do nothing about it. The fist was the absolute truth. Although they had previously been pressured by the Buffon family to cut off contact with the Lancer family and did not dare to help when the Lancer family asked for help, they could not afford to offend the Lancer family either. The Lancer family's madness made them complain incessantly. The Lancer family was obviously establishing their power now. Didn't you betray me? Then you will be punished unnecessarily. Kevithan sat in the Lancer family's conference room in high spirits, commanding the family's secret forces. He issued orders one by one. He felt like a general on the battlefield and had a sense of accomplishment. This family's secret forces had not been used since they were trained. They planned to use them only when the family encountered a major crisis. This was the family's only trump card and the most powerful hidden force. If it was not necessary, the Lancer family would not expose this force at all. This was a force that Thomas's uncle, and father had not used before. However, there was no need to hide it now, because the Lancer family had a stronger backer at this moment. This private guard was not worth mentioning in front of the powerful Jetson. That was why Kevithan sent this secret force. No one in the family objected. They all knew how powerful Jetson was, so why would they care about this? Kevithan was very proud when he thought that he was the first family master to use the hidden force. This is just a small lesson for you, the partners who have turned against me, so that you can be more alert in the future and recognize who you really can't afford to offend. The sudden strength of the Lancer family made everyone more and more puzzled. Not only were they strong, but they also taught the previously timid partners a lesson. Is this Lancer family on steroids? Or they know that they're not far from being finished, so they're starting to fight back? Therefore, many people were watching the development of the situation. They did not help the Lancer family cheer for them, nor did they help the Buffon family and the Butterfly family to beat the Lancer family when they were down. Instead, they had an indifferent attitude. However, most people were already certain in their hearts that this Lancer family was just the last madness. After the madness, they would eventually be finished. But even if it was the last madness, these people did not dare to provoke the Lancer family. Can you lower yourself to the level of a mad dog? This guy was now clearly attacking whoever he saw. Who would be willing to be the first bird to stand out for the Lancer family's crazy revenge at this time? However, there were also some people who began to intentionally or unintentionally side with the Lancer family. Even if they did not publicly express their support for the Lancer family, they secretly began to wave the flag and cheer. This was because they felt that the Lancer family was not a stupid family. It was possible for the previous family master, Thomas, to fight blindly to the end. However, the new family master, Kevithan, had only been in office for a few days. He had not even warmed up his seat yet, but he had already fought with the Buffon family and the Butterfly family. Wasn't that crazy? So, since the Lancer family dared to do this, they must have something to rely on. Maybe they had already found a bigger backer, just like how the Butterfly family relied on the Buffon family. Otherwise, unless the entire Lancer family was crazy and did not want to live anymore. However, whether they believed it or not, almost everyone knew that something big was going to happen. Because regardless of whether the Lancer family had found a big backer or not, there would eventually be a big storm in this calm, upper-class society. There was no way to stop this big storm. Several big families were involved in this. All of them were above the local law. Even the small countries where they were located were established with their support. Therefore, if a war really broke out, those small countries might also participate, and it would become a chaotic war. The Butterfly family had naturally received this news. Hearing the extremely arrogant words from the Lancer family, Wang Songzhan was so angry that he slapped the coffee table. However, this slap was much weaker than Jetson's. The coffee table did not shatter, but only shook slightly. Lancer family, are you out of your mind? Wang Songzhan said bitterly. He looked at the person in front of him and waved his hand. You can leave first. Yes, family master. How could the Butterfly family's disciple dare to provoke Wang Songzhan at this moment? After sending the message, he quickly left. Chapter 1471. It seems that I have to go to the Lancer family in person. Originally, I wanted to give them a few days of buffer time. I didn't expect that the Lancer family would take advantage of my lack of action in the past few days. Wang Songzhan told Yang Ming, Old Buffon, and the others about the information from his family's intelligence department. Wait, Yang Ming waved his hand and stopped him. Isn't this a bit unusual? It's a bit strange. Old Buffon also nodded. This guy was a wise old man. Master, I also think that there must be something wrong when things happen. This Lancer family must have eaten a leopard's guts to dare to challenge our two families together. Isn't he afraid of our joint revenge? Wang Songshan's angry heart suddenly calmed down after hearing what Yang Ming and Old Buffon said. He frowned and said with conviction, Yes, the Lancer family only has a conflict with our butterfly family. As for the conflict with the Buffon family, it is derived from the conflict between us. As long as the conflict between us is resolved, the conflict with the Buffon family will naturally be resolved. Therefore, it is unimaginable that they would attack both families at once. Why would the Lancer family do this? Could they be bluffing? Wang Ruoxue suddenly asked. Now, the Lancer family is obviously at a disadvantage. There is no room for them to turn things around. It's fine if we take Good's life, but the Buffon family has cut off the Lancer family's only source of income. As a result, the Lancer family has no way to survive. Can they be the last crazy one? Pretending to be very confident and then let us take the initiative to stop? That's a possibility. Wang Songzhan nodded after listening to Wang Ruoxue's words. Ruoxue's explanation is reasonable and more in line with the current situation. Old Buffon, do you have any news on your side? Yang Ming was also confused by the Lancer family and couldn't figure out the other party's true intentions. From the preliminary investigation, the Lancer family has not made any agreements or contacts with any other big family during this time. I'm not sure if they have really found a backer, but it seems that there is no evidence to prove this at present. Old Buffon said, "We still need the Buffon family's intelligence department to continue to inquire for further information. In that case, I think the Lancer family is most likely going crazy for the last time. Either they succeed or they die trying, so we don't have to be afraid of them." Wang Songzhan said, "Originally, I wanted to let them go, but now it seems that I should personally go and find trouble with them. That saves me the trouble of making excuses. Uncle Wang, I think it's better to wait." However, Yang Ming spoke up to stop him. "I keep feeling that there is something unusual about this matter. It would be fine if Thomas was the head of the family. After all, Good is his biological grandson. It is possible that he is unwilling to hand Good over and wants to resist us to the end. It is possible that he will go crazy for the last time. But the key issue was that the current family master was Kevithan, not Thomas. He has just taken office as the family master and has not yet enjoyed any substantial benefits from the position of the family master. Isn't there something wrong with him raising the flag to resist us for Thomas's grandson? Yang Ming, although what you said makes sense, it may not be right. I think you're still too cautious." Wang Songzhan waved his hand indifferently. "There is nothing wrong with being careful." Yang Ming said, "Some things are better to be careful than careless." "You don't seem like a young man's character." Wang Songzhan disagreed. "I have decided to leave in a while and go to the Lancer family. I will meet them personally and see what tricks they are playing for me." This. Yang Ming looked at Wang Xiaoyan beside him with some embarrassment. "Yin Yin, tell me your opinion." "Of course, I think what you said makes sense, but father has made up his mind. I'm afraid it won't be so easy to change it." Wang Xiaoyan smiled bitterly. It seemed that she knew Wang Songshan's character very well. After listening to Wang Xiaoyan's words, Yang Ming knew that Wang Songzhan had already made up his mind. It was useless to persuade him anymore. He sighed and said, "Well, in that case, Uncle Wang, you should be careful. After you go, you can withdraw if something is wrong. We will discuss it again. Don't act rashly." "Of course, I know this." Wang Songzhan smiled. "Do you think I'm a reckless man? You know, when I was young, I was a top assassin no less than your master. I have also done countless missions by myself. The dangers were far more than going to the Lancer family. If I really found out that the Lancer family had some strong support, I would have to hurry back to inform you. How could I act rashly?" When Yang Ming heard Wang Songshan's words, he suddenly realized that Wang Songzhan was also a super assassin. It was just that his current identity made Yang Ming subconsciously ignore this point. Now that he thought about it carefully, it was impossible for Wang Songzhan to have any accidents with his assassin skills. Even if he couldn't act, there was no problem for him to retreat safely. Thinking of this, Yang Ming said, "Well, then I won't say anything more. Uncle Wang, keep in touch with the family at all times." "No problem. If I need help, I will naturally ask you," Wang Songzhan said. Wang Songzhan said, "This time, I will go alone. I won't bring my family's disciples. It's more convenient to go alone. If I really find something unusual, I can also guarantee that I can quickly retreat." Since things had come to this point, Yang Ming would not say anything more. However, in his heart, he always felt that something was wrong. However, his terrifying sixth sense only warned him of the danger he encountered. It was not so effective for the danger that others encountered. Yang Ming could not find a way to control it, so he could only give up helplessly. But when he thought about it, Wang Songshan's skills should not be inferior to his. Even if he couldn't beat him, it wouldn't be a big problem for him to retreat safely. Only then did he feel relieved. After dinner, Wang Songshan left the butterfly family. Fang Tian was a little worried about his old friend and planned to accompany him. However, Wang Songshan tried to stop him. The reason was that he and Wang Ruoshui had just gotten married. How could they be separated so quickly? As a result, Fang Tian and Wang Ruoshui both blushed at the same time, but they didn't refute. Although the two people didn't hold a wedding with great fanfare, both sides actually approved of each other. To them, there was no need for them to arrange such a so-called ceremonial thing. Their disciple and niece were about to get married. If the two of them held a wedding together, it would make them lose face. How could they endure marrying the younger generation together? As for Yang Ming and Wang Xiaoyan, it was naturally impossible to accompany them. After all, old Buffon and Mrs. Buffon were still in the family. The two of them came for Yang Ming and Wang Xiaoyan. It was not right for Yang Ming and Wang Xiaoyan to leave at this moment. As for the other family disciples, it was better not to bring them. It was simply an additional burden. If Wang Songshan could successfully take Good's head, then one more disciple would be superfluous. If Wang Songshan found that the Lancer family had other strong support, then one more disciple would easily expose himself. It would be more troublesome to find a way to protect this disciple after retreating. I always have a bad feeling, but I can't say it clearly. Looking at Wang Songshan's back, Yang Ming sighed deeply. Although I know that Uncle Wang's skills are good and nothing will happen, the Lancer family's reaction is really strange. Don't worry. Wang Xiaoyan held Yang Ming's hand comfortingly. Dad used to be the family's #1 assassin. Nothing will happen. I hope so. Otherwise, no matter whether the Lancer family has strong support or not, they will die. Yang Ming said faintly, but there was an unquestionable strength in his tone. Chapter 1472. Is there any reaction from the butterfly family? Kevithan sat in the family master's seat in the conference room and asked a family disciple who was in charge of intelligence. This conference room had become the family's temporary headquarters. Kevithan's orders to the outside world were issued from here. Slade, Thomas, Leckroft, and Jetson were also sitting in this conference room. The first three were sitting in the elders' seats, while Jetson was sitting side by side with Kevithan to highlight the importance of his position. Reporting to the family master, the butterfly family did not have any special reaction. They still do their own thing and did not respond. The disciple reported. "Oh." Kevithan frowned slightly after listening. "How can the butterfly family not make a move? Didn't they hear my declaration? Have they received the news from us? They should have received it. Our intelligence department deliberately spread the news in Elo Town. Unless the butterfly family's intelligence department is just for show or deaf, it is impossible for them not to receive any news," replied the disciple. "Yes, they have no reason not to know. Are they pretending to be crazy? Or do they not believe that we have the strength?" Kevithan asked with a cold snort. I don't know. Everything is decided by the family master. How could the disciple dare to speculate? The current family master was the most powerful family master in the history of the Lancer family. What about the Buffon family? How do they react? Kevithan snorted. He was a little unhappy. He had already shown such strength, but the other party was like a duck listening to thunder, as if nothing had happened. How could Kevithan not be angry? Reporting to the family master, the Buffon family also did not make any move. The disciple said carefully, "However, it is said that the Buffon family's patriarch is not at home, so, I think they don't believe in my ability. They they probably don't believe in Cousin Jetson's ability. Should we teach them a lesson? Kevithan said and looked at Jetson. This was the only backbone of the Lancer family. As long as Jetson nodded and agreed to destroy the Butterfly family and the Buffon family, it would be fine. Otherwise, it would be useless if Cousin Jetson didn't support him. Kevithan, don't worry. Jetson said faintly. Our Central also has rules. We can't casually break some rules of the secular world. I've already made an exception by coming out to help you this time. However, there must be a prerequisite. That is, if there is really someone who wants to harm you, and not me taking the initiative to find trouble with them. Of course, there was one thing that Jetson didn't say, and there was no need to say this to Kevithan and others. That was Dr. Benjamin's ambition couldn't be told to these people. If his strength was exposed too early, it would cause some unnecessary trouble. However, if the Butterfly family or the Buffon family were to be destroyed in one fell swoop, when they came to provoke them, no one would say anything. Otherwise, it would not be fun if everyone resisted Central together. Although Central was not necessarily afraid of these so-called big families, they could not easily ignore the influence of these big families. Seeing that Jetson was not in a hurry, Kevithan couldn't say anything. After all, his family's only hope was Jetson. If he didn't take the initiative, others couldn't force him. With his strength, who would dare to force him? I don't think the Butterfly family will let it go. After seeing Jetson's terrifying strength, Thomas had quickly adjusted his position. He had adapted to the identity of an elder. We were too weak before, which was the main reason why the Butterfly family looked down on us and didn't move. In their opinion, we may be a strong crossbow, but we are making a final struggle. They didn't expect that we have a powerful backer like Mr. Jetson. So, I support Mr. Jetson's idea. The Butterfly family will definitely attack us when they see that we are done messing around and haven't handed over Good's head to appease their anger for a long time. And what second brother Thomas said makes sense. Leckroft had now completely given up the fight for the family master's position, competing with Kevithan, who had a powerful backer like Jetson. For the family master's position was simply overestimating himself. Therefore, there was no longer any competitive relationship between him and Thomas. Their attitudes had also changed. From the beginning, they each did their own thing, but now they both considered the interests of the family together. However, second brother, are you really sure that the Butterfly family will take the initiative to find trouble with us? Leckroft's words were not directed at Thomas, but he was afraid that the Butterfly family would give up in the future. This would sacrifice an opportunity to teach the Butterfly family a lesson. If Jetson could take action, the Butterfly family would probably never dare to provoke the Lancer family in the future. The Buffon family would also be cautious. Knowing that the Lancer family had a powerful backer, they would not dare to make trouble with the Lancer family again. In this way, the Lancer family's status in upper-class society could leap to a new level. I don't think the Butterfly family will let it go. Thomas smiled and said with certainty, previously, the Butterfly family made a solemn vow. If they don't keep their word, they will definitely become a big joke. Unless the Butterfly family doesn't care about their reputation, they will definitely not have the face to appear in upper-class society. At the same time, they will also be regarded as a big laughingstock. So, I think the Butterfly family will definitely come to trouble us. And Uncle Thomas is right. Then, let's wait for them to come. Kevithan agreed. In fact, he was not very sure whether the Butterfly family could come to them, but the current key problem was that Jetson did not take the initiative to take action. There was really no other way except to wait for them to come. Since Thomas was right, Kevithan also found a way out. Otherwise, it would not look good for his family master's face. I estimate that the target of the Butterfly family is very likely to be Good. So, I suggest that Mr. Jetson rest next to Good's room in case. Thomas was naturally most worried about the safety of his grandson. He was able to give up his position to Kevithan because of his grandson. So, he actually wanted Jetson to protect his grandson, Good, by saying so many words. Second uncle, Cousin Jetson is our family's distinguished guest. It's unreasonable to let him protect a child like Good, right? Kevithan frowned slightly after listening to Thomas's words. He finally understood what Thomas meant before. It turned out that he wanted Jetson to be Good's bodyguard. It was really a good plan. It's okay, I'll just stay in Good's room. Jetson waved his hand and said lightly, since I'm here to protect your Lancer family, naturally, I won't let anyone in your family get hurt. Since Good is the first choice of the other party, I naturally have to focus on protecting him. There was one more thing that Jetson didn't say. That was, if the other party really killed Good under his nose, where would his face be? Where would Central's face be? Mr. Jetson, thank you so much. Thomas had some hope before. What kind of identity was Jetson? How could he be a bodyguard for a little brat? Therefore, Thomas just wanted to give it a try, but he didn't expect Jetson to actually agree. This made Thomas a little overjoyed. His voice also became trembling, and he was extremely excited. Thomas thought, Jetson is indeed a big shot. He doesn't care so much. He's really a good person. When Kevithan saw that Cousin Jetson had agreed, he naturally wouldn't say anything against it. He went with the flow and said, then, I'll have to trouble Cousin Jetson. My little nephew is really lucky. It seems that no one can hurt him this time. Amid the praise and thanks from Kevithan and Thomas, Jetson smiled proudly. However, Thomas was right. That evening, the people of the Butterfly family came, and it was a big shot. Chapter 1473. Under Kevithan's arrangement, Jetson stayed in Good's room. In fact, Jetson didn't tell these people that he didn't need sleep anymore. The so-called sleep was just a cover-up. These days, Good had been in a state of fear and trepidation. After his grandfather stepped down from the position of the family master, he had already understood how big of a disaster he had caused. If he had tolerated it back then, he might not have brought such a big disaster to the family and would not have implicated his grandfather. However, he was obsessed with marrying the Butterfly family's Mississippi. He did not hesitate to use the power of his grandfather's family to deal a fatal blow to the Butterfly family. However, less than a day after all of this happened, there was a twist and turn. The Butterfly family actually got a huge backer, the Buffon family. This made Good so scared that his scalp was about to explode, especially when he heard that the other party's condition was his head. This made Good even more terrified. When he found out that his grandfather had lost the position of the family master because he tried to protect him, he was even more disheartened. Later, there were two opinions in the Lancer family. One was to give him to the Butterfly family for glory, and the other was to protect him. Later, it was his grandfather's strong insistence that he was barely able to protect himself temporarily. This made Good feel that his life was at stake. Who could guarantee that the Lancer family would not hand him over in the end? It was not until the arrival of the strong Jetson that Good felt a sense of security. Although he did not see it with his own eyes, he did see the marble conference table in the conference room that had turned into rubble. How could this be done by a human? It was simply Superman. Good was full of confidence when he heard Jetson call himself the Terminator. Since Jetson had already said that he would protect him, then his life was definitely saved. Especially when Jetson insisted on marrying the Butterfly family's Miss to him as his wife. This made Good even more ecstatic. This Jetson is really a good person. He saved me from a crisis and made me feel proud all of a sudden. Good's face was full of smiles as he threw away his previous depression. I finally don't have to be on tenterhooks anymore. To be honest, Good did not have much hope that he could marry the Butterfly family's Miss again. As long as he could keep his life, wouldn't there be plenty of women? Just as Good heaved a sigh of relief, he received a great piece of news. That was, Jetson actually wanted to live with him in the same room. In that case, his life would be guaranteed. Previously, although Good was very confident in Jetson, who knew if there were any accidents, it was better to be safe than sorry. If the people of the Butterfly family came and found him, and Jetson couldn't arrive immediately, wouldn't his life be in danger? Now, Good was completely relieved. If the people from the Butterfly family could defeat Jetson and then kill him, then his death would not be in vain. The person who could defeat Jetson was no longer on the same level as Good. If such a person came to take his life, Good simply didn't want to live anymore. He would die sooner or later, so it was better to die early. It was night. Although the Lancer family couldn't be said to be brightly lit, there were street lights at several major crossings. The Lancer family's patrol guards were nervously patrolling every corner of the family. Although these people had no ability to stop the real masters, they were at least a deterrent to the intruders. Even if they were no match for the intruders, they would send a signal as soon as possible. Good had fallen asleep. This was the most peaceful night he had ever slept. With a super bodyguard like Jetson protecting him, what was there for Good to be afraid of? Jetson was not asleep at the moment. Although the Lancer family had prepared a very high-end bed for him, Jetson was lying quietly on it with his eyes closed. He seemed to be asleep, but in fact, he was very awake. He knew that his physiological structure at this moment could hardly be regarded as a person. He was still the original Jetson, but he only retained his previous memories. He didn't know how Dr. Benjamin did it, but Jetson knew that Dr. Benjamin was a normal person. Unlike them, he was a science maniac. Jetson didn't know how many people like Dr. Benjamin were in Central. These were not levels he could come into contact with. He was only responsible for Dr. Benjamin and followed Dr. Benjamin's instructions. He still knew a little about Dr. Benjamin's fanatical ideas, but Jetson didn't know the ultimate purpose of Central at all. He hadn't even seen the higher-level person in charge behind Benjamin. Or rather, he didn't even know his name. He only knew that such a person existed. There was no way to know Dr. Benjamin's position in Central. Was he a higher-up or just a subordinate? Jetson still knew nothing about these, and Dr. Benjamin wouldn't tell him. This time, Dr. Benjamin originally wanted to send him to China to help a subordinate with the code name Falcon. This person seemed to have a high position in front of Benjamin. Therefore, after Jetson went, he would only assist Falcon and listen to Falcon's orders, not occupy a dominant position. This was the first mission that Dr. Benjamin had assigned to him. This time, Dr. Benjamin considered that he had too little experience in helping the Lancer family. It would be good experience to have such an experience before going to China, so he reluctantly agreed to his request. However, Jetson didn't dare to run away because his body no longer belonged to him. If he escaped from Dr. Benjamin's control, he would probably die miserably. In other words, the previous Jetson had actually died in the hospital. The current Jetson was just another person who was reborn to serve Central. But Jetson didn't regret it, because it was a gain to live one more day. Moreover, coming out this time could be considered as returning a favor he owed to cousin Kevithan. Someone, a disciple of the Lancer family, opened his mouth wide. He was about to call for help, but his mouth was covered and a cold, sharp knife was pressed against his neck. "Don't talk. I'll kill you if you move." This person was just an outer disciple of the Lancer family. To put it bluntly, he was just a servant. How could he have any courage? He was shocked and didn't dare to make a sound. He quickly nodded to show that he understood. Wang Songzhan released the hand that covered the disciple, and then asked, "Where is Good's room?" In the front yard on the second floor of the Red Villa, the third room from the left." The servant naturally knew where Good lived, and this afternoon he had received a strange order from the head of the family, Kevithan. That was, from today onwards, if an outsider inquired about young Master Good's residence from their family, then they had to tell the truth and tell the other party where it was. Although these servants and disciples didn't know the family master's intentions, since the family master said it, they would just do as he said. When the disciple heard Wang Songshan's question, he didn't hide it because the family master had already agreed. What else could he hide? Wang Songzhan nodded and then asked, "I heard that the Lancer family recently had a backer. Is it true?" "It's true." The disciple hesitated and chose to tell the truth because the family master Kevithan did not hide Jetson's arrival. Instead, he told the entire family, so this was not a secret. The disciple said truthfully, "It is said that the cousin of the family master Kevithan, Jetson, has come. He is a great master and is invincible." "Invincible?" Wang Songzhan snorted coldly in his heart. "You really dare to brag." However, he finally understood why the Lancer family had suddenly become tough recently. It turned out that they had such a so-called invincible backer. Chapter 1474. After asking what he wanted, Wang Songzhan did not hesitate to silence this disciple. Although he also knew that this disciple was most likely innocent, who told him to serve the wrong person and follow the Lancer family. Sometimes it was hard to tell who was right and who was wrong in many things. Just like the two sides on the battlefield, many people knew that the other side was innocent, but they had to be enemies. Wang Songzhan was afraid that this disciple would leak his information later, so it was understandable to kill him to silence him. Of course, although Wang Songzhan felt that this disciple didn't seem to be lying, he still didn't dare to fully believe him. He didn't go far before he found another servant of the Lancer family. Wang Songzhan asked the servant the same question again. After seeing that the servant's answer was exactly the same as the previous disciples, Wang Songzhan was completely relieved. However, this servant definitely couldn't be left alive. The dagger in Wang Songzhan's hand shook, and the servant fell to the ground silently. Wang Songzhan temporarily hid the servant's body, and then walked silently in the direction of the room where Good lived. These two servants of the Lancer family were unlucky enough to die. They were indeed wronged. What they said was the truth, and it was the family master who ordered them to say so. So, even if Wang Songzhan didn't kill them, they wouldn't yell rashly. But how would Wang Songzhan know about this situation? Just as Jetson was lost in his thoughts, he suddenly heard a small, rustling sound coming from outside the window. The sound was very small, but it couldn't escape Jetson's extremely sensitive hearing. Someone is coming. Jetson's originally closed eyes suddenly opened and then closed them instantly. He originally wanted to get up and check, but he immediately gave up, because he had already noticed that the target of the person was his room. Then, there was no need for Jetson to chase. He just had to wait here. Wang Songzhan was also a very good assassin in his early years. His qigong and hiding skills were not inferior to Fang Tian. He quickly avoided the patrolling guards in the Lancer family's courtyard. He took out a rope with an iron claw from his backpack and threw it on the roof. With a soft click sound, the rope was stuck on the eaves. Wang Songzhan pulled the rope hard. After seeing that the iron claw was firmly stuck, he jumped up and climbed up the rope. In the blink of an eye, he was outside the window of Good's room. Wang Songzhan carefully destroyed the hinge lock on the window and carefully entered the room. However, as soon as he stepped into the room window, Wang Songzhan felt that something was wrong. In the room, there was another person in addition to Good. Wang Songzhan had never seen this person before. He didn't know why he would appear in Good's room at this moment. Wang Songzhan frowned. He vaguely felt that something was wrong in his heart. He wanted to leave the room immediately, but he was reluctant to do so. It was not easy to sneak into the inner wall of the Lancer family and successfully enter Good's room. If he didn't kill Good, then this trip would be a bit of a failure. Moreover, Wang Songzhan carefully observed that the two people in the room should be in a state of deep sleep. As an assassin, he was very familiar with the physiological characteristics of people. He could distinguish real or fake sleep at a glance. Therefore, Wang Songzhan was very sure that these two people would not wake up for the time being. Wang Songzhan hesitated. Since I am here and these two people are sleeping, it is not too late to kill Good before leaving. Moreover, Wang Songzhan was 100% sure that Good would die in his sleep. Thinking of this, Wang Songzhan had made up his mind. He jumped down from the window and stood on the floor in the middle of the room. However, in the next moment, Wang Songzhan's nerves tightened in an instant. This was because he saw an incredible scene. The stranger, who was originally sleeping on the bed, opened his eyes without warning. Then he instantly sat up from the bed and stared at Wang Songzhan coldly. "You really came?" Jetson said expressionlessly. He spoke in English and believed that Wang Songzhan would definitely understand it. "Who are you? How did you know that I would come? Do you know me?" Wang Songzhan was shocked. He vaguely understood that he seemed to have fallen into a trap. He had fallen into this trap himself. Thinking of the two Lancer family disciples' surprising cooperation, Wang Songzhan also seemed to have figured out something. It was estimated that these disciples might have been informed. If someone inquired about Good's residence, they would have told him truthfully. Thinking of this, Wang Songzhan couldn't help but laugh at himself. I originally thought that I had done it flawlessly. It turns out that I was tricked. It seems that I really haven't been active for too long. Since becoming the Butterfly Family Master, Wang Songzhan had not participated in any actions. The original super existence in the assassin world had become a somewhat inexperienced novice. I believe that if I was at my peak, I would never have made such a mistake. But now I'm a little too confident and arrogant. I think that everything is under control. I don't put others in my eyes at all, which led to the current result. It seems that I'm really old. Thinking of Yang Ming's repeated instructions before, I didn't take it seriously. Now it's good. I guess that the person in front of me is the great master that the two Lancer family disciples mentioned. I just don't know if this person is a real master or a fake master. However, judging from his pretending to be asleep and reaction speed, this person is by no means simple. Wang Songzhan didn't dare to slight him. You don't need to know who I am, Jetson said coldly. As for why you came, of course, it was a guess. I don't know who you are, but I think you are from the Butterfly family, right? Good guess. Wang Songzhan nodded and didn't deny it. He stared at Jetson with a glimmer of light in his eyes. This person looks really unfathomable, but I don't have such a master in my impression. Who is this person? Who are you? You shouldn't be a nobody, right? May I ask, what is the relationship between you and the Lancer family? It's best not to get involved in this mess. Mess. It's not up to you to decide whether I care about this matter. Jetson didn't put Wang Songzhan in his eyes at all. As for who I am, you won't know even if I say it. What I can tell you is that I am the cousin of the current Lancer family master, Kevithan. Wang Songzhan's heart trembled. This person doesn't seem to be a helper that the Lancer family spent a lot of money to invite. I'm afraid it's impossible for him to ignore this matter. It turns out that there is such a master behind the Lancer family as a backer. Since that's the case, I'll take my leave now that you're here. After Wang Songzhan's previous carelessness, he didn't dare to be reckless at this moment. Who knows the depth of this mysterious person's martial arts? What if I act rashly and can't beat him? Thinking of this, Wang Songzhan had the intention to retreat in his heart. He wanted to leave this place and make plans after going back. At least, he had to investigate the identity of the person in front of him first. You want to leave? I'm afraid it's not that easy, right? Jetson looked at Wang Songzhan with a mocking face. Since you know that I am here, how can you leave as you wish? So what? Wang Songzhan complained in his heart. This person is really taking advantage of me. I am indeed afraid of him, but don't think that I am really afraid of him. I just don't have the confidence in my heart and don't want to act rashly. This guy really thinks of me as someone important. Since your excellency is here, then stay, Jetson said faintly, as if he was talking about a normal thing. I can come and go as I wish. Do I have to ask you for instructions? Wang Songzhan was thinking about how to find an opportunity to leave this place. Now that the two people were on the verge of breaking out, it was absolutely impossible for Wang Songzhan to turn around and leave. However, it was also impossible for Wang Songzhan to jump out backwards. This was his second floor. If he jumped down head-on, he would probably be fine. If he jumped backwards, he would probably die. Therefore, Wang Songzhan really didn't have any good ideas for a while. He could only grind his teeth and waste time with Jetson, but his heart was extremely anxious. At this time, the conversation between the two had awakened Good. Good was horrified to see that there was suddenly another person in his room. He immediately sobered up. When he saw the person's face, he exclaimed, Wang Songzhan, why are you here? Uncle Jetson. He is the family master of the Butterfly family. Catch him quickly. Chapter 1475. Good quickly pointed out Wang Songzhan's identity, fearing that it would be disadvantageous to him. Good was very clear about Wang Songzhan's hatred for him. He wanted to take his head. He hoped that Uncle Jetson could quickly capture Wang Songzhan. Oh, Good, do you know him? Is he the butterfly family's family master? Jetson's expressionless face showed a mocking expression. There really is someone who is not afraid of death. It seems that he is a big fish. Wang Songzhan had been waiting for an opportunity to escape, but there was no chance. Jetson's attention had been focused on him, so Wang Songzhan had to find a way to divert Jetson's attention. Otherwise, if it dragged on for too long, the elites of the Lancer family would be attracted. Then, Wang Songzhan would really lose the best opportunity to escape. At this time, the opportunity came. I didn't expect Good to help me. Good, this kid, actually woke up at this time and pointed at me while yelling. He had successfully diverted Jetson's attention. Wang Songzhan also heard a message from Good's words. The man in front of him was called Jetson, and he was Kevithan's cousin. Since there were two clues, it would be much more convenient to investigate. He believed that as long as he wanted to investigate, this person's identity would not become a secret. Wang Songzhan chuckled. After Jetson asked that question, he threw a hidden weapon in his hand in Jetson's direction. Of course, he also gave Good a few blows. Wang Songzhan firmly believed that even if Jetson wanted to catch him, it was impossible to ignore Good's safety. Since he could live in Good's house, it meant that he had a mission to protect Good. Insignificant skill. Where do you think you're going? Jetson didn't care about the concealed weapon that was shot in his direction at all. Instead, he grabbed Good and threw him behind him, allowing Wang Songzhan's concealed weapon to hit him. Wang Songzhan sneered in his heart. He didn't stop, turned around, and jumped out of the window. Even if you are a great master, you will eventually suffer losses if you are so careless. How can you take my concealed weapon head-on? Don't you know that the butterfly family is famous for assassination? These concealed weapons are highly poisonous. You seem to be fine when these concealed weapons hit you, but since you want to die, then don't blame me. Wang Songzhan didn't look back at all because, in his opinion, Jetson had already become a dead man. He actually used his body to block my hidden weapon. Isn't this courting death? The reason why Wang Songzhan was so sure was that Wang Songzhan had observed when he entered the room before. Whether it was Jetson or Good, they were wearing ordinary pajamas. They didn't wear any other clothes underneath. The skin exposed from their necks could prove this point. Therefore, Wang Songzhan's hidden weapon could definitely pierce Jetson's body. The poison on the hidden weapon would kill anyone who saw it. Even if Jetson saved Good, he would also be finished. As long as Jetson was dead, the Lancer family would lose its backer. It would be easy to take Good's life after that. That was why Wang Songzhan left so quickly. However, as soon as Wang Songzhan jumped down, he felt that something was wrong, because the sound of the wind whistling behind him indicated that someone had caught up. Who was catching up? Wang Songzhan didn't look back, but quickly fled according to the route he had found before. No matter who was chasing behind him, Wang Songzhan didn't intend to fight. However, a shout behind him changed Wang Songzhan's mind. It turns out that the butterfly family's family master is such a cowardly scoundrel. Jetson's voice came from behind. You want to hurt me with a few broken concealed weapons? You think too highly of yourself. Wang Songzhan was shocked. He had made many assumptions before. The person who was following him might have been someone who had been lying in ambush around Good's villa, but he never thought that it would be Jetson. Wasn't he hit by my concealed weapon? Why is he still alive and kicking like nothing happened? Isn't this too strange? However, before Wang Songzhan had time to think about it, he felt that the distance between him and the person behind him had narrowed to a very small extent. Wang Songzhan no longer dared to neglect. He quickly turned around, and without looking in front of him, he quickly kicked out. This kick was fierce and concentrated all the strength in Wang Songzhan's body. He wanted to hit the target in one hit. Otherwise, the person behind him would be really difficult to deal with, giving Wang Songzhan a headache. I should have listened to Yang Ming's advice and wait and see before making any plans. I didn't expect to be ambushed by the Lancer family when I rashly rushed over. Bang! Wang Songzhan's kick landed right on Jetson's abdomen. Wang Songzhan was overjoyed. He was very clear about the strength of this kick. If it landed on a person's body, even if they didn't die, their intestines would be smashed and they would instantly lose their combat ability. Wang Songzhan didn't expect his luck to be so good. He turned around and kicked the target casually. Isn't this luck too good? However, before Wang Songzhan could be happy, the next scene made him shut his mouth. His face was suddenly filled with disbelief. It was true that Wang Songzhan had kicked Jetson's lower abdomen, but the strength of this kick not only failed to make Jetson take a step back, but it didn't even bend his waist. Not only that, Jetson still maintained his forward charging state as if he didn't notice the kick. He continued to run forward and directly knocked Wang Songzhan out, causing him to fall to the ground. Is he still human? Could it be that this guy has trained some kind of unbreakable body like Jin Gang or something? After being kicked by me, nothing happened, and he can even knock me out. For the first time, fear appeared in Wang Songshan's heart. Although Wang Songzhan was a little nervous from seeing Jetson to escaping, it was definitely not to the point of fear. I am the dignified family master of the butterfly family. How can ordinary things make me afraid? But now Wang Songzhan was really a little scared. The kung fu of this guy, named Jetson in front of me, seems to be very strange. Wang Songshan's previous hidden weapon hit him, but he seemed to be fine. Judging from the pajamas he was currently wearing, his clothes were indeed cut by the hidden weapon, but there was no blood at all. This showed that the hidden weapon didn't cause any damage to him at all. It was the same for Wang Songshan's kick just now. Even if Wang Songzhan used all his strength, he couldn't do anything to Jetson. Instead, he was knocked out by Jetson. Looking at Jetson, who wasn't hurt at all, striding towards him, Wang Songshan's heart was clouded. This person is really a master, and I can't see through him at all. This person's kung fu is too strange. His running speed is obviously faster than mine. I definitely can't outrun him even if I want to escape. Gritting his teeth, Wang Songzhan quickly made a decision in his heart. He took out a small pistol from his waist and aimed it at Jetson, who was running towards him. Wang Songzhan had not used guns before, but knives and hidden weapons because Wang Songzhan was afraid of alarming the other members of the Lancer family. But now, it was time to save his life. Wang Songzhan couldn't care so much. It was better to solve the big trouble in front of him first. If this person didn't die, he definitely couldn't escape today. Bang! Wang Songzhan aimed at Jetson and pulled the trigger. The bullet suddenly crossed the night sky and whistled towards Jetson's head. Chapter 1476. How fast was the bullet? How fierce was its power? Wang Songzhan believed that even if his shot couldn't kill Jetson, it could still injure him. After all, the head was one of the most vulnerable parts of the human body. If Jetson didn't dodge, he would either die or be injured. However, to Wang Songshan's surprise, Jetson didn't seem to realize the danger of his situation. He simply ignored Wang Songshan's shot and let the bullet hit his face. Bang! The bullet hit Jetson's head and made a muffled sound. However, it was as if it had hit an elastic rubber. It suddenly bounced back and disappeared into the grass at the side. If Wang Songzhan was surprised that Jetson was not hurt by the flying dagger and that his full-strength kick did not hurt him, then he was completely horrified now. How can a person be invulnerable? The bullet hit the head, but it bounced back quickly as if it had hit a piece of rubber. Is this possible? But the fact happened in front of Wang Songshan's eyes. He couldn't help but believe it. Wang Songzhan was not ignorant. On the contrary, as an assassin family, he had a little understanding of some secret martial arts. He had heard of martial arts such as Golden Bell Shield, Iron Shirt, Copperhead, Iron Arm, and so on. However, Wang Songzhan had never heard of this kind of martial arts that was invulnerable to even firearms. Although there were some secret techniques that could train a person's body to be very tough and indestructible, it was impossible to train to the state of invulnerability. Then, one would no longer be a human. What was the difference between one and an immortal? However, the thing in front of him was really so strange. Jetson was such a person. Not only could the concealed weapon not hurt him, but even the bullet was bounced back by him. Although Jetson was not hurt at all, he was extremely angry when he saw that Wang Songzhan dared to shoot at him at this moment. However, he still snorted coldly on the surface and stretched out his right arm to grab Wang Song's-han. Wang Song's-han knew about Jetson's strangeness. How would he dare to fight head-on? He quickly jumped up from the ground and used the butterfly family's secret technique, butterfly micro-steps, barely dodging Jetson's fierce grab. It wasn't that Jetson's martial arts were brilliant. On the contrary, he had no martial arts to speak of. He just stretched out his hand and grabbed casually. His speed was too fast, and his strength was too strong, which made Wang Song's-han horrified. If he didn't have his family's unique skill, he might have been captured by this grab. Wang Song's-han really had no chance of winning in the face of such a powerful and invulnerable monster. At this moment, he regretted it to the extreme. If he had known this earlier, he wouldn't have come, even if he had let the Lancer family go. He blamed himself for being too arrogant and reckless, which had led to the current situation. Phew! Wang Song's-han had just breathed a sigh of relief when Jetson's big hand attacked him again. This person seems to have no idea of exhaustion at all, and there is no gap between each move. After one move, the next move is directly launched, without any gap. No matter how big the previous move was, he could pull it back and continue with the next move. Cold sweat trickled down Wang Song's-han's forehead. This person was the biggest enemy he had ever encountered in his life. This person had no weakness at all. Wang Song's-han had no confidence in killing him. It was already a blessing to be able to escape alive. Wang Song's-han had escaped Jetson's attack with his exquisite footwork, but if this dragged on, he would inevitably end up being captured. Wang Song's-han didn't dare to imagine how the Lancer family would treat him once he fell into their hands. Would they treat him like how he treated Good? However, it was impossible to escape because Jetson didn't give him a chance to breathe at all. Wang Song's-han couldn't even take care of himself. How could he find the time to escape? The gunshots just now and the fighting sound now had attracted a lot of people from the Lancer family. Groups of black-clothed security guards swarmed over. Wang Song's-han was getting more and more anxious. Although one of these security guards was not his opponent at all, there were too many of them. Wang Song's-han felt a chill in his heart when he saw these people surrounding him. He knew that he definitely couldn't escape today. Even if he could kill some of these people, it would inevitably slow down his escape speed. Jetson, who was eyeing him covetously, could easily catch him from behind. Old thief Wang Song's-han, why don't you surrender and be captured? Do you want to leave your life here? Kevithan was standing on a high platform not far away at the moment, shouting at Wang Song's-han with a loudspeaker. Kevithan was actually very upset that he couldn't kill Wang Song's-han on the spot. In his opinion, these people who dared to provoke the Lancer family must be taught a bloody lesson. It was better to kill them all. However, Thomas objected. Since he had already announced that the butterfly family's miss would marry his grandson, Good, then Wang Song's-han would become his grandson's father-in-law. In this way, it would be inappropriate to kill Wang Song's-han. It was equivalent to completely going against the butterfly family. It would be impossible for his nephew to marry Wang Xiaoyan. Leckroft also felt that they shouldn't kill Wang Song's-han and offend the butterfly family. As a matter of fact, it was impossible for Jetson to stay in a Lancer family all year round. Offending the butterfly family was equivalent to going against a group of assassins. Could they still live like this? Unless everyone in the Lancer family didn't go out, they would be afraid of being assassinated when they went out. Although Kevithan disagreed and felt that as long as the butterfly family was completely scared, they would not be afraid of not surrendering. However, since the two family elders were against it, Kevithan couldn't be stubborn. Although Slade was Kevithan's father and had spent his entire life studying how to go against Thomas and Leckroft, he still chose to capture Wang Song's-han alive after considering it for a long time. After all, what Leckroft said was very reasonable. Even if they could completely destroy the butterfly family, who knew if they still had hidden forces? When Jetson left, and the hidden forces of the butterfly family came for revenge, it would be the end of the Lancer family. Even if it was a glorious family, it was not a fun thing to be targeted by a group of professional assassins. Kevithin was also muddle-headed before. Hearing his father's analysis, he had to agree with this suggestion. So, he sent the news of capturing Wang Song's Han to Jetson through the wireless headset. Kevithin also began to shout at Wang Song's Han arrogantly. Wang Song's Han was slightly stunned after listening to Kevithin's words. Does the other party not want to kill me, but want to capture me? However, Wang Song's Han might not believe Kevithin's words. It was just that in the current situation, Wang Song's Han was one of his own people and knew his own affairs. I'm afraid I can't hold on for long. In this moment of distraction, Jetson hit Wang Songshan's head with his palm. Wang Song's Han immediately saw stars. His feet were weak, and he was captured by Jetson. Wang Song's Han sighed in his heart. Although he was caught, Wang Song's Han didn't feel dissatisfied at all. It was within Wang Songshan's expectations that the other party could catch him. The other party's strength was higher than his. It was simply not on the same level. Wang Song's Han didn't make any unnecessary struggles and resistance. He just said to Jetson, who lifted him up like an eagle catching a chick, "Put me down, I can walk by myself." Jetson acted as if he didn't hear it. He still grabbed Wang Song's Han and strode in the direction of Kevithin. While walking, he reached out and searched Wang Songshan's body. He found all the previous pistols, hidden weapons, and other items and threw them aside. Wang Song's Han was still thinking that if he could get close to Kevithin for a while, he would wait for an opportunity to use him as a hostage. Then, he would threaten Jetson to make him retreat and leave a way out for himself. However, this idea was quickly broken by Jetson. The things he carried were thrown out, and Wang Song's Han also lost the means to threaten Kevithin. Chapter 1477. Wang Song's Han was escorted in front of Kevithin. This was the first time Wang Song's Han had been insulted like this, but it couldn't be helped. Wang Song's Han was not as good as others. Even if Wang Song's Han was angry, he could do nothing. The other party's backer was so powerful that Wang Song's Han couldn't even think of resisting. Because Wang Song's Han knew that he was definitely not his opponent. Wang Song's Han, I didn't expect this. I have already released the news, but you still dare to come alone. You are quite bold, aren't you? Kevithin sneered at Wang Song's Han. Kevithin, if you have something to say, just say it. Don't say these useless things. Wang Songshan's mood at this moment was completely calm. Since he didn't want to escape, then he could think of many other things. I admit that your Lancer family's backer is very powerful this time. I am not his opponent. Even in our family, no one is his opponent. Wang Song's Han was very honest. Since he was not as good as others, he might as well admit it generously. It seems that you still have some self-awareness. Kevithin heard Wang Song's Han admitting defeat, and his heart was excited. Ha ha! Wang Song's Han, you didn't expect that you would have such a day, right? You must be very happy to be my prisoner, right? It was no wonder that Kevithin was a little complacent. This was normal. The Lancer family had been pressured by the Butterfly family for so long. How could they not be happy when they finally turned the tables? Therefore, it was normal to take the opportunity to mock Wang Song's Han. Kevithin, although I admit that I have failed today and underestimated the power of your Lancer family, I'm afraid it won't be so easy for you to keep me alive, right? Wang Song's Han was not stupid. Seeing that the other party did not kill him on the spot, he must have some scruples. This way, Wang Song's Han was relieved. Wang Song's Han, aren't you too naive? I brought you here not to kill you, but to let you know the consequences of offending our Lancer family. Kevithin was furious when he saw Wang Song's Han so calm. If you wanted to kill me, you could have done it just now, but I don't think you would kill me, Wang Song's Han said lightly. Although there is no one in our Butterfly family who can match Jetson, I don't believe that Jetson will stay here to protect the Lancer family for the rest of his life and not leave even half a step. Otherwise, after my death, the Butterfly family's assassins will not rest until the Lancer family is dead. Fight to the death. When Kevithin saw that Wang Song's Han was so fearless, he became even angrier. What a good fight to the death. I will let Cousin Jetson destroy the entire Butterfly family. I will see how you will fight to the death with me then. Hee hee, whatever. Wang Songzhan was not afraid at all. As long as you can find all of the butterfly family's forces and those complicated relationships and destroy them, then you will naturally be free of worries. Otherwise, you can imagine the result yourself. Wang Songshan's words were obviously full of threats, which shocked Kevithan. Fortunately, he didn't choose to kill Wang Songzhan back then. Otherwise, it would always be a big problem. Thinking about the feeling of being targeted by a group of assassins, it didn't seem to be a good sign. However, although he thought so in his heart, Kevithan didn't want to admit on the surface, "I won't kill you just because my cousin Good is going to marry your daughter. How can I make a move on you when the two families become in-laws?" "Marry my daughter?" Wang Songzhan sneered. "This is impossible. My daughter is already engaged. You should give up on this idea." "So what if she is engaged? Aren't they not married yet?" Kevithan said indifferently. "Wang Songzhan, I have a lot of time, but you don't have much time. Think about it. If your family sees that you are missing, what will they do? Ha ha. Will your daughter come to the door? However, I don't mind letting my cousin use force at that time. So, you should think about it yourself. Do you want to fall out with our Lancer family?" "Kevithan, you are so despicable." Wang Xiaoyan's heart sank after listening to Kevithan's words. He was missing. With Wang Xiaoyan's temper, it was impossible for her to let it go. She would definitely come to the door. At that time, as long as Jetson was there, he would definitely be able to keep Wang Xiaoyan and even Yangming. If it was really like what Kevithan said, his daughter would probably die. However, it was also impossible for her to marry Good. Wang Songzhan was really in a dilemma. He was the dignified family master of the butterfly family, but he was coerced and couldn't do anything. It was really cowardly. Take him away first and wait until he figures it out. Kevithan knew that Wang Songzhan was calculating in his heart at the moment, so he didn't force him. Anyway, the Lancer family had the upper hand now. There was nothing to be afraid of. Let him slowly think about it. Yes, a group of disciples who were already prepared ran out and tied Wang Songshan's hands and feet. Then, they carried him down and locked him in one of the Lancer family's confinement rooms. This confinement room was built by the Lancer family to punish those disciples who had made mistakes and lock them up. They didn't expect it to come in handy at this time. Jing Xiaolu, Bao Sanli, and Su Xiaobin were anxiously waiting for news from Lu Huamei in the hotel. The three of them didn't even have the mood to go out for a stroll. They sat in the hotel room and waited quietly for the phone call. The phone rang urgently. Jing Xiaolu quickly picked up the phone. "Hello, this is Jing Xiao, Vice President Jing. This is Lu Huamei." Lu Huamei already knew her grandfather's plan, so her voice became calm. This time, it was not a bad thing to be sent to work in Songjiang. It was also an opportunity for her to train. "Hello, Director Lu," Jing Xiaolu hurriedly said. "Is there any progress in the matter? The chairman has decided to sign a new contract with you. The person in charge of this cooperation is me. I will be responsible for all matters in Songjiang in the future." Lu Huamei said, "Wait for me. I will be there in a while." "That's great," Jing Xiaolu said. "Then we will wait for you at the hotel." Half an hour later, Lu Huamei appeared in the hotel. After Jing Xiaolu and the others stepped forward to shake hands and exchange greetings in surprise, Lu Huamei said something that surprised everyone. "I will be in Songjiang with you for a while in the future. The board of directors has decided that I will be the general manager of the Songjiang branch and be fully responsible for this cooperation." Speaking of this, Lu Huamei seemed to have thought of something. She turned her head and apologized to Su Xiaobin. "Perhaps you won't have any thoughts about taking Manager Su's previous position, right?" "Why would I?" Su Xiaobin shook his head. He was already satisfied that he could get through this crisis. As for the position of the general manager of the branch, it was fine if he didn't do it. If Lu Huamei did it, he would have some confidence in negotiating with the group. If it were him, Lu Jinan might not necessarily make things difficult for him. However, the newly established company will still give you a high-level position, Lu Huamei said. Lu Huamei said, "This incident was all caused by Lu Jifei. You are innocent. However, you also know who is behind Lu Jifei, so you can't do anything to him for the time being. If you are still angry with him, I suggest you bear with it first and think about it later." Liu Huamei vaguely pointed out the grudge between Su Xiaobin and Liu Jifei, reminding him not to be anxious if he wanted to retaliate against Liu Jifei. After all, Liu Jifei was in power now and couldn't touch him. Liu Huamei couldn't say anything else. She couldn't say that Liu Jinan might be taken down by the old man one day. At that time, it would be easy for him to deal with Liu Jifei. Director Liu, I understand. You can rest assured that I won't cause trouble for the company. Su Xiaobin smiled bitterly. He also understood that the grudge between him and Liu Jifei was not easy to resolve. It was just that he didn't have the strength to retaliate against Liu Jifei now. Chapter 1478. Liu Huamei's car was a red Audi A4L. It didn't look arrogant. Logically speaking, it was normal for a rich girl like Liu Huamei to drive a sports car. However, it could be seen that Liu Huamei was actually a very low-key person. Director Liu, what will happen to the group's work after you leave? Jing Xiaolu couldn't help but ask, even though she felt that it was a bit abrupt. Liu Huamei seemed to be planning to stay in Songjiang. She obviously didn't plan to come back to Jiangyin City. Wouldn't that affect her work? The finance department will be temporarily handed over to my elder brother, Liu Jinan. Liu Huamei smiled slightly. Although I still hold the position of the finance director, I don't have much to do in reality. Jing Xiaolu was slightly stunned. She couldn't understand. Why does it seem like Liu Huamei was promoted in name, but demoted in reality? That Liu Jinan not only didn't lose his power after being dealt a blow, but he was also put in charge of the finance department. What the hell is going on inside the Jiangyin group? Do you feel that I was demoted in name, but demoted in reality? Liu Huamei saw Jing Xiaolu's reaction and smiled knowingly. She knew what she was thinking. I do feel that way. Jing Xiaolu didn't hide it and nodded honestly. I can't do anything about the old man's decision. Liu Huamei shrugged. However, it's not necessarily a bad thing to come out and train. That's true. Jing Xiaolu saw that Liu Huamei's words seemed to be hiding something, so she didn't ask anymore. After all, these were other people's private matters. It wasn't good to talk about it. I wish us a happy cooperation in the future. Happy cooperation. Liu Huamei smiled. You don't have to call me Director Liu anymore. Just call me Huamei. We're considered to be on the same side. That's great. Then Sister Huamei can call me Xiaolu in the future. Jing Xiaolu agreed happily. Liu Huamei should be slightly older than Jing Xiaolu, so Jing Xiaolu called her Sister Huamei. Okay, Xiaolu, I'm going to Songjiang. I don't have a place to stay yet. You are the landlord. Help me find a better hotel and book a room first. Liu Huamei didn't have a place to stay in Songjiang. She didn't have to stay in Songjiang for long this time, so she planned to find a better hotel to book a room and stay there for a while. Speaking of hotels, that's easy. Jing Xiaolu smiled and said, the Songjiang International Hotel is a subsidiary of our Mingyang. I will ask them to open a private room for you. The cost will be on us. Oh, your company has its own hotel industry? Liu Huamei was slightly stunned after hearing Jing Xiaolu's words. She didn't expect Mingyang's business in Songjiang to be so big that he even had a subordinate hotel. When she investigated the background of the Mingyang Security Company, Liu Huamei didn't see any companies under the security company. Jing Xiaolu knew that Liu Huamei had investigated the background and asset structure of the Mingyang Security Company when she saw Liu Huamei's expression. She explained with a smile, Sister Huamei, our Mingyang Security Company and Mingyang Entertainment Development Company Limited are actually two companies under the same management. Because of the special nature of the security company, we must be affiliated with the police station. So on the surface, we have no contact with Mingyang Entertainment. So that's it. Liu Huamei understood after hearing Jing Xiaolu's explanation. It seemed that she had underestimated the other party's strength. Since you're the host, then I won't be polite. That's right. Jing Xiaolu didn't want Liu Huamei to be too estranged. After all, the two of them would be partners for a long time in the future. Jiangyin Group. Since the moment Liu Huamei went to Songjiang, The direction of the wind had changed. Many people who were originally on the fence had all turned to Lu Zhenan's camp. Lu Huamei was promoted on the surface, but demoted on the surface. Lu Zhenan didn't use her well, but he still took over the company's finance department. This was beyond many people's expectations. Those who were originally on Lu Zhenan's side were all proud at this moment. Once Lu Zhenan successfully took over, he would definitely carry out a major cleansing in the company. When that time came, it would be a good opportunity for them to take over. Those who weren't on Lu Zhenan's side were all in danger at this moment. They were thinking about whether they should turn to Lu Zhenan's camp. For a time, Lu Zhenan's right to speak in the Jiangyan group suddenly rose to a considerable height. Even his younger brother Lu Zhiqiao, who had always been at odds with Lu Zhenan, retreated and didn't dare to confront him directly. Lu Zhenan also gradually had the right to speak in the board of directors. Even Lu Hua, as the president, began to pay attention to his son's opinion in many situations. This was because a strange phenomenon seemed to be playing out on Old Master Lu Jiangyan's side. Old Master Lu Jiangyan basically gave the green light to most of Lu Zhenan's suggestions, whether they were reasonable or not. This unusual signal made many people who were still hesitating begin to prepare to stand on the side of the line. In Songjiang, a new escort company was officially established. The Mingyang Security Company invested 150 million yuan and accounted for 51% of the shares. The Jiangyan Group in Jiangyan City invested 120 million yuan and accounted for 49% of the shares, including the initial personnel training of the company. It seemed that the Jiangyan Group had taken a big advantage, but this was also a decision made after careful consideration by Jing Xiaolu and Bao Sanli after research. This time, the turn of events was all thanks to Lu Huamei. If it weren't for Lu Huamei, things might still be in a deadlock. So Jing Xiaolu didn't mind taking a little loss to give Lu Huamei a performance. Moreover, although the Mingyang Security Company occupied a dominant position in the newly established company, it had never carried out a similar business. The initial operation and escort team relied on the Jiangyan Group's recruitment and training. The newly established company was named Mingyang Escort Company Limited. Jing Xiaolu was the executive president. Su Xiaobin was the executive vice president. Lu Huamei was the board member of the investor, and Bao Sanli was the chairman. As for the Jiangyan Group, although Lu Zhenan was in the limelight now, he didn't make things difficult for the branch in Songjiang. Lu Zhenan readily approved Lu Huamei's request for the secondment of the escort team and some training personnel. He didn't know if it was because he felt that Lu Huamei could no longer pose any threat to him, or because Old Master Lu Jiangyan was still there, so he didn't dare to go too far. In short, everything was peaceful. With Lu Huamei at the helm of the Jiangyan Group's Songjiang branch, everything went smoothly. This made Su Xiaobin, who was still nervous before, breathe a sigh of relief. He was originally considering whether to temporarily leave the group for a while to avoid the limelight. After all, Lu Jifei didn't succeed in becoming the deputy director of the finance department this time because of Su Xiaobin. Although Lu Jifei didn't get promoted, he was still a popular person in front of Lu Zhenan, so Su Xiaobin was afraid that this guy would retaliate against him. But now it seemed that Lu Jifei had disappeared and never appeared in public again. He didn't use Lu Zhenan's hand to find trouble with Su Xiaobin. Even when Su Xiaobin became the executive vice president of the Mingyang Escort Company, Lu Zhenan didn't say anything about being unwilling. This made Su Xiaobin a little puzzled. Is this Lu Zhenan really forgetful? Is he too lazy to bother with a small character like me? In short, everything was developing in a good direction, and Jing Xiaolu finally breathed a sigh of relief. In the case where Yang Ming wasn't at home, she completed this big cooperation business on her own. Although there were many twists and turns during this period, and she almost fell into a big trap set by the other party. Fortunately, she managed to avert the danger in the end. Otherwise, even if Yang Ming didn't say anything when he came back, Jing Xiaolu wouldn't feel good in her heart. Now, this matter was solved entirely by her own strength. Thinking about it, Yang Ming would also look at her in a new light, right? Sitting in the spacious and bright office, Jing Xiaolu looked at herself in the mirror of the phone screen narcissistically. Finally, I'm not a vase anymore. I can also help his career, but there's still a big gap between me and the woman who has helped him a lot in his career and even made him inseparable. It seems that I still need to work hard. I hope that I can do it. When Yang Ming really finds out that he can't do without me one day, Jing Xiaolu knows that that is her true happiness. Chapter 1479. It had been 3 days. It had been 3 days since Wang Songshan left the butterfly family. However, there was no news at all. This made Yang Ming and Wang Xiaoyan have an ominous feeling in their hearts. Yang Ming had felt that something was wrong since yesterday. Whether Wang Songshan succeeded or failed, there should be news. However, there was no news now. Although no news was good news, this sentence did not apply to Wang Songshan. This was because Wang Songshan carried the butterfly family's unique communication equipment when he left. It could send out early warnings or distress signals to inform the family at any time and place. However, the family did not receive any signal. Then, the situation became complicated. One was that Wang Songshan had met with an accident before he had time to use the communication equipment to warn. The other was that there was a signal shield near the Lancer family, so the message could not be sent out. Of course, the possibility of the second point was quite small because the Lancer family was a normal family. They could communicate with the outside world normally. It was impossible to set up a signal shield system. Moreover, the butterfly family's communication equipment was similar to a satellite phone. The signal was transmitted through the satellite, so the possibility of being blocked was very small. Yang Ming, I'm a little worried about my father. Wang Xiaoyan frowned, leaned lightly on Yang Ming, and said softly. Not only was Wang Xiaoyan worried about the butterfly family, but others were also very worried, including Fang Tian, Wang Ruoshui, Butler Mu, and others. However, they all tacitly chose not to say it out loud. They were afraid that Yang Ming and Wang Xiaoyan would be worried. For the disciples of the butterfly family, Wang Songshan was a godlike existence in their hearts. In their opinion, how could anything happen to the family master? However, things did not go as they wished. The entire butterfly family was filled with a hazy atmosphere. What did the disciple in charge of the intelligence department say? Yang Ming sighed and asked, I don't know. I didn't ask. Why don't we ask my aunt and Butler Mu together? Although Wang Xiaoyan was the young lady of the butterfly family, these family affairs were still in the hands of Butler Mu. Now that Wang Ruoshui was back, it was not Wang Xiaoyan's turn to worry. Well, maybe there is news. Yang Ming smiled and comforted her. Wang Xiaoyan also smiled bitterly. She knew that Yang Ming was comforting her. If there was news, how could Butler Mu and her aunt not inform her immediately? Fang Tian, Wang Ruoshui, and Butler Mu were all sitting in the butterfly family conference room. In the past 2 days, apart from eating and resting, the three of them had been sitting here almost all the time, waiting for the family's disciples to report the latest situation. In the beginning, Fang Tian and the others didn't take it seriously. They thought that would be a piece of cake for Wang Songshan to launch a sneak attack on a prodigal young master like Good. It wouldn't take much effort at all. However, there was no news for 2 consecutive days. This made everyone's hearts sink. Their initial confidence had also disappeared because things were too strange. Wang Songshan was not the kind of person who could not see the big picture. After he arrived at his destination, he would contact the family regardless of whether the mission was successful or not. However, this was not the case in fact. It was inevitable that people would think in a bad direction. Aunt, Butler Mu, is there any news of my father? Wang Xiaoyan pushed open the door of the conference room. When she saw the hazy mood on everyone's faces, her heart could not help but sink to the bottom. It seems that most of my guesses have become reality. Not yet. Butler Moo shook his head with a bitter smile. Yin Yin, don't worry. The family master is extraordinary. Nothing will happen. Is there any special reaction from the Lancer family? Yang Ming did not ask about Wang Song's Han as usual. Instead, he asked about the Lancer family. No. According to the feedback from our disciple in charge of intelligence, the Lancer family, as usual, is crazily retaliating against those allies who did not lend a helping hand when they asked for help. Now, many of their allies have gone into hiding. Even their businesses have been temporarily closed, said Butler Moo. After Yang Ming heard Butler Moo's words, he could not help but sigh slightly and said, "It seems at this time, Uncle Wang is really doomed." Yang Ming's words made the conference room suddenly fall into silence. Although everyone had already prepared for the worst in their hearts, no one said it, because as long as there was a glimmer of hope, they didn't want what they thought to be true. However, when Yang Ming said it out loud, it shattered the only trace of fantasy that they originally had. "Why are you so sure?" Fang Tian looked at Yang Ming and asked. Fang Tian's heart was also upset that his old friend's life was uncertain. If Uncle Wang succeeded and successfully killed Good, then the Lancer family would not have no reaction at all. Yang Ming silently analyzed. Good is already dead. How would they still have the mood to retaliate against those allies? If Uncle Wang did not succeed and successfully ran away, then the Lancer family would not have no reaction at all. They would have focused all their attention on capturing Uncle Wang and would not have time to retaliate against their allies. So, from the current reaction of the Lancer family, there is only one possibility. Uncle Wang should have been captured by the Lancer family. "You mean my father was captured by the Lancer family?" asked Wang Xiaoyan in surprise. "This is the most likely inference." Yang Ming nodded and said, "But I think that Uncle Wang's life will not be in danger. If Uncle Wang really fell into the hands of the Lancer family, and the other party really wanted to destroy our family and fight us to the death as they claimed, then they should have killed Uncle Wang without any scruples and released this news." Yang Ming is right. Butler Moo nodded after listening to Yang Ming's analysis. But if the family master really fell into the hands of the Lancer family, then why didn't the Lancer family release this news? Maybe they have not thought about how to maximize the benefits. Yang Ming sneered. They probably want to use Uncle Wang as a bargaining chip, but they have not thought about how to use him, so there's no need to make it public for the time being. Yang Ming really guessed right. The Lancer family did think so. Kevithan wanted to use Wang Song's Han as a hostage to force him to force Wang Xiaoyan and Good to marry, but Wang Song's Han did not agree for the time being. The Lancer family had no choice but to let Wang Song's Han think about it. They would release him when he made up his mind. The reason why they did not release the news of Wang Songshan's capture was that they were afraid that this move would attract a large number of disciples of the butterfly family to retaliate. When there were more people, there would inevitably be casualties. At that time, it would be a situation where both sides would fight to the death. It would not be so easy to solve this problem. Therefore, in order to avoid this situation, the Lancer family decided to hide this news before they thought about countermeasures. Anyway, they would delay it for as long as possible. Maybe Wang Song's Han would suddenly figure it out and everything would be solved smoothly. Even if Wang Song's Han did not figure it out and was stubborn, it would not be too late to think of countermeasures. Anyway, they could not release the news at this time. "This is very likely." Butler Moo nodded. "So what should we do next?" Butler Moo had long heard that Yang Ming was not ordinary. After that, he saw that the patriarch of the Buffon family, Old Buffon, was also Yang Ming's disciple, so he subconsciously regarded Yang Ming as the leader of the group. He would first ask Yang Ming about everything. Chapter 1480. One is to continue to wait and see what the Lancer family is up to, but this is not a good strategy. Yang Ming said, "When the Lancer family wants to announce to us that Uncle Wang is in their hands, I think that is when they have full confidence. So, although this is the safest way, it will be disadvantageous to us. Yes, we can't give the Lancer family too much time to breathe. This is very disadvantageous to us. Butler nodded and said, "So, should I go to the Lancer family now to ask for him?" Ask for him. Yang Ming couldn't help but smile bitterly after hearing it. "Uncle Mu, let's not talk about whether the other party will admit it if we ask for him. Even if they admit it, do you think we can get him out? Even Uncle Wong is not the Lancer family's opponent. Can our people be more powerful than Uncle Wong? I'm afraid we will be kept by the other party, right?" Yang Ming's words hit everyone's weak spot. The people in the conference room suddenly looked at each other. Indeed, Wang Songshan's skill was not weaker than the people present. If there was anyone who was stronger than Wang Songshan, it would probably be Fong Tian. Of course, this was not counting Yang Ming's special abilities. If Yang Ming's special abilities were included, it would be unknown. Yang Ming is right. Fong Tian agreed and said, "Old Wang is not a reckless person. Once he is defeated, it is impossible for him to confront the other party head-on without dodging. There is no news yet. It is most likely that he has been schemed against by the Lancer family. If the other party has the strength to scheme against Old Wang, then none of us are sure to go. Why don't I make a trip there?" Yang Ming pondered for a moment. He had already made a plan in his heart. In any case, Wang Xiaoyan had now become his father-in-law. This was an indisputable fact. His relationship with Wang Xiaoyan was there. It was not justifiable for him to sit back and do nothing. When Zhou Judge's father was in trouble, he ran to solve it immediately. When Huang Leilei's family was in trouble, he also helped to solve it. These were not hidden from Wang Xiaoyan. So, if he did not do anything this time, Wang Xiaoyan might not say anything on the surface, but would she really not mind in her heart? Although the matter this time seemed to be a lot more troublesome, Yang Ming waited for a long time. He also understood that he was the only one who had a chance of winning. If others were to go, it would be of no help. Of course, Yang Ming pinned his hopes on his special ability. He wanted to be able to explore all the terrain and hidden posts inside the Lancer family in advance. Only by knowing one's own strength and the enemy's strength could he win every battle. As for winning every battle, it was a bit of a boast. It would be great if they could successfully rescue Wang Songshan. You want to go? Fong Tian was a little surprised after listening to Yang Ming's words, but he also looked at Yang Ming with some appreciation. Fong Tian was still thinking that he was the strongest among these people. Others were not as good as Yang Ming, so it was meaningless to go. But even he had no way to face the unknown strangeness. Because for so many days, there was no news about why the Lancer family had become so arrogant, how they could keep Wang Songshan, and what they relied on. In this situation where he did not know the depth of the other party, Fong Tian did not dare to go rashly. Even if he was the king of assassins, it was impossible for Fong Tian to gain any advantage when the other party was fully on guard and seemed to have invited a master to take charge. Although Fong Tian was proficient in assassination methods, it was only assassination. It was done when the other party was unprepared and not in a head-on confrontation. Even if Fong Tian assassinated Kevithan, it would be much easier than going to the Lancer family to inquire about information and rescue Wang Songshan. After all, assassination did not require him to enter the other party's trap and confront the other party face-to-face. If he wanted to assassinate Kevithan, he would have to hide at home for a lifetime. Once he came out, Fong Tian had many ways to kill him. In this world, there were many people who were stronger than Fong Tian. The king of assassins did not mean that he was invincible. It could only be said that his attainments in assassination were at the peak, and he rarely missed the targets he targeted. But if Fong Tian were to participate in a one-on-one battle, he would probably lose miserably. This was the reason why Yang Ming judged that even if Fong Tian went out, he might not be Tianlong's opponent. It was because Tianlong's Shaolin Kung Fu had reached perfection. If it was not an assassination, Fong Tian was likely to lose in a head-on confrontation. The reason why Yang Ming was able to defeat Tianlong and break his martial arts was because of Yang Ming's special ability. He could see where Tianlong's Achilles heel was at once, and he directly destroyed it. This time, The reason why Yang Ming took the initiative to propose to go to the Lancer family to investigate was also the result of Yang Ming's careful consideration. After all, only he had a trump card. If other people went, they would either die or be caught. Yang Ming was not afraid of being caught. If he was caught, he could transform into Kevithan's appearance and then find a chance to escape. I think we should go to the Lancer family to investigate the situation. Yang Ming nodded and said, I am afraid that I am the most suitable candidate for this. I am not at ease if you go. Fong Tian hesitated and said, Yang Ming, I am very gratified that you can stand up at this time. My care and cultivation of you is not in vain, but now is not the time to be a hero. Chapter 1481. You won't accept another disciple? I see that your body is quite strong, and my master's wife is not old. Why don't you have a child and raise him as the little king of assassins? My idea is good, right? Get lost. Fong Tian's face turned red, and Wang Ruoshui wasn't any better. You little brat, what nonsense are you talking about? I'll go. If I die, only your master's wife will be sad. But if you little bastard die, what will happen to so many women in the family? Wang Xiaoyan was so moved that she wiped her tears. She couldn't help but laugh at Fong Tian's words. Yeah, Yang Ming still has a lot of family members at home. If something happens to him because of my matter, won't those women fight with me? Come on, let's put it this way. Old man Fong, when have you seen me do something that I'm not sure of? Yang Ming waved his hand, stopped the dispute with Fong Tian, and began to talk about the main topic. Fong Tian was slightly stunned after listening to Yang Ming's words. He closed his eyes and thought about the meaning of Yang Ming's words. Indeed, Yang Ming, this kid, seems to be very thick-skinned. He never does anything that he isn't sure of. Could it be that this time he has some certainty of winning? Recalling the things that Yang Ming did before, it seemed that he had a well-thought-out plan every time. In the end, things were solved smoothly. In fact, how could Yang Ming have any certainty of winning? Even if those things were solved smoothly in the past, it was just luck. Even Yang Ming himself was a little impressed by his luck, but it couldn't be helped. Only those with good luck could become a legend. Those with bad luck would have died long ago. Old man Fong, don't argue with me. I promise that I can bring Uncle Wang back this time. Yang Ming patted his chest and promised firmly. In fact, he didn't have any confidence in his heart. Fong Tian saw that Yang Ming was so confident and hesitated. I'll go with Yang Ming. Wang Xiaoyan clenched her teeth and said her decision. No. As soon as Wang Xiaoyan's voice fell, she heard several voices of objection in unison. These voices naturally came from Fong Tian, Wang Ruoshui, Butler Mu, and Yang Ming. You guys! Wang Xiaoyan was a little surprised that everyone was against it. Even Yang Ming shook his head and didn't want her to go with him. Yin Yin, your skills are much worse than Yang Ming's. If you go, not only will you not be able to help him, you will become a burden. Wang Ruoshui sighed and explained, at that time, even if Yang Ming doesn't save my brother, it is possible for him to retreat. But if you follow, Yang Ming will take care of you. I'm afraid that neither of you will be able to come back, let alone save my brother. Although Wang Ruoshui's words were a blow to Wang Xiaoyan's self-esteem, Wang Xiaoyan was not an unreasonable person. After thinking about it, she was indeed a little impulsive. Although her words seemed to be sharing weal and woe with Yang Ming, she was indeed a little too reckless. She was afraid that she would really implicate Yang Ming. Then, Yang Ming, be careful. Wang Xiaoyan looked at Yang Ming with some reluctance. She didn't want Yang Ming to go, but now it seemed that Yang Ming had made a decision. This trip was imperative, so she could only say, you promise me that if things really don't work out, don't blame yourself. I just want you to come back safely. Don't worry, my dear little Yin Yin. Which of the things I promised you have not been done? Yang Ming teased indifferently. Wait until I destroy the Lancer family and the people behind them. Then I will bring Uncle Wang back in triumph. Fang Tian sighed. I can't see through this disciple of mine. Or rather, I haven't really understood Yang Ming from the beginning. But one thing Fang Tian could be sure of was that although Yang Ming looked very shameless and dark, he was a very affectionate person. As long as he was convinced of this, it meant that his vision was not wrong. When something goes wrong, you have to be wise and protect yourself. Although Wang Songzhan was his best friend for many years, Yang Ming was also his beloved disciple. Fang Tian didn't want anything to happen to Yang Ming. Yang Ming grinned, revealing his white teeth, but he was extremely confident. Although Yang Ming's trip this time didn't alarm anyone and didn't announce anything with great fanfare, it still didn't escape the eyes of some people. There was no doubt that there were spies from the Lancer family or the Douglas family among the peripheral members of the Butterfly family. This was because the Butterfly family also had spies in the Douglas family in the same city. It was just that the Lancer family was too far away from the Butterfly family. There was no conflict before, and the two sides were still in a cooperative relationship. Therefore, the Butterfly family didn't have spies in the Lancer family. But now, they had suffered some losses. This was because it was obvious that the ambush set by the Douglas family in their own family had worked, while the ambush set by the Douglas family in the Lancer family didn't work at all. Obviously, the Douglas family only played the role of a one-sided message transmission. They could only pass on the news that the Butterfly family had investigated to the Lancer family, but they couldn't pass on any news from the Lancer family to the Butterfly family. This was also the reason why the Butterfly family hadn't gotten any news of Wang Songzhan so far. This was because even the Douglas family might not know what was going on. Although the news of Yang Ming going to the Lancer family was deliberately concealed, Yang Ming didn't appear for a few meals, so it was still seen by some people. Therefore, the news that Yang Ming might go to the Lancer family was passed to the Lancer family from the Douglas family spies in the Butterfly family. Kevithin had just come out of the place where Wang Songzhan was imprisoned at this moment. He had just had a conversation with Wang Songzhan, but obviously, he didn't achieve his ideal goal. He secretly scolded Wang Songzhan for being stubborn, but there was nothing he could do. For Wang Songzhan, this old guy couldn't be beaten or killed. Now, he just had to catch him and wait for him to relent. Unexpectedly, this old guy seemed to have noticed the Lancer family's embarrassment and didn't relent. The Lancer family really couldn't do anything. Family Master, there's a secret report from the Douglas family. As soon as Kevithin walked into the conference room, a family disciple in charge of intelligence came to report the news. Oh, what secret report? Asked Wang Songzhan. This. The disciple glanced at the people in the conference room and was a little hesitant. Say it. These are not outsiders, especially Cousin Jetson. He is now a core figure in our family. Kevithin knew that this disciple still had some reservations about Jetson, so he explained. The other people in the conference room were Slade, Thomas, and Leckroft. Slade and Leckroft were originally elders of the family, so they didn't hide anything from them in the past. Thomas was the previous family master of the family, so he naturally held the position of an elder on the side after stepping down. There was no need to avoid it. Yes. After the disciple heard Kevithin's words, he quickly said in fear, there is a secret report from the Douglas family. An important person is missing from the Butterfly family today. According to the analysis, he should be rushing to our Lancer family. He is probably here for Wang Songshan's matter. Oh, who is it? Kevithin snorted indifferently. Is it that old guy named Fang Tian? It is said that he is the king of assassins. What king of assassins? He is nothing in front of Cousin Jetson. It's a good opportunity to meet him. During this time, Kevithin had already known a lot of things about the Butterfly family through the Douglas family spies in the Butterfly family. He also knew about Fang Tian, the king of assassins. If it were in the past, Kevithin would have avoided hearing the name of the king of assassins. He would definitely not have anything to do with such a person. Which normal person would be willing to go against an assassin? But now, with Cousin Jetson backing him up, Kevithan was full of confidence. What king of assassins, assassin family, they were all floating clouds. There was nothing to be afraid of. Chapter 1482. The person's name is Yang Ming. He is the direct disciple of the king of assassins, Fong Tian. The disciple in charge of delivering the information said, his other identity is the son-in-law of the butterfly family. The butterfly family's miss, Wang Xiaoyan, is also Butterfly Wang's fiancée. Oh, the person is him? Isn't it Fong Tian? Kevithan was a little baffled when he heard the disciple's words. He was inexplicably stunned. Is his strength stronger than Fong Tian? This shouldn't be the case. The disciple in charge of delivering the information quickly replied, according to the investigation, when this Yang Ming first arrived at the Butterfly Castle, Wang Ruoshui asked him to compete. As a result, Yang Ming declined. I think he is not Wang Ruoshui's opponent, and Wang Ruoshui's martial arts should not be as good as Wang Songshan and Fong Tian's. It can be seen that Yang Ming may just be a great young person. Such a person dares to come alone? Doesn't he know how to spell the word death? Kevithan snorted with some amusement. Isn't he overestimating himself? Family master, I guess this Yang Ming wants to be a hero to save the beauty and show his manliness in front of Wang Xiaoyan. Thomas was thinking about his grandson, so he thought of something similar to Good's dirty deeds. Oh, that's possible now that you mention it. Kevithan seemed to think it was possible. In that case, this guy may just want to show off. Whether he dares to come here or not is another matter. Maybe he will return to the butterfly family after taking a stroll outside and declare to Wang Xiaoyan that he has tried his best, but his strength is not good enough. I don't think he will lose any face. What the family master said makes sense. Leckroft also nodded in agreement. With Jetson's previous display of power, both Leckroft and Thomas didn't dare to call Kevithan nephew anymore. Instead, they directly used the word family master. It couldn't be helped. The situation was there. Jetson's strength was superior, so they had no choice but to lower their heads. Unknowingly, Kevithan's reputation had also established a very high position. However, no matter whether this Yang Ming is here for real or not, we should be prepared to deal with him. Kevithan said, if he is faking it, then it's fine. If he is really here, then we don't have to let him go back. It just so happens that we don't know what to use to threaten Wang Songshan. This time, we're using Yang Ming's life to threaten him. We are not afraid that he will not comply. Yeah, as long as Yang Ming is dead, the so-called engagement of the butterfly family's miss will be gone. Thomas agreed and said, Wang Songshan can also cooperate with us wholeheartedly and marry Wang Xiaoyan to good. Kevithan, but if you let Yang Ming die, aren't you afraid of offending the butterfly family? Slade hesitated and said. He was not concerned about whether Good could marry Wang Xiaoyan, but the overall interests of the family. In his opinion, it didn't matter whether Wang Songshan's daughter was married or not. This was an insignificant matter. The key question was whether the interests of the Lancer family could be guaranteed. For example, the reaction of the Buffon family. This series of things against Wang Songshan was just for the sake of the family's face. They couldn't get any substantial benefits, so Slade wasn't very concerned about this. At his age, he didn't care much about things like face. The so-called shameless old referred to people like Slade. What did it have to do with him whether Good married Wang Xiaoyan or not? However, he couldn't ignore his son's position as the family master. His son, as the family master, naturally had to protect the Lancer family's face. The family master and elders' thoughts would be slightly different. However, among the three elders in the family, only he dared to call Kevithan's name. The reason was none other than that he was Kevithan's father. Father, it doesn't matter, Kevithan explained with a smile. I have already considered this, but Yang Ming is not a member of the butterfly family. His current identity is only Wang Xiaoyan's fiancé. Once he dies, Good will become Wang Xiaoyan's fiancé. Do you think the butterfly family will go against us because of a dead outsider? What the family master said makes sense. Thomas also thought so. Otherwise, he wouldn't have tried so hard to facilitate this matter. He was very much in favor of letting Yang Ming die here. Only in this way could the butterfly family completely have no way out. The butterfly family would never go to war with the Lancer family because of someone who didn't belong to the butterfly family. This is not wrong. Yang Ming hasn't officially married Wang Xiaoyan yet, so he can only be regarded as an outsider. If he dies, even if the butterfly family is unhappy, they have no legitimate reason to trouble us. I guess they can only hold their nose and accept it. Slade nodded. Hee, a reason to trouble us. At this time, Jetson smiled coldly. In the face of absolute strength, any reason is pale. My strength to trouble you is a reason. Cousin Jetson is right. In the face of Cousin Jetson's absolute strength, even if the butterfly family is reasonable, it will become unreasonable. Wang Songshan is probably not a person who doesn't know how to adapt to the situation. He previously had a marriage agreement with the king of assassins, Fong Tian. He was unwilling to cancel it because of his face. However, once Yang Ming dies, will he still dare to shirk? Kevithan agreed and said, Cousin Jetson, I will leave this Yang Ming to you. If he wants to come, it will be tonight. He's just a clown. Jetson responded indifferently. Humph. If it weren't for leaving him alive, Wang Songshan would have already become a corpse. Is this Yang Ming more powerful than Wang Songshan? That's definitely not the case, but you have to be careful, cousin. Don't let this kid run away. Kevithan was afraid that Jetson would be careless, so he reminded him. No one has been able to escape from my hands. Jetson said casually, but this was just to fool Kevithan and the other members of the Lancer family. It was definitely a joke to put it in the center. What's more, this was only his first time making a move. His only enemy was Wang Songshan, so he really couldn't escape. Prepare a celebration banquet for me. When I kill this kid, let's celebrate. However, Kevithan and the other members of the Lancer family believed it and nodded. Don't worry, cousin. I'll tell the kitchen to prepare it. In fact, Jetson didn't need to eat anything anymore. It would be a waste even if he ate. He was just pretending. However, he had been living in the Lancer family for the past few days. In order not to let Kevithan discover his secrets and abnormalities, he had to do as the Romans did and eat and drink. Is this the Lancer family? Yang Ming looked at a manor not far away in front of him, and a trace of coldness flashed in his eyes. This magnificent 100-year-old manor, humph. Yang Ming didn't directly sneak into the Lancer family, nor did he grab the Lancer family's children to ask. Instead, he sat down in a small bar a few kilometers away from the manor and looked out the window quietly. If someone didn't know better, they would think that Yang Ming was looking at the scenery outside the window. However, Yang Ming was indeed looking at every movement inside the Lancer family a few kilometers away. This was why Yang Ming dared to go alone. He could use his special ability to detect some movements and terrain inside the Lancer family in advance, as well as whether there were masters in the Lancer family. Yang Ming certainly wouldn't be reckless for this operation. Even Wang Songshan could be trapped in the enemy camp. Yang Ming didn't think that he was very capable. The saying that the enemy would surrender under his feet with a shake of the tiger's body was whimsical no matter how he thought about it. It turns out to be this guy named Jetson. Yang Ming naturally saw the scene in the Lancer family's conference room. Several people in the Lancer family were talking about his life and death. I'm afraid it won't be so easy to take my life, right? Yang Ming was not a magnanimous person. On the contrary, he was even a little vengeful. Since this Jetson wanted to keep him, how could he let him go? Therefore, Yang Ming decided that as long as there was a chance this time, he would kill Jetson to avoid endless future troubles. Chapter 1483. Looking at this group of arrogant people, talking and laughing as if the Yang Ming they were talking about had become a dead man, Yang Ming smiled coldly. He didn't despise these people, but he felt that these people were too arrogant. Even if they were sure of winning, there was no need to be like this. Only by keeping a vigilant heart at all times could one live to 100 years old. Otherwise, it was not certain who would win. Yang Ming was not in the mood to continue investigating what these people were talking about. Jetson seemed to be very confident in himself. He didn't mention the killing plan at night at all. Instead, he was flattered by the Lancer family's group. Shifting his gaze, Yang Ming began to search for Wang Songshan's figure. Yang Ming was sure that there was a 90% chance that Wang Songshan was trapped in the Lancer family. Yang Ming searched very carefully. Yang Ming had almost looked at every inch of the Lancer family's manor several times. This was because while Yang Ming was looking for Wang Songshan, he was also exploring the terrain of the Lancer family's manor. Yang Ming was not as arrogant as Jetson. If he couldn't win, Yang Ming had to find the best escape route. After Yang Ming's careful investigation, he was afraid that even the people who had lived in the Lancer family's manor for many years were not as familiar with the terrain as Yang Ming. This was because there were many places that some people in the Lancer family could not go, such as the kitchen, the warehouse, the boiler room, the laundry room, and other places where the servants worked. The Lancer family's higher-ups were unwilling to go to these places personally. It was even more impossible for Jetson, who had appeared out of nowhere, to go there. Therefore, these very remote places were the foundation of Yang Ming's survival. Uncle Wang is fine. It seems that I can finally breathe a sigh of relief. When Yang Ming saw that Wang Songshan was imprisoned in a small independent attic, Yang Ming nodded heavily. Fortunately, otherwise, Yin Yin would be disappointed this time. Yang Ming closed his eyes, began to recall the terrain of the Lancer family's manor, and thought about the plan for tonight's action. Although he knew that Jetson was already prepared, Yang Ming still had to act. What's more, Yang Ming's killing intent had risen at this moment. Even if he could save Wang Songshan quietly, Jetson could not be left alive. Otherwise, he would always be a big threat to himself and the Butterfly family. Yang Ming reached out to call the waiter, paid the bill, then stood up, turned, and left the small bar. The bar was still noisy. No one knew what Yang Ming was here for, and no one paid attention to him. Standing on the street, Yang Ming reached out and stopped the taxi. He then said to the driver, "Go to Lancer Manor." The driver readily agreed. Many poor children from nearby families worked in the Lancer family, so there were often servants from the Lancer family traveling between the town and the Lancer Manor. "Sir, the car can only stop here. In front is the Lancer family's private territory. We can't drive in." The taxi driver stopped the car under a warning sign on the road, pointed to the text on it, and said to Yang Ming. Yang Ming glanced at the warning sign. It said nothing more than that in front was the Lancer family's private territory, and no one was allowed to enter without permission, etc. Yang Ming paid the fare quickly. He didn't say much, got out of the car, and walked alone in the direction of the Lancer family's manor. Yang Ming had a clear idea of the plan at this moment, so he was not afraid of confronting Jetson head-on. When Yang Ming was walking, he didn't deliberately avoid anyone because there was no place to hide on this road. If he encountered a stranger, then he could only let him rest here. However, he didn't know if it was a coincidence or if no one from the Lancer family came out at all during this time. Yang Ming did not see anyone on this road, and he smoothly arrived outside the Lancer family's manor. Yang Ming had already found a way and location to sneak into the manor when he was in the bar. At this time, he stood outside the manor just to explore the movement inside again. However, the situation of this exploration was similar to the previous one. There were still many guards guarding outside the attic where Wang Songshan was imprisoned. The difference was that a person was sitting in a small pavilion nearby. This person was the person named Jetson that Yang Ming had seen in the Lancer family's conference room. He was the cousin of the current family master of the Lancer family, Kevithan. April is a very cold season in Europe. The temperature difference between day and night is very large. This should be the coldest time. This person is just sitting in the pavilion. Isn't he cold? Yang Ming was very surprised and impressed because this person was wearing a very thin shirt. It seemed that the Lancer family was ready to deal with it. They knew that the purpose of their visit this time was to rescue Wang Songshan. So Jetson simply sat directly at the door of Wang Songshan's imprisonment. Yang Ming sneered. This Jetson is really arrogant to a certain extent. Isn't he sitting here publicly announcing to others that Wang Songshan is imprisoned in the attic next to him? Of course, Yang Ming had special abilities. He didn't need Jetson to do anything. Yang Ming already knew where Wang Songshan was imprisoned. If it was someone without special abilities, it would not be so easy to find out. Jetson's approach just happened to be a beacon of light. However, what Yang Ming didn't expect was that Jetson was not arrogant, but had already arranged it in advance. Just like the plan against Wang Songshan last time, he had informed all the family's children and servants in advance. As long as Yang Ming came to capture them, they would tell the truth about the location of Wang Songshan's imprisonment. This was also a strategy to allow Yang Ming to directly walk into the trap. Jetson didn't have to always be on guard against Yang Ming appearing elsewhere. He just had to wait here. However, how could Yang Ming let Jetson do as he wished? Since Jetson was waiting at Wang Songshan's place, he would let him wait first. Yang Ming didn't forget what he had said before, which was to teach Good a lesson. Therefore, the first thing Yang Ming did when he came this time was to go to Good's residence. Therefore, when everyone thought that Yang Ming would look for Wang Songshan's residence first, Yang Ming did the opposite and slipped to Good's residence first. With the lesson of Wang Songshan killing a few disciples before, the people of the Lancer family had also learned to be smart this time. They gave his servants and children walking back and forth in the manor at night an alarm on their fingers. They were instructed to press the alarm as soon as they saw Yang Ming, and the meeting room would immediately locate his location so that Jetson could be prepared and avoid unnecessary accidents. However, Yang Ming had no intention of finding trouble with those children and servants at all. Yang Ming didn't need to know anything from them. Yang Ming had already finished exploring with his special ability beforehand. At this time, it was too late to hide from the people inside the Lancer family. Since no one had discovered him along the way, Yang Ming was more careful at the moment. However, with his special ability of X-ray vision and night vision, Yang Ming easily avoided the children walking back and forth and the manor's patrol guards. As for the cameras and some blind spots, Yang Ming also bypassed them easily. Yang Ming was very experienced in dealing with these cameras. Previously, in the Immortal Building in Mount Jing, Yang Ming had already figured out the rules, so this time was no exception. While looking at the screen in the monitoring room, he easily bypassed the surveillance cameras according to the time difference between the screen switching. Good had been very proud these 2 days. After being nervous for a few days, Good felt that he could finally rest easy when he saw Jetson easily capture Wang Songshan alive. He was especially happy when he heard that Jetson was very supportive of him marrying Butterfly Wang. Tonight, it was even more so because Good had also received news that Butterfly Wang's fiancée, Yang Ming, might come to rescue Yang Ming. Jetson was waiting to kill Yang Ming in one fell swoop. Therefore, Good began to dance excitedly when he thought that Yang Ming was about to die tonight and that Butterfly Wang could throw herself into his arms without any obstacles. Chapter 1484. How dare you threaten me? Let's see who dies first this time. Good's eyes were full of anticipation and excitement. He never thought that things would be so complicated this time. However, this ending was still very satisfactory. In the beginning, after he was humiliated by the Butterfly family, he came to his grandfather's Lancer family in high spirits, hoping that his grandfather could help him vent his anger. His grandfather had indeed helped him create a huge problem for the Butterfly family. He had unilaterally cut off the cooperation and supply relationship of the arms business. This made the Butterfly family as anxious as ants on a hot pan. However, Good times did not last long. Just when Good thought that the Butterfly family would eventually compromise and marry Butterfly Wang to him, the Butterfly family somehow got involved with the Buffon family, who was the arms supplier behind the Lancer family. This was great. They had offended the Buffon family, and the Buffon family retaliated by directly stopping the arms supply to the Lancer family. This made the Lancer family, who originally had victory in hand, dumbfounded. Wasn't this change too fast? In an instant, the positions of the Lancer family and the Butterfly family had a fundamental change. The Lancer family was in a predicament, and the Butterfly family easily turned from weak to strong. They even threatened to take Good's head. This made Good scared out of his wits. He was afraid that the Lancer family would give him up for the family's interests. Although Good was the grandson of the current family master of the Lancer family, Good was also a member of a big family. He knew the rules of the big family. That was, the family's interest came first in all matters. Sacrificing oneself for the greater good was a common method used by big families. Therefore, Good was not sure whether the Lancer family would hand him over in the end. Although his grandfather, Thomas, was the current family master, it should be known that the family master was not the only one who had a say in a family. All the elders also had a very high right to speak. They could even join forces to deny some of the family master's decisions. This made Good fall into a panic all day long. In the end, his grandfather saved his life at the cost of giving up the position of the family master. This made Good feel grateful, but he was also worried. He hated Wang Song's Han and the others to the bone. Good was not stupid. Although his grandfather had exchanged the family master's position to save his life, who knew if the new family master would renege on the debt after taking office? At that time, there would be no other way. However, just as Good was terrified, a great piece of good news came from the entire Lancer family. The cousin of the new head of the family, Kevithan, was here. Moreover, he is a person who came out of the mysterious Central. It is said that his martial arts are superb. Although he didn't see it with his own eyes, Grandpa was on the spot and witnessed Jetson smashing the large marble conference table with one palm. Moreover, Good also went to the conference room afterward. Good couldn't help but click his tongue when he saw that the hard marble had turned into fragments. What kind of power is this? Was he still human? Good was relieved to see that the Lancer family had finally found a big backer. However, he was still a little nervous. Would the Butterfly family be afraid of Uncle Jetson? Moreover, the Butterfly family seemed to specialize in assassins, so Good was really afraid that the Butterfly family would assassinate him. Just as he was worried, Uncle Jetson actually took the initiative to offer to stay in the same room with him. This made Good extremely relieved. What was there to be afraid of as long as this great master was in charge? Sure enough, Wang Song's Han was beaten to a pulp by Uncle Jetson that night. Wang Song's Han was the leader of the assassin family, but he didn't even have the power to fight back in front of Uncle Jetson. He could only run away. But even if he ran away, he couldn't escape from Uncle Jetson's hands. In the end, he obediently allowed himself to be captured. This made Good's self-confidence inflate to the extreme. He even forgot the fact that he was still a member of the Douglas family. During this time, he regarded himself as a member of the Lancer family. This was because it was inevitable that the Lancer family would become an awesome existence in the upper-class society in the future. With such a backer, it wouldn't be justifiable if they didn't rise up. Good's mouth flashed a lascivious smile when he thought that he would be able to marry Butterfly Wong in a few days. However, he cursed in his heart. I don't know if the fiancé, named Yang Ming, has slept with Butterfly Wong. Although Good had played with more than 100 women, he still didn't want his woman to be tainted by others. At this time, he had already regarded Butterfly Wong as his woman. It could be seen how much his arrogance and self-esteem had inflated. However, it doesn't matter. Tonight, Yang Ming will become a dead man. Why should I care about a dead man? Good muttered to himself and shook his head. He was somewhat proud of himself. Unfortunately, I can't be sure if I will become a dead man, but you will become a dead man. A cold voice sounded, causing the arrogant Good to jump in fright. Who? Who is it? Who is talking? Good subconsciously wanted to get the alarm, but because he was in the room, he didn't hold the alarm in his hand. When he was dancing just now, he threw the alarm on the bed beside him. At this moment, he was anxious, but he couldn't find it. However, he didn't have the chance to look for it. Good only felt a slight pain in his neck, as if something needle-like had pierced it. But before he could understand what was going on, he lay straight on the bed, as if he had fallen asleep. I wanted to torture you for a while, but time is running out, so I'll just let you die. The person who came was Yang Ming. Seeing Good talking to himself like a lunatic, Yang Ming was completely speechless. You want me to die with such strength? If Jetson said this, Yang Ming wouldn't be surprised, but this Good. If it weren't for the fact that he didn't have time to deal with this guy now, Yang Ming really wanted to beat him up and then kill him. It's a waste of a flying needle. Yang Ming looked at Good's body and said with slight regret, it's a waste to use it on this kind of person. Although this material is not rare, it's not much either. Yang Ming shook his head and slowly retreated from Good's residence. The next stop was the place where Wang Song's Han was imprisoned. It was inevitable that he would meet Jetson there. Yang Ming didn't have any confidence in facing the enemy head-on. He could only take one step at a time. Good's death didn't cause any waves. Even the Lancer family didn't know that Good had died because Kevithan had deliberately sent a GPS location alarm to everyone in the family. After a situation was triggered, they could immediately find the location of the alarm in the monitoring room and then respond. Good was simply arrogant to a certain extent. He was completely different from his previous fear and caution. After witnessing Jetson's strength, he became a little unscrupulous. In his opinion, no matter how many enemies came, they were not Jetson's opponents, so he casually threw the alarm on the bed. He didn't expect that he couldn't trigger it even when he was about to die. However, Yang Ming wasn't worried about this. Even if Good triggered the alarm, Yang Ming would still kill Good without hesitation. He might even torture Good for a while without scruples and wait for Jetson to come to him. Originally, Yang Ming was also mentally prepared to face the enemy head-on. After killing Good, Yang Ming had no scruples. It was the same whether he went to Jetson or Jetson came to him. Because he was very familiar with the interior terrain of the manor, Yang Ming quickly rushed to Jetson's location. Although his footsteps were light, Jetson still felt it when he was about 100 meters away. Jetson's hearing was extremely sensitive, which was why he was able to discover Wang Song's Han in advance last time. It's Yang Ming, right? Jetson spoke. You're finally here. I didn't wait in vain. Chapter 1485. Yang Ming felt a chill in his heart. He was very surprised by Jetson's keen senses. Yang Ming was an assassin. Although his footsteps were not as good as Wang Xiaoyan's family's secret technique, butterfly microsteps, it was still superb. Yang Ming could even pass through the grass without alerting a bird, but Jetson had sensed it here. This made Yang Ming sigh with some regret in his heart. I wanted to try to sneak attack Jetson, but now it seems impossible. This Jetson really can't be underestimated. I won't let you wait in vain. Since he had been discovered by the other party, Yang Ming naturally didn't intend to hide it. He walked out from the trees that were hidden by the side. You were Jetson, right? Kevithan's cousin? You're quite well informed. Jetson didn't admit it, but he didn't deny it either. He snorted coldly as if he disdained to talk to Yang Ming. Tell me about your background. Looking at your skills, you don't look like a nobody. Yang Ming said lightly. Do you really want to stand up for the Lancer family? Naturally, there is no need to tell you my background. Jetson smiled coldly. Tonight, you will become a victim. You won't leave here alive, so there is no point in telling you this. Since you're so sure that I will become a dead person, it's okay to talk about it. You should at least let me know when I die, right? Yang Ming smiled faintly, as if he didn't care about life and death at all. Kid, you don't have to find something to talk about, and you don't have to think about unrealistic things. Do you want to know my background? Jetson looked at Yang Ming blankly, but it's okay to tell you. The fact that Jetson came from Central was not a secret, so there was no need for Jetson to hide it. Since Yang Ming wanted to know, then it was okay to talk about it. In Jetson's eyes, Yang Ming had become a dead person. It was good to let him know when he died. Yang Ming nodded slightly and motioned for Jetson to continue. Yang Ming naturally wouldn't refuse to know some of the enemy's details. However, Yang Ming was also always on guard against Jetson's sudden attack. After all, the two sides were in a hostile state. How could there be any trust in what was said? If Jetson suddenly launched an attack when Yang Ming was caught off guard, it would be hard to say what would happen. However, Jetson didn't seem to have this intention at all. Was he too arrogant? He wasn't afraid that Yang Ming would escape or suddenly attack. Or was he just a gentleman who would tell the truth? Kid, listen carefully. I come from Central, a mysterious place that you can't imagine at all. If you die, no one will avenge you. Of course, no one will dare to avenge you and offend Central's people. Oomph. When Jetson said the word Central, a look of reverence suddenly appeared in his eyes. Central? Yang Ming was slightly stunned. He had never heard of this place and didn't know what this place did. Is it an organization or institution? It sounds like it. Central? Is it very powerful? Yang Ming asked indifferently. Ignorant person. Jetson shook his head. It seemed that he disdained to explain anything to Yang Ming. Die? If you didn't come here, I wouldn't be able to attack ordinary people at will due to the rules of Central. But since you sent yourself to me, Yang Ming's heart shuddered. He suddenly raised his attention to the peak. Jetson was going to attack. Yang Ming could not be on guard. However, Yang Ming heard a message from Jetson's words. That was, Central's people didn't seem to be able to take the initiative to attack others. This made Yang Ming feel relieved in his heart. Although Yang Ming didn't know what Central was, since it was an organization, there must be a lot of people. If he really killed Jetson today, it would be really difficult for him to deal with if a lot of Jetsons ran out from Central. Not only that, but the Butterfly family and the Buffon family would become such a big enemy in the future. It could be said that there would be endless troubles in the future. But since Jetson said so, Yang Ming was relieved. A flying needle was clasped in the palm of his hand. This was Yang Ming's tried and tested assassination method. Even if he faced the enemy head-on, Yang Ming was confident that he could make the enemy suffer a hidden loss. After all, the current world was not like ancient times. How could there be so many hidden weapons? Nowadays, the most important thing to be wary of in a fight was guns, guarding against the opponent's sudden attack with a gun. No one would have thought that there would be people in this world who could hurt people with flying needles. This was also one of Yang Ming's trump cards. The reason why he dared to come here and face Jetson head-on was because he had a flying needle in hand. Yang Ming was 100% sure that he could hit Jetson. As for whether Jetson could be killed in one blow, Yang Ming couldn't guarantee, but it shouldn't be easy for him. Therefore, when Jetson's figure suddenly moved and stood up from the pavilion seat, Yang Ming had already calculated where Jetson's neck would move next. A flying needle flew out of his hand and shot directly at Jetson. Oomph! The flying needle shot at Jetson's neck, but it didn't penetrate his skin. Jetson casually pushed it aside and threw it to the ground. What the hell is this? A mosquito? Jetson, is he actually fine? Yang Ming saw clearly that the flying needle had hit Jetson. He was complacent in his heart because he had hit Jetson effortlessly. However, the result was beyond his expectations. The flying needle didn't hurt Jetson at all. It didn't even scratch his skin. Is there some kind of protective measure on this person's neck? However, Yang Ming didn't have time to think about it. Jetson had already gotten up and charged at Yang Ming. A pair of giant hands grabbed at Yang Ming fiercely. A look of doubt flashed in Yang Ming's eyes. Isn't this Jetson a martial arts master? How can this be? Although Jetson's speed and strength are very fierce, he just rushed over without any tricks. His whole body is full of flaws. How can such a person capture Wang Songshan alive? This made Yang Ming feel very inconceivable. Bang! Although Yang Ming felt that it was inconceivable, he still kicked Jetson's lower abdomen. This was one of the weak spots on the human body. Whether it was a man or a woman, once this spot was hit hard, it wouldn't be easy. Therefore, Yang Ming believed that it was impossible for Jetson not to dodge. Yang Ming had already thought of follow-up move while dodging. Hiss! Yang Ming's foot hit Jetson's lower abdomen, but a painful groan came from Yang Ming's mouth. Is there something on Jetson's abdomen? How could it be so hard? Yang Ming felt like he had kicked a big stone and almost fractured his foot. However, this was not enough to surprise Yang Ming. What was even more surprising was that Jetson didn't seem to feel anything. His hand still continued to grab at Yang Ming. Apart from a trace of ridicule on his expression, there was no painful expression after being hit. This accident made Yang Ming suddenly shocked because Jetson didn't go back to defend his lower abdomen. After being hit, he didn't show any painful reaction. Instead, he still rushed over at his original speed. This made the follow-up move that Yang Ming had prepared completely useless. He couldn't use it at all. Thinking of this, Yang Ming's upper body bent backward abruptly, and his whole body arched. However, even so, he still couldn't completely avoid Jetson's blow. Rip! Yang Ming's shirt was grabbed by Jetson, and he tore it apart. Yang Ming's head was covered in cold sweat. If he had grabbed my shoulder, wouldn't he have torn off my flesh? Or even my scapula might have been broken. How can this person be so strong? While Yang Ming was thinking about this, he used his hands to support himself on the ground. His feet also left the ground at the same time, and he kicked hard at Jetson. At this moment, Jetson's upper body was tilted, maintaining the momentum of attacking Yang Ming. Therefore, Yang Ming's feet directly kicked Jetson's face. This kick almost used up all of Yang Ming's strength. Yang Ming was confident that even a powerful person would be seriously injured at this moment. It was very likely that his head would be kicked away. Chapter 1486. Yang Ming had noticed that something was wrong before. His kick to Jetson's lower abdomen was very heavy. It was not something that ordinary people could bear. Yang Ming asked himself, even if he was hit by such a strong force, he would probably end up seriously injured. However, Jetson did not seem to have suffered any damage. Yang Ming's kick did not even cause a pause in Jetson's movements. It was as if this kick was not on Jetson's body at all, but on someone else's body. Yang Ming's kick did not even cause a pause in Jetson's movements. Yang Ming had no time to think about the reason, so he kicked a second time in a dangerous situation. If this kick was solid, Yang Ming did not believe that Jetson would not have suffered any damage. Bang! Yang Ming's 2 feet kicked Jetson's face at the same time. Yang Ming could even imagine the scene of Jetson's nose bleeding. Because the bridge of the nose was one of the most fragile bones in the human body, it was impossible not to be injured under a heavy blow. However, Yang Ming had learned his previous lesson. After this kick, his body quickly used the force of stepping on Jetson's face to do a backflip and landed firmly on the ground 10 feet away. Yang Ming had just stabilized his feet, but he was shocked to find that Jetson was still attacking him at a very fast speed. His kick still did not seem to cause any damage to him. On Jetson's face, there were 2 obvious footprints, but there were no bruises. There was also no nosebleed, as Yang Ming had imagined. It seemed that Yang Ming had kicked an iron plate. Yang Ming's expression suddenly changed again. Could it be that this Jetson is... Thinking of this, Yang Ming couldn't help but think of Tian Long. He had once fought with Tian Long, the successor of the Shaolin Temple's Golden Bell Shield. So, Yang Ming couldn't help but association. Could this person named Jetson also practice a similar technique? It must be known that the Golden Bell Shield was not only available in China's Shaolin Temple. There were also some similar external techniques in some other countries. It was not surprising that Jetson had learned something similar. The key problem was that this guy seemed to be a bit stronger than Tian Long. When he fought with Tian Long, although Tian Long was also invulnerable, it was only after he used his technique and entered a temporary berserk state. This Jetson didn't seem to be using any technique, but he was directly invulnerable. Moreover, although Tian Long's martial arts were excellent, he would still react when Yang Ming hit him. Although it did not cause any damage, he was still a flesh and blood body after all. However, this Jetson in front of him didn't seem to regard this body as his own at all. No matter how Yang Ming hit him, He didn't seem to feel anything. Seeing that Jetson was about to rush to his side, Yang Ming's heart tightened, and he quickly retreated. However, he regretfully found that Jetson's speed seemed to be a bit faster than his own. This made Yang Ming feel a long-lost fear in his heart. It had been a long time since he had this feeling. Since Yang Ming became the successor of the King of Assassins, he had embarked on a rapidly growing path and slowly walked to the peak of life. Although there were constant dangers and enemies around him, Yang Ming had never been so frightened. At this moment, the pressure Jetson gave him came from the kind of oppression between life and death, which made Yang Ming feel breathless. What kind of martial arts are you practicing? Is it an external defensive technique? Yang Ming's figure retreated quickly as he asked in surprise. External martial arts of thwart training. Jetson sneered a few times after hearing this, but he didn't answer Yang Ming's question. He didn't deny nor confirm, but his speed didn't slow down at all. Yang Ming frowned. He didn't know what Jetson meant, but since he had such an ambiguous attitude, Yang Ming somewhat believed that Jetson really practiced some kind of external martial arts. Thinking of this, Yang Ming gritted his teeth. While retreating, he began to use his X-ray vision to look for Jetson's weak point. Since Tianlong had a weak point, it meant that Jetson should have the same weak point. This was the weakness of external martial arts. It wasn't something that anyone could change. It was just that the position of each person's weak point was different. Therefore, even though many people knew this, it was still extremely difficult to find the weak spot of the opponent. Most likely, they would be killed by the opponent before they could find it. This was also the reason why many people still rushed to practice this kind of defensive technique, even though they knew that it had such a flaw. Now, Yang Ming had understood why Wang Songshan was captured here. Even if there were two Wang Songshans, they wouldn't be a match for such an abnormal guy. For a guy like Jetson, who was invulnerable and didn't react no matter how he was hit, Wang Songshan would still be helpless even if he had 180 methods. However, since Yang Ming had figured out Jetson's abnormality and his defensive technique, he wasn't so worried. As long as he could find a way to stall for time and find Jetson's weak point, he could kill Jetson in one fell swoop. Thinking of this, Yang Ming began to scan Jetson's body. However, at first glance, Yang Ming almost lost his balance and sat on the ground. This was because the internal structure of Jetson's body was fundamentally different from that of a normal person. He was not a person, but a machine. Inside Jetson's body, there were a lot of sophisticated electronic components. Yang Ming almost screamed out in horror. Fortunately, Yang Ming's psychological quality was very strong. Otherwise, Jetson would have almost caught up with him. Fuck. Yang Ming really wanted to curse at the sky. Isn't this too fucking evil? This time, he had actually encountered a robot. No wonder Jetson is so resistant and invulnerable. Yang Ming couldn't help but smile bitterly. Is a robot afraid of being hit? Kevithan's cousin is actually a robot. What kind of logic is this? And what kind of organization was the Central? How can they make such a sophisticated robot? Isn't this a bit too heaven-defying? However, thinking about the magical glasses on his body, Yang Ming guessed that it was also a heaven-defying high-tech product. It was even 100 times better than the robot in front of him. Thinking of this, Yang Ming was not so surprised. After all, there were too many capable people in this world, and he couldn't know all of them. Therefore, apart from being surprised by Jetson's body structure, Yang Ming fell into contemplation. Previously, he wanted to defeat Jetson by looking for his weak point, but now it seemed that this wouldn't work at all. Do you expect a machine to have a weak point? Isn't that a joke? Can a machine and a human be equal? Yang Ming was even a little desperate at this moment. If his opponent was a human, then Yang Ming would have some confidence to win. But now he was facing a non-human. No matter how capable Yang Ming was, he couldn't do anything. This kind of thing couldn't be killed or damaged, which gave Yang Ming a headache. All the assassination methods in the past were useless. Even if Yang Ming wanted to give up the idea of killing Jetson, it was probably impossible. This time, whether he could escape or not was another matter. Jetson's speed was too fast, beyond Yang Ming's imagination. However, it was natural for a robot to be faster. It was just that this was the first time Yang Ming had encountered such a situation in his life. Are you a robot? How can you have a human's mind? Are you Kevithan's cousin? Have you been transformed by Central? The idea of escaping from this place rose in Yang Ming's heart. Although saving Wang Songshan was very important, if he left this place alone, Wang Songshan would probably never be able to return. At that time, Wang Xiaoyan would definitely be very sad. But compared to that, his own life was more important. Yang Ming was not a reckless man. It was simply stupid to continue to fight desperately when he knew that he was no match for Jetson. So, when Yang Ming had the thought of retreating in his heart, he suddenly asked a series of tricky and strange questions. Oh, just as Yang Ming expected, Jetson's figure stagnated. Even though he was a robot, Jetson's heart couldn't calm down after Yang Ming exposed his biggest secret. After all, his mind was still that of the previous Jetson, but his body had been transformed into a machine. This secret was only known by Central's people. No one in the Lancer family, including Kevithan, knew. So, how did this person named Yang Ming know? Chapter 1487. Yang Ming was overjoyed when he saw that Jetson was indeed affected by his words. Yang Ming's original intention was to let Jetson be affected by his question. As long as he could stall for a short moment, Yang Ming was confident that he could escape from this place. Kid, how did you know? Jetson's expression suddenly became gloomy and uncertain. The speed of his attack on Yang Ming also slowed down. Although he was still chasing after Yang Ming, he did not attack again. Jetson didn't intend to let Yang Ming go. He held back at this moment because he wanted to figure out how Yang Ming knew his secret. This was a secret that he had never told anyone. This was Central's first-class secret, and Jetson was not allowed to reveal it. Even if Falcon, who was about to assist him, Jetson was not allowed to tell his identity truthfully. Therefore, when Yang Ming suddenly revealed Jetson's secret, Jetson was shocked and angry. He wanted to quickly silence Yang Ming on the spot, but he didn't know how Yang Ming got this information. If he killed Yang Ming, wouldn't he cut off the source of the information? Jetson wanted to figure out where Yang Ming got this information, or how Yang Ming found this flaw. If Yang Ming heard it from someone else, then Jetson didn't mind killing the person who told Yang Ming. In order to keep Central's secret, it was not against the rules to take the initiative to kill a person. If Yang Ming discovered this secret himself, then Jetson would also ask Yang Ming how he found out and what flaws he had. He must ask clearly and then destroy this flaw to avoid similar troubles in the future. Do you really want to know? Yang Ming found a way out when Jetson hesitated. His figure moved and quickly ran in the opposite direction from before. He said while running, "If you want to know, catch me first. Kid, you're courting death." Seeing Yang Ming escape quickly while he was relaxed, Jetson was extremely angry, but he didn't dare to kill Yang Ming directly. He could only follow behind Yang Ming, wanting to catch him and ask him. The road Yang Ming took was an abandoned path leading to the backyard of the Lancer family's manor. This road should have been abandoned many years ago because the left and right sides of this road were full of abandoned steel, wooden planks, and some sundries. This road was almost full of obstacles. Not to mention that it was now night. Even if it was daytime, one might not be able to walk too fast without touching these things. However, Yang Ming relied on the terrain he had scouted outside the manor and his special ability to see at night. His figure shuttled through these wastes like a loach. Jetson naturally couldn't do it. Although he was a robot, he didn't have Yang Ming's special ability to see through things. Especially in this kind of night, where visibility was very low, Jetson couldn't dodge left and right like Yang Ming. Jetson inevitably touched the things around him, directly hindering his forward speed. Jetson didn't walk far before he found that he had been tricked by Yang Ming. Originally, Jetson thought that Yang Ming was simply courting death by choosing this kind of road full of obstacles to escape. However, he didn't expect that Yang Ming's figure would dodge left and right with unusual dexterity. Even the corners of his clothes didn't touch these waists. Jetson knew that he had been fooled. Although he didn't know how Yang Ming did this, Yang Ming did do it. Jetson saw that the distance between Yang Ming and himself seemed to have increased again. He was anxious and didn't care about anything else. He simply didn't dodge and directly crashed into the wastes. He was like a tank that was clearing the way. The wastes flew everywhere, but he didn't suffer any damage. However, in the case of Jetson's brute force, the distance between him and Yang Ming was abruptly shortened by a lot. Yang Ming wiped the sweat on his head and scolded Jetson in his heart. This Jetson is really too fierce. It seems that my escape plan can't be realized. If this continues, I'm afraid I still can't escape from Jetson's palm. Yang Ming's heart was burning with anxiety. He ran while thinking about the next step of the plan. Yang Ming had to admit that this was the most embarrassing and miserable action he had ever taken since his debut. He was actually forced by the enemy to the point where he couldn't escape and even had the possibility of losing his life here. Looking at Jetson chasing behind him like a mad dog, Yang Ming's mind quickly ran through several countermeasures, but they were quickly rejected by Yang Ming. With Jetson's speed, it was probably impossible for Yang Ming to escape like this. Even if Yang Ming could outrun him and always find some extremely difficult paths with his special ability, he was still a human after all. There would always be times when he would be tired, but the other party was a machine. If this continued, he would always be able to catch Yang Ming. So, it seemed that there was only one possibility today, and that was to fight to the death. Yang Ming also saw that as long as he didn't get rid of Jetson, he had no way to survive at all. He couldn't even think about escaping. However, how difficult would it be to get rid of Jetson? The key was that Yang Ming's ability was there. It was simply unrealistic to get rid of Jetson. Yang Ming didn't expect Jetson to be unlucky and suddenly die for no reason. Unlucky and die. Yang Ming thought of this and suddenly thought of something. I'm afraid that it's impossible to kill Jetson with my current ability. However, what if he dies by himself? It would be a good idea to let Jetson die by himself. Although he was fantasizing about this in his heart, Yang Ming's legs didn't relax at all. He still ran forward crazily. Suddenly, Yang Ming saw a place not far away, and a cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Isn't the opportunity right in front of me? Success or failure may depend on this move. I hope that this Jetson's IQ isn't so high. Since he had made up his mind, Yang Ming didn't dare to neglect his legs. He frantically ran toward the destination in front of him. The obstacles in front of him were getting fewer and fewer. In the end, they disappeared, turning into an empty space. Jetson, who was behind Yang Ming, was overjoyed when he saw this scene. As long as there were no more eyesores, wouldn't it be easy to catch up to Yang Ming? Yang Ming also seemed to be aware of this point. His footsteps became even faster, as if he was stepping on the wind-fire wheel. Once again, his luck broke out, and he ran forward with all his might. In front of Yang Ming, there was an area enclosed by a wall. In a situation where it seemed that there was no way to escape, Yang Ming grabbed the wall with both hands and jumped up forcefully. With a whoosh, he leaped to the other side of the wall. Jetson, who was behind Yang Ming, was shocked when he saw Yang Ming actually jump over the wall. He didn't know what Yang Ming was planning. He was afraid that Yang Ming would suddenly disappear after entering the wall, so he ran faster. He came to the wall that Yang Ming had jumped over and imitated Yang Ming. He grabbed the wall with both hands and wanted to jump in. Whoosh! Jetson also jumped up and jumped into the wall. Seeing that Jetson had also jumped in with him, Yang Ming finally breathed a sigh of relief. A contemptuous smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Robots are still not good. There's a difference in IQ between humans. One idiot. You're tuning in to the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.